Good morning. Oh, I had a rough evening. Needless to say. I know I had it's like, okay, body waking up stuff, but I was able to move a little faster than what I thought. So I said, well, let me just go ahead and start the stream. So that's what I did. No harm, no foul, right? Everybody will jump in as they jump in. But yeah, I had one I had I went and got me some Wendy's. Hey Barbara, last night. And I don't know, it did not, and I mean did not sit well with me. So needless to say, I had a rough night with that going on. And I do mean a rough night. So when it was time for me to get up, I was like, okay, well, I don't know about you guys, but when my sleep gets broken, it doesn't do me well. So it typically makes me where I'm even more tired. It's kind of like going to take a nap and getting up. So it made me more tired. And so I was like, okay, well, let me lay back down and I'll let my body naturally get up. So I was like, okay, I should naturally get up in enough time to be ready for 8 o'clock. But I got up naturally a little bit before the end. So I was like, okay, let me go grab my coffee and let me get in there. But I tell you, I don't know. I almost want to call Wendy's like, what y'all try to do to me? It was so rough. I was like, oh my goodness. I think I got food poisoning. Which is like, you never really eat out, Barbara. And it's so crazy because I went out, I only did it because I had to go get the baby. She was at a game. And I was like, okay, well, let me get her something to eat. And so that's how we end up going to Wendy's and picking up some food. But my Wendy's didn't do me well. I don't know. I got to ask her. She didn't say she was sick, but I got up about, I want to say it was like 2, 3 in the morning. And it was all she wrote. I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, too bad Wendy's was 24 hours because I'd be calling up there right now. Like, what you do to me? What's up with that? Look, I got things to do. I can't afford to be sick. So that's what's up with all the different times and stuff. But I know. Ugh. So that's why we kind of like all over the place with the times. But, as people see the notification, they'll trickle in. They'll see us out here. If not, then it'll always be on the rewatch so they can watch it. Yeah, I see Allison and Baca and Maddie and Therapist. They were here early, like five something. But they'll come back. They'll trickle on back in here. Yeah, the crew will be here. So I guess without further ado, I am going to go ahead and take us into the courtroom so we can start with the opening statements. I'm really interested in hearing about this case. Like, it seemed like it's a lot of variables. Now, what it is, we're in Texas. It is a manslaughter case. So they did try to charge Tony with a redrum, but the grand jury said no. So in 2024, they had received some more evidence. I think it was 2024. It might have been 2025. Don't quote me on that. They received some more evidence, and so they took it back to the grand jury. And the grand jury, they did decide, good morning, SD. They did decide to go ahead and charge him with manslaughter. Now, manslaughter carries a sentence up to 2 to 20 years. There's a lot of different variables in this because of different statements from people and the video footage, and I guess the thoughts, the what could have been going through a normal person's head in this type of situation. You know, although there was a 9-year-old girl that was unalived in this situation, there, I don't think it's any malice. I don't think they didn't know each other. It is real sad all the way around. So it's going to be interesting to look at this and kind of see how this plays out. So I am going to get us into the courtroom so we can start with our opening statements, and let's see what we have here. All right, Sweet Pea Gang.
Not to look at your phones, don't look at your news also at all. Don't talk about the case with your spouse or friends, don't tweet about it. If you learn some information today, or you will learn information today, don't research it, don't go to any scenes, don't interview with anyone. All the testimony or your everything that you're going to learn has to be from the stand, the evidence that's been admitted, the witnesses have been prevented, that have been testified, or will testify rather. I see there's a camera here. By agreement, they're not going to film you at all. So don't worry about that. We've done this before many times. We have a great relationship with the media outlets. They know what to film, what not to film. So I wouldn't be concerned at all. A couple other rules. So I run a full felony docket. So that means while on break, I'm going to be running my docket. So sometimes the breaks are going to last a little longer. It's because I'm taking care of business. I always worry about you guys waiting and thinking that we're just hanging out or something like that, or drinking coffee. I assure you we're not. We're working. I take regularly scheduled breaks, but if at any point y'all need to stop, just raise your hand. I'll do that and stop the parties. If you can't hear any of the parties, or you can't hear myself, let me know and I'll have everyone speak up. These attorneys are, I don't think we'll have a problem hearing any of them, but just let me know. You guys have notepads. Juries love notes. They love to take notes. And when I say notepads, everyone smiles. But there's a catch. Number one, you can't take them back there with you. You can write all you want, but when y'all take breaks or start deliberations, they have to stay right there. And the reason is this, is because there's only one official transcript. That's Ms. Wilshire. So imagine a scenario where someone says it's a blue car, the other person says it's a red car. And then y'all are in the back, you're like, well, I said red and I wrote it down. I said blue and I wrote it down. Well, that doesn't really count because the official transcript comes from Ms. Wilshire. With that said, I've had juries in the past that tell me, well, can we have the whole transcript? Or can we have the transcript of officer whomever? That's not possible either. So what's going to happen is this. Well, the scenario is this. There's an actual form that will give you, if there's an issue with respect to testimony, and that form is going to ask, who said, who was the witness on the stand? What is the issue that's controversial? Like, what is the discrepancy? What are y'all arguing about? And it might say like what time or something like that. And it's going to help us find it. If we have it, we'll give it to y'all. If we don't, we're not going to give it to y'all. So just know that, okay? So assuming y'all reach jury deliberations, sometimes the jury has questions about the case and they want to ask me questions. I can't answer some of those questions because by me answering the question, it's almost like I'm putting, it could be perceived as I'm giving y'all an opinion as to how I feel about the case or how I feel about a certain piece of evidence. And you have to remember, my job is not to take the position on the case. I just call the balls and strikes. I'm the referee, like in a soccer match. So if I don't answer the question, I just can't answer the question. You might get a no response, or you might get please refer to the jury judge, because the law in the case that you all are going to be governed by is going to be in that jury charge. So please don't get offended if I can't answer your questions. With that said, let's swear in the jury, and then we're going to hear the indictment, and we'll go from there.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in this cause now in trial, you will render a true verdict according to the law and evidence submitted to you, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
You may be seated. And defense, if y'all can stand up, please, and doesn't say how many indictments you present. You may proceed.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the duly organized grand jury of Harris County, Texas presents in the District Court of Harris County, Texas, and Harris County, Texas, Tony B. Earls, hereafter styled the defendant, heretofore on or about February 14th, 2022, did then and there unlawfully, recklessly cause the death of Arlene Alvarez by discharging a firearm in the direction of an occupied motor vehicle while making no effort to determine the identity of the occupants of the motor vehicle, and shooting Arlene Alvarez with a firearm, causing her death against the peace and dignity of the state of Texas.
How do you plead Mr. Earls guilty or not guilty? You may be seated. State, you may proceed.
Before
Y'all see that? Like, when they even redoing the charges, right before they go in there, they haven't even been into the opening statements. He is devastated by this, guys. This is about as far as I got, besides reading the background of the case. But when I seen him crying at this point, I said, oh, I want to watch this trial. I don't think I want to watch the one in Georgia. And that's how we kind of got to this one. But I mean, wow. I mean, in my heart, you know, and especially for a man, because men don't really, you know, sometimes they can't show their emotion, right? They gotta be tough. But we didn't even make it past. We didn't even got to opening statements, y'all, and he over there sniffling and everything. And it just breaks my heart. It breaks my heart on both sides. Because they did lose their daughter. Wow. Okay. Let's start with the prosecution team opening statements. The prosecutors opening statements. I'll probably be calling them prostitutes at different times. Y'all let me know if I ever call them prostitutes, because I probably will inadvertently. All right.
first she was a name on an indictment, Arlene Alvarez lived with her parents and her family in Southeast Houston, Pasadena area. She was 9 years old. She was in 4th grade. She loved to do her nails and do new videos, dreamed of being on TikTok. She was being raised by her working income parents. Her dad, who's an electrician, her mom, a hairstylist. She lived there in Southeast Houston with her younger brother and baby brother. On February 14, 2022, yes, Valentine's Day, She had gone to the mall with her mom and bought her dad cologne. Dad, being an electrician, he had a job that day. It finished early, and then he got a call where he had to do another job in North Houston, so he was late. He didn't get home until around 9, about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, greeted at the door by Arlene with her cologne. Feeling horrible, says, let's go out to eat. So the family decides they're going to go to their family restaurant that they go to once a week. Pizza place down the block. So they load up in the car and they're going down, and then Armando realizes he has to deposit some money in his checking account because he gets an alarm on his phone that his phone bill is due. So on the way to the restaurant, they detoured to Chase. Around the same time, the defendant and his wife is driving, go to a Chase bank. They are in a drive-through. And as she is also depositing money, horrible thing happens. Wife is approached on the driver's side between her and the ATM, and there appears to be a gun is placed in her face. Horrible, terrifying. She's being robbed, and he's in the passenger seat, the defendant. He says, give me all your stuff. They end up giving her a purse, small purse, wallet, $20. And then the guy who robs them takes her keys, has her take her keys and throw them inside her car. And he takes off running. And this is where this begins. The defendant is seated in the passenger seat during this robbery. He's the one that said, give him the wallet. Pauses for a few seconds. And as the robbery assailant is running away, he decides not to flee in the car. He decides to get out of his vehicle. He's got a handgun that he carries in his waistband. And what you're going to see, and you're going to learn, is he gets out of that vehicle angry and reckless because he immediately turns his gun on that robbery suspect as he's running away from his vehicle. The law allows him to do that. And he shoots 3 times at that robbery suspect as the robbery suspect is running away. And then when the robbery suspect hits where the chase sign is, he darts behind it, and the defendant will never see him again. From his standpoint, where he is standing, he can't see beyond that. And just as that is happening, Armando and his family are traveling down that same street. Now, Armando is going to go to the front of the chase. He was not going to go to the side where he believes it's dangerous. But he then sees the robber running away from the scene. He sees him with the wallet in his hand. So he quickly deduces that this guy is a robber running away. And he hears the gunshots from the defendant in the direction of the robber. So Armando is trying to decide what to do. And so the first thing he's thinking of doing, he's going to U-turn and get away. But he knows there's a car directly behind him, so he can't do that. So he starts to veer, and then all he can do is, since he hears the gunfire, is to go forward. And when he does, the defendant immediately, remember how I said he was shooting? He doesn't get back in the car. The defendant then goes into the open grassy area, and he fixates on the next thing he sees, which is a moving vehicle going down the street. Now, this is not a matter of the defendant shooting at the robber and missing and an errant bullet hitting the truck. Not at all. This is a case in which what the defendant does is, as soon as he misses sight of the robber running away behind that sign, he immediately directs his attention to the next vehicle coming down the street, which is the Alvarez's. And he immediately, in John Wick fashion, starts firing at the vehicle as the vehicle passes him. He already shot 3 times. And it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then some time for the 10th shot. As Armando is being shot at and going fast, he tells his family, get down, as he's looking and as he's driving. And everybody gets down. But Arlene, because she has headphones on, and she can't hear. And as he drives past the defendant shooting, as the car is directly on side of him, one of the many bullets pierces the back passenger door, between the door and the window. And that bullet travels into that car, pierces the lock. The bullet fragments, part of the bullet enters her head, right in her right eye, and the other part falls into the car. As Armando drives by that chase, he looks and he sees him. His son is screaming. His 7-year-old son, Armando Jr., is screaming right next to his sister with the blood. So he stops the car. And he gets out in the back, checks on her, sees she's been shot, and the first instinct was, I got to get this guy's plates, and gets back in the car. And as that is happening, the defendant fires another one. And takes off. We can't bring you to the crime scene, but throughout this week, we're going to bring it to you. You're going to get multiple surveillance footage. You'll be able to see through your own eyes what happened. Today, you're going to see a surveillance video from Chase Bank that's never been released to the public. So you'll see this. And it's the only surveillance that you will get that is from the perspective of the defendant. What you will see is that horrible robbery going on. You'll see it through the front windshield as the assailant is next to his wife. What you'll see is as soon as that robber starts to run off, the defendant chooses to get out of the vehicle with his firearm and fire at him 3 times as he's running away. What you will see is as he's firing at him 3 times, that robbery suspect never shoots back. As he's firing at him 3 times, that gun that was in his hand never shoots back. And what you'll see is then he gets behind that chase sign. And you'll see from that surveillance, the defendant then chooses not to get back in the vehicle quickly and speed off. That defendant chooses to then go to the grassy area of Chase. And you'll see immediately, you'll see Armando's headlights. You will see he immediately fixates on those headlights. And as that car is coming, his next shots go all the way as he's tracking him down. I want you to remember, write it on there. You'll get evidence of it. 3, 2, 4, 1. The 3 shots at the guy's back. Boom, boom, 2 at the truck. Another one. As you'll see Armando going by. In his truck, you'll see from the chase video, blacked out windows. You can't see in. He fired recklessly into a truck. He had no idea who was in there. Then you'll see him. They'll start to drive off, and remember, he has to get the keys. So he gets out of the vehicle and he picks up the keys. You'll see this on the surveillance. He'll get back in the car. And just when you think it's done, just when you think he has caused enough havoc, just when you think he's going to drive off and speed off, what he does is, as they're exiting, he opens the door as his wife is still driving, and he puts his gun out and shoots down the street as Armando is checking on his daughter, and then speeds off. You'll see it with your own eyes. You'll see it first thing this morning. Don't worry, you're going to see it again and again. It'll be dissected. We're actually, at some point in this trial, going to play you the defendant's 911, where as they're driving off, he and his wife call 911. They had just been robbed. But what you're going to hear, this is him driving from the scene. You're going to know the first things he says in the beginning is he'll lie to the 911 operator. Because he says, that robber shot at me first, so I had to return fire. From that chase video, you're going to know that is not true. Then what he'll say, and his wife will say, is they thought that that truck was a getaway truck. It'd be the first getaway driver who drives back to the scene. There's no way that robber, he would have had to be Spider-Man to get into a moving truck. That's what he says. Then the wife says something very interesting in 911. They say, well, who is this driver? And she says, an Hispanic man. And tries to describe the clothing. She gets it off. So what does that tell you? That tells you as they were, because obviously she's not going to see him in clothing as he's driving. What it tells you is as they're exiting the driveway, just as he is shooting down the street, she must have seen Armando getting out of the car. So it was bad enough he was going to recklessly fire into a car that had windows tinted he couldn't see in. Now he's firing at another human being that he had never previously seen. We're actually going to bring you the body cam from the first responding police officer who arrives on scene within minutes. We're bringing the scene to you. And what you're going to see on that is Armando is freaked out. Armando is quickly saying, the guy came from the chase. Go get that video from the chase. Armando is going to tell that officer, he was shooting at a robber. He deducted it was a robbery because he saw the wallet in the hand and the shooting going on. He said he was shooting at the robber, then he all of a sudden turned the gun on us. And he'll even show it by the chase ATM. He'll go, bah, 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 bah. You're going to see it. That was his initial thing. He says it a couple times to the officers. Now they're going to process the scene. They're going to recover some shell cases, not all, and you learn that that's not uncommon. Every shell casing does come back to the defendant's gun. They're also, because he responded to 911, patrol officers went to the defendant's home. He cooperated. He gave over his gun. Now, what's going to be interesting to you, one I've never had an answer for, is the magazine that he says was in it isn't going to add up. It's 12 capacity magazine. There's 6 bullets in it. Clearly, he shot more times. He tends, so either he reloaded or it's a different clip. Y'all can determine that. What's important, though, is every shell casing recovered at the scene wraps back to that gun. Now, the bullet, that part of the bullet that ended up in Arlene's head was too damaged because of being inside the head and the path that it can't be identified. However, the bullet fragment that was part of that bullet that was found in the vehicle, that is the same from his gun. But again, this isn't a case of whodunit. This isn't a case where officers have to investigate, talk to people to find things. This is a case of which you can determine it from watching it and seeing it. And y'all are going to get to see it firsthand. Because we're also going to show you other surveillance from across the street, and just down the street, and all the way down the street. But as you're watching these surveillances described to you, keep in mind the defendant would not have had that perspective. It helps you understand everything because it's across the street and down the street, but the defendant from the scene, from the chase sign, from the trees, would not have been able to see what I'm about to tell you. In the surveillance camera across the street, you will see Armando as he turns a little bit to the right because he's going to make that U-turn. And you know he wasn't going to go into the driveway because he would have crashed, because you can't do that fast. So you'll see that. We'll also see that robbery suspect run straight by his truck. So you might think to yourself, well, that's reasonable that he thought he was a getaway driver because he rode right by the truck. But the defendant would not have been able to see him. What it will confirm to you is he obviously didn't get into the truck. But then something else happens. What you will also see from that video and the video just down the next business right after the chase is you will see that robbery assailant doing this. And that's where the false narrative begins. Because it will look like he's shooting. Now keep in mind, the defendant, from where that assailant was at that moment, and from where the defendant was at that moment, he would not have been able to see this. But you will also notice there's not a muzzle flash that comes from the end of that barrel. It was more of a, I do this, the person, because all the assailant's hearing is gunfire. He's hearing his gunfire from this defendant into a truck. But what you'll see is then he continues running. And as he gets to the end of the parking lot, he'll do it again. You will see him lift his arm up like this. Again, probably response to hearing gunfire. But you will not see muzzle flash. Unlike on that same video, you're going to see muzzle flash from the defendant's gun. Unlike on the chase video, you're going to see muzzle flash from the defendant's gun. Then there's more. Because as that robbery suspect is running down the street, he decides to take a left, and there is a gate, an iron gate, that he chooses to jump over. But before he jumps over it, he drops the gun and drops the purse, the wallet. And you'll see, as he's doing that, you know that car that was behind Armando, the reason why he couldn't do the U-turn? That guy's trying to get out of there. And he sees it, and then he does it again. He does his arm up again. Again, no muzzle flash. And he picks up the wallet and the gun in the same hand as he jumps the fence. You're going to learn that there were 10 shots that night. And we believe by the conclusion of this trial, you will conclude that all 10 came from the defendant. But again, those videos are giving you complete context. We're showing you everything. But remember, it's only that chase video that you will see is the defendant's perception of what happened. During this trial, we will dissect these videos. You will be a unique jury. You don't have to rely on what people tell you, because sometimes people get it wrong. As time goes on, you remember things differently. What's important is what happened right at that moment. You'll be able to see with your own eyes. You will hear from a firearms reconstructionist, and that will be beneficial because you will know that based on the hole in the car, based on where it is and the size of it and the way it looks and the way it's dissected, that this was definitely a straight-on fire. It's not a matter of shooting this way and the errant bullet hitting the car. This was as the car is passing, as he's in front of it, 36 feet away. The bullet that pierced that truck and killed Arlene. That's what we find out. Not as he shot at a robber, but as he shot at a vehicle that he couldn't see into because he thought somebody else had gotten into it. Killing an innocent third party. At the conclusion of this trial, you will decide that even under all the circumstances that defendant was experiencing that moment after being robbed, he was extremely reckless by shooting into a vehicle he had no idea he was in. And he's guilty of manslaughter for taking the life of an innocent 9-year-old.
You may proceed. Please keep your voices up as well. I've been told that we're having difficulty hearing you all.
Judge, will we approach briefly?
You may.
So while they going to us, oh, they back.
Too far into it, I know that there's a lot of emotions with respect to this case, but if we can please keep the audience noises or comments to themselves, and if you can't handle that, I totally understand. Just please exit the courtroom right now. My intent is to give a fair trial in this case, and I'm gonna have a fair trial. That won't be an issue. You may proceed.
Thank you. It
And
pleases
please
the
speak
court.
up, okay?
It pleases the court, Your Honor. Attorneys for the state, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Wow, that was pretty persuasive, wasn't it? Matter of fact, if you believe all of that, then probably no sense in having a trial. Like, why are we here?
Objection, argument.
So rule.
Let me tell you why you're here, because the facts aren't going to lay down exactly the way Mr. Jordan just described them to you. They're certainly going to put on evidence to try and convince you that Tony was in fact reckless that night in shooting at the truck. But the evidence that Anna and Ed and myself are going to put on is going to tell the story a little bit differently. It's going to prove to you that in fact he wasn't reckless that night and that he had a reason to believe that the truck was involved in the robbery. And he made several points which I'll address. But there are certain things about the evidence that we both sides agree on, okay? And excuse me, but as I get older, I need more and more notes so I can remember where I'm at. And I want to talk to you about the evidence, okay? But I think as you hear the evidence in this case throughout the next few days, one thing is going to become obvious to you, okay? One of the things that are going to become obvious to you is that you're going to realize or come to the realization that there is a robbery suspect, an armed robber out there who should be sitting in this chair, right here. That person is in fact the individual that they should be prosecuting for this tragic event. And make no mistake about it, guys. This is tragic. Nobody wants to lose a child. And let me prepare you, you are going to hear some gut-wrenching testimony. You're going to see some video that is really moving, okay, in that respect, okay? I want to prepare you because the evidence is going to be presented, and it is what it is, okay? One thing that we agreed on is back on Valentine's Day, February 14th of 2022, 3 years ago, and he talked about a video. They have a lot of videos, okay? We've seen them, they've seen them, and hopefully you're going to see them all, because they'll help you really determine for yourself what happened, because regardless of what they say or we say, that's not the evidence in the case, okay? We might both have our interpretation of the evidence, but at the end of the day, the 12 of you make the decision. That's really why you're here. But we do agree that this occurred on Valentine's Day back in 2022, no question about it. And when you watch the video that they're going to introduce that is shot from the Chinese restaurant across the street, the back of it, here's what you'll see that night. You're going to see a male dressed in black clothing, dark clothing, and you're going to see him a distance down the street, and he's sitting on the ground. He's just kind of lurking near this fence and kind of in bushes. And then you're going to see Tony and his wife Dee pull into the Chase and up to the ATM machine. And what you'll see is this individual sees what's going on and he gets up. And you're going to see him on video. He walks down the street, walks down the sidewalk. They're in the ATM, the last ATM closest to the road. There's some bushes between the sidewalk and the ATM, and the evidence will show you, you'll see him as he walks up, he walks past the bushes, and when he sees Dee doing her transactions, he immediately runs around, and what he does at that point, he runs right up to Dee, and he sticks the gun right in her face, okay, right in her face, and robs her at gunpoint. And you'll see, if they show it to you, you will see the video from Chase. I don't know which one particularly he's talking about. Hopefully he'll show you the video where you can see the fear in Dee's eyes as she's held at gunpoint. And you can see Tony in the video holding up his hands, okay, like this, kind of protecting himself, okay? If Tony was gun happy, I believe at that point, he could have pulled his gun out and shot at the guy, but he doesn't. He's telling Dee to cooperate. Give him what he wants and let him go, okay? So that's what's taking place. Now, as he robs them, okay, in dispute, let me say this, the facts, he does take the wallet, and in the wallet has her credit cards, personal effects, and importance to them, her grandmother's address, and that becomes significant when you hear the 911 call because they're concerned. They're telling 911, he's got my grandmother's address, and these guys following us, he might go to her house. In any event, money, and then the keys are not dropped inside the car. The keys are, we believe he took the keys, and the evidence will show that, or they threw the keys at him, but the keys are outside of the car because that's the reason Tony gets out of the car, okay? And they'd like you to believe, and he says the evidence will show that the keys were inside the car. He didn't need to get out of the car, okay? No, he gets out to get the keys, okay? And as he gets out, Tony believes, and there's evidence to support, that the robber shoots at him. Now, Mr. Jordan made one point really clear. The law doesn't even require Tony to wait until he's shot at. Legally, he can shoot at a fleeing suspect in an armed robbery, okay? That's the law. And he talks about these photographs where the robber is down like this, and we have him, we'll introduce him if they don't, but he's clearly pointing back towards Tony. And the reason why Mr. Jordan can't tell you that a lack of a flash indicates he wasn't firing is because they never found the robber's gun, okay? And without having the gun and not test firing the gun, they can't sit here and say every gun disperses a flash to indicate it's being fired, okay? You can look at the video, and that's the kind of stuff you'll have to decide. Those are the facts you're going to have to decide for yourself, okay? I can tell you one thing, he can tell you the opposite. You'll have the video to look at, okay? Fair enough. And that's how we think this should proceed. Look, the evidence again is going to show that they're prosecuting the wrong individual. He's the scapegoat. That's what the evidence is going to show, okay? This is a tragedy. There's no question about it, okay? The evidence is going to show he didn't get up that morning with his wife and plan to hurt someone, to shoot someone. That evening, they planned to go to dinner together, like many people do, get something to eat on Valentine's Day, okay? He worked late. She wanted to deposit her check, and she wanted to get money so that they could go out to eat, okay? This is not something that he thought about doing in advance. They pull in, and unfortunately, this travesty, sickening travesty unfolded. Why did it unfold like it did? Because when Tony got out of the car, okay, and they were exchanging fire at the very same time, okay, the very same time, at that instance, the Alvarez family in their truck, they were coming to the ATM. Now, here's where you have to look at the video very closely so that you are not misled. There is, the ATM machines are up there. There is the entrance over here. And you will see on the video a very slight maneuver by the Alvarez family, Armando Alvarez driving the truck. He turns very slightly, okay, not significantly, but enough that you know it was an attempt like he was going to turn in. But he realized that he was in the middle of a robbery at that point. I mean, we're talking split seconds, people. And one thing we will agree with is that there's a sightline issue because a lot of this is taking place behind trees and behind signs, the chase sign and everything. But he turns, okay, and there is a split, just a short moment when the robber is in close proximity to that truck. And then Armando veers off, okay, and you know he does it in a hurry because in the videos and in the crime scene unit photographs that you're going to see, you see all kinds of items out on the street. I'm going to leave it up to you to decide what you think happened. It looks as though when he veered off, he hit the curb and then veered back into the street. But at that point, he starts off and he's in the right lane, okay? So here's the ATM. Here's Tony. Armando's coming down the street, and at in the inception, he is in the right lane, closest to the sidewalk, and Tony's standing there and he's coming out. Now, all that talk about boom, 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 boom. I mean, it didn't go down like that because when you see all the CSU photographs and the markers, they located all of his shell casings. They recovered 5 of them, okay? And he, by his own admission, he told you the evidence is going to show that he shot at least 3 times at the rock, fleeing on foot, okay? So it didn't quite go down that way. So here's what you need to do. You need to look at the evidence. When CSU goes out there, there's an individual who shows up, and he's going to testify about how they put down the placards, they look for the evidence, okay? And unfortunately, because it was so chaotic out there, and because no one really knew if they were investigating a robbery at first, or a shooting, or both, they focused the area of the investigation right around the ATM. They never really went out further towards where the robber ran. They never looked down the street, past the side of the bank, because at that point, Tony's standing on the grass near the sidewalk and the building is a little bit more behind him, and they never really travel down there and basically, take a metal detector, take other stuff. So they're going to argue to you that, oh, we didn't find anything that indicates that the robber shot at Tony. Well, yeah, they didn't, because they did such a half-baked job out there that they didn't do a full investigation, okay? They didn't take a metal detector and look for any objects beyond what they saw, the immediate eye, because it was real easy. Hey, we have a truck over here. We have a bullet hole in that truck. We have some shell casings here. Boom, we're done. We figured this out. Let's pack up and go. Okay? Real simple. Okay? That's what they did. So, the whole incident took 20 seconds, 30 seconds if you include the robbery itself at the ATM. Here's the problem with that. We don't know, all this video footage, we don't really know about the time frames, the cameras, how they're set. We don't have that information available. We can look at it, and obviously we're restricted by the lighting, and the video is not the best. It's blurry. At some parts, it's grainy, but you can go over the evidence, and you can kind of figure out what's happening. But what's really important, I think, and what I'd ask you to pay attention to, and you can make the decision, is that at the time when Mr. Alvarez kind of veers into the bank and then takes off directly towards Tony, from that time to the time that Tony shoots at the truck is less than 2 seconds. 2 seconds at best, but less than 2 seconds. Boom, boom. That's how much time Tony had that night out there to make a decision, okay, about what he was going to do. Not very much time. And the evidence will support that. And if you look at the video, you can see it, you can see it for yourself. Now, let me tell you something. Tony did call 911, okay? He did. He felt he was being followed. And while he's on the phone, at that point, he doesn't know that he's hurt anybody. He doesn't know that he's killed anybody. He's calling to report his robbery. He firmly believes that he's being followed by this truck that had the robber in it. And he ends up providing information, and he actually meets with the police, the detectives. They come to his house. He cooperates. He says, here's the gun, okay? And he and Dee are both taken downtown to give statements, and they do, okay? They give statements, and, the officer talks to him, Detective Farrell. He's on their witness list, and I anticipate they'll call him. And he gives a statement, and I can't introduce it, but they have it, okay? They have the statement. And if they want you to know what Tony told the cop, they
Objection,
can
argument.
introduce it.
No, we can keep it to opening statement.
Okay, so let me tell you what the evidence will show, depending upon what they do, okay? And what they want you to know.
Objection, argument.
Keep it to opening.
So the evidence will show that Tony sat down with Detective Farrell, and he told him exactly what he.
Objection.
Please approach. Please approach.
I'm not arguing anymore.
Please let him finish.
Objection, argument.
Keep it to opening.
So the evidence will show that Tony sat down with Detective Farrell, and he told him exactly what he.
Objection.
Please approach. Please approach.
I'm not arguing anymore.
Again. I'm going to this case. This is opening statement. All I'm asking is do not mention what he said in this case. And I keep on saying it. Excuse me. So you bring the case law. At this point, I'm not going to allow you to do that either. But bring me some case law. Well, that's what you should have known before, because I told you all before, I'm not on case law, I told all that, I told all that.
I understand.
Are you planning on showing the photograph right?
Seen, the evidence. If I could pick up where I left off.
Please.
So basically, you're going to hear about CSU working the scene. The evidence will show that the first CSU, the main CSU investigator comes out and he is looking for the casings. You can count the casings, you can review the stuff, and you'll see for yourself what they found and how limited the investigation was. Secondly, another guy comes out. His job as a CSU officer is he sketches the scene, okay? And interestingly, you'll find out that his sketch leaves out some of the most important stuff, okay? leave out the sign, blocking the view, the trees. It's very limited, okay? Not a very good job, but what's significant in this case is that it's important for you to see things like how fast is the truck moving, what maneuvers does the truck make, what is Tony's sight line. These are the things the evidence will present itself to you, and you have to kind of look through it and sift through it. And they leave all of that out, okay? They do a very poor job, okay? And then what the state's going to do, the evidence will show a few weeks ago, they went out to Montgomery County and they hired a woman by the name of Celestine Rossi. And she's kind of their expert. I mean, you'll see her resume, it's 19 pages, and she's an expert pretty much in everything, okay? And so what the state did is they hired her to do some, I'm not exactly sure, computer-generated stills, 9 of them, that they're going to show to you, okay? I don't even know if I need to comment, because when you see them, they are so not going to reflect what was going on that night. Whether it be the lighting, the speed of the truck, what they are, she put some data into a computer, and I'll add, sitting in the comfort of either her home or her office, not at the scene, not under a split-second timeline, and she generates these. They're not even photographs. They're not animation. I mean, they're not real people. They're not real figures. It's not a real truck. It's just kind of a AI generated still. And she's going to show it to you with this figure pointing directly at this truck, okay, shooting into it. And that's supposed to be persuasive. That's supposed to persuade you that he was, excuse me?
Keep it open, please. Keep it open, continue.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Look at the video, look at the lighting that night, look at everything we've asked you to consider, because the real evidence is on video, okay? It's not computer generated. They went out there and they got the videos, okay? And there's multiple videos. There's a video that is at the ATM facing D while she's being robbed. There's a video that's up on the ceiling, kind of near the roof, but it's up ceiling over the top of the outside of the bank facing down. There's a video across the street that's facing that you can see the truck come and so there's different angles, and I implore you to watch it all, because that's the best way to see what actually happened out there. So when Ms. Rossi takes the stand and she presents these computer-generated images, then it's up to you to evaluate their accuracy. And it's up to you to compare the real evidence that's available for you to see. The whole picture, the whole story, not just their isolated takes on how this went down. That's all we ask. Give it a complete and thorough evaluation of all the evidence, okay? Of all the evidence. Before you render the verdict in the case. Keep in mind that Ms. Rossi, they didn't send it to, the DA's office didn't send it to the crime scene. That's what the best form of reconstruction you'll find out is. If you're gonna reconstruct stuff, that's how you do it. But no one from the district attorney's office sent her out there. You're going to find out that she put data into a computer and got pictures out. And she's going to talk about all of the efforts that they made to capture the correct measurements of everything. But think about this. The CSU people are going to tell you that their measurements, and they're out there, are approximate. Okay? And you're going to learn that for an accurate reconstruction to take place, you have to have accurate measurements. It starts there. And there's even more issues that arise when you are trying to reconstruct the shooting of a moving vehicle. So the evidence is going to show that there was some problems with really reconstructing this accurately, and that 3.5 years later, a couple weeks before trial, to generate these photographs for a jury to see, I think the evidence will establish that that's basically a last-ditch effort.
Objection, argumentative.
I'll strike that, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You don't even have to rule. Look, it is what it is, and like I said when I stood up, if the facts were like he stated them to you in opening, then there really would be no need for you to be here. But the facts aren't that way, and the evidence isn't quite that way. And it's going to take the 12 of you, actually 14 of you, to sift through everything. And that's all I'm going to stand here and ask, okay? And at the end of this trial, ask yourself, well, they've charged him with an omission of not, I don't know if it's not taking the time to determine who's inside the truck, or how for not maybe stopping it, trying to figure out who's in the truck. Because if you read the pleading, the charging instrument, the indictment, that's what they charged him with. And you apply the law, okay, which I'm not going to go into now because the judge will give it to you. You apply the law, then the verdict at that point, if you follow the law, okay, should be not guilty, okay? He's never said he didn't shoot into the truck. He's not say, as I stand here today, I don't know what evidence will be presented to you regarding how they determined if he did that, but I'm here to tell you he's never said. The evidence will show he never disclaimed shooting into the truck, okay? That's all I can say about any statements he made at this point. What I want to do at this point is thank you for your time. It's going to take a few days. And again, I just ask that you consider all the evidence and you make your own determination. Don't let Mr. Jordan sway you to think it went this way. And I'm here to tell you, don't listen to what Anthony says. Okay? I just want a fair and impartial. You're kind of like the referees, the mediators, okay? And you make the determination. Thank you.
I thank y'all for y'all's opening statements. This is my normal time for my first break, so I can handle some important issues. Should I please stand and that first, please?
Yes, sir. All right, for the jury.
How y'all possibly inside there? Y'all may be seated. It'll take us a minute.
I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to see if he had on shackles or something. I don't know if he does or not. But so they must have just flashed this screen for just a second. Wait a minute.
Y'all may be seated.
At this time, Your Honor, the state of Texas would offer
for State's Exhibit Number 1, the Chase Bank surveillance video, along with the business record affidavit that's been on file with the clerk's office for greater than 14 days.
There's several Chase, which one is this? No objection.
With no objection made, exhibit number 1, the Chase Bank surveillance will be admitted to evidence. You may call the clerk.
And just for purposes of the record, I apologize. The state is publishing State's Exhibit Number 1. And at this time, the state of Texas would call Officer Stevens.
Officer who?
Stevens.
Steve. This witness hasn't been sworn in?
Good morning, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, after that?
Is it if?
Thank you.
You step up there, this mic, you need to.
Thanks, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. If you do me a favor, when you sit down, sir, take a seat, let it shut up a little bit, there's some water there if you need anything, there's something else, anything else.
All right, thank you.
You have your seats there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Officer Christopher Stevens, work in Houston Police Southeast Patrol.
Officer Stevens, we're going to get into some of the certifications that you have to have to be a peace officer. Tell us a little bit about yourself, though. What did you do before becoming a police officer?
I've done multiple different jobs. Before I became a police officer, I was in oil and gas sales.
Why'd you leave oil and gas and become a police officer?
Always wanted to kind of be a police officer, help out the community, you know, do that kind of stuff like that. Always interested me.
When did you become a peace officer?
I started the academy in 2018, and I became a sworn police officer March 7th, 2019.
Tell us about some of the courses and trainings you have to become a peace officer.
So we have to go through our HPD Academy, which is going to be a 6-month-long academy, and you cover stuff like investigations, how to handle crime scenes, and certain other things, tactics, whatever we have to do from there. Then after that, we go through our field training, which is going to be 6 weeks long.
And during that field training period, what are you doing?
You're getting actual hands-on experience being a police officer with an experienced seasoned officer. So you're actually running calls, learning how to do things, how to process crime scenes and so forth.
And as a certified peace officer, what position do you currently hold?
I'm peace officer at Southeast.
On patrol?
On patrol, yes, sir.
So as a patrol officer, talk to us about some of your day-to-day duties.
Day-to-day duties, I kind of bounce all over. I go to different calls such as assaults, murders, thefts, missing juveniles, missing persons, whatever the community needs me to do.
When we're talking about a call for service, or responding to a call, what do you mean by that?
So when somebody needs assistance, they call 911. The call taker at our HEC center gets the basic information that they can at the time, and then dispatch us out to it.
And is every call for service that you respond to the same type of call?
No.
You talked about the different kinds of call for service that you respond to. Are they categorized at all?
Yes. So we have different categories. It goes from 1 to, I believe, 7. 1's going to be the highest priority call. That means it's going to be a person is going to be is in danger, or they might be in imminent bodily harm or death. So that's going to be the highest priority call. Code 2 is going to be assault that are occurring or just happening. And then code 3 is going to be report calls and so forth. It goes down from there.
So when you're responding to a scene, I guess the information you have is what dispatch has collected?
It is what the call taker collects, and they pass that on to dispatch, and then they pass it on to us.
So what's going on through your mind, let's say for a first category or a category 1 call?
Category 1 calls, they're usually very vague on the information because it's an in progress call or it's a serious matter and there's a lot going on, and they can just get a location and brief statement of what's going on. So from there, what's going through my mind is I'm walking into the unknown at that point. I have very basic information. I have to get there and find out what's going on.
And so when you do arrive on a scene like that, what are the first couple steps you take?
So first things first is you activate your body worn camera per department policy, and then you kind of read over the call slip as best you can, and you get there quickly as soon as you can. That's gonna be lights and sirens, and get there.
And then when you arrive on scene, are you looking for a particular person? Are you looking for a particular, crime? What are you doing?
So it depends on the category that it drops. So for shootings, in progress, which would be a priority 1. You're going to look for anybody that's shooting or has been shot. You're going to look for any suspect description if there's given, and you're going to look for victims, anybody hurt, and then like that, and try to secure a crime scene and make everything settle down a little bit.
And while all of this is happening, I mean, do you guys like line up one by one and say, your job is this, your job is that, and your job is this?
Once the scene is manageable, we can do that. We can start separating out, hey, you go do this, you go do this, you go do this. But first priority to get there is to stop the killing, stop the dying.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to February 14th of 2022, where you dispatched for a call for service that night.
Yes, sir.
Where were you dispatched?
I was dispatched to Winkler, off Winkler Road in 13-10s.
And what type of call dropped at that time?
A shooting.
Priority 1?
Yes.
At some point when you're en route to that call, do you obtain additional information of who may be involved?
Yes.
Okay, who was that?
The call slip stated a 9-year-old girl was shot in the head.
After arriving on scene, what do you see?
Me and my partner arrived and we observed HFD already on scene. And then I observed the family on the side of the road holding the victim.
Are you there while she is transported?
Yes, sir.
Describe to us what that means.
So when HFD has to get them emergency medical treatment, they'll take them directly into the ambulance with the paramedics still working, and they'll transport them straight to the hospital.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? We're going to come back to what you saw on scene, just so we can give orientation of where this is occurring. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7. Take a look at it for a moment. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And without getting into the contents of State's Exhibit number 7, the State's Exhibit 7 fairly inaccurately depict where you were dispatched.
Yes, sir.
And specifically the Chase Bank that's located off of Winkler.
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender to opposing counsel State's Exhibit number 7 and offer it as evidence.
No objection. With no objection, made, state 7 will be admitted into evidence and make public story.
Thank you, Your Honor. So while we're publishing State's Exhibit number 7, Officer Stevens, we'll zoom in a little bit here. What are we looking at State's Exhibit number 7?
That's going to be the geographical location of where the incident happened, and the Chase Bank is going to be where the incident actually happened at.
So when you respond to the scene, you obviously see, at that time, you're not aware of her name, but the victim that was being transported, 9-year-old.
Yes.
Do you make contact with anybody else that's on scene?
Yes, I pulled the father to the side to get some more information while we let the mother go with the victim.
Describe to us, and the father, his name was?
Armando.
Describe to us the way that Armando was acting when you saw him.
Mr. Alvarez had a range of emotions. He was angry, shocked, and disbelief. He was cycling through a bunch of different emotions.
After making contact with him, do you begin relaying information to dispatch?
Yes. I'm gathering information from him. He's kind of telling me what's going on, what he saw. I'm relaying to other units in the dispatch. Be on the lookout for a vehicle. Shooter had left the area. And from there, we have units going around, last known direction, trying to see if there's anyone running or anything suspicious or anything like that. And then from there, we set up the crime scene.
When you were on scene that day, did you have your body worn camera activated?
Yes, sir.
And when you were on scene that day, did your body worn camera capture what information you were receiving?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Officer Stevens, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit Number 8. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
My initials in the top right-hand corner.
Have you had the opportunity to review State's Exhibit Number 8?
Yes, sir.
The State's Exhibit Number 8, a fair and accurate rendition of what occurred and what was captured on your body-worn camera on the day of February 14th of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Other than the court agreed upon redactions, were there any changes or alterations to State's Exhibit Number 8?
No, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit Number 8 into evidence to tender to opposing counsel.
Any questions? You may. So that agreement, State's Exhibit Number 8 will be admitted to evidence and be published.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit Number 6, the 911 call that has been on file, tendered to opposing counsel with a business records affidavit for greater than 14 days. No objection.
With no objection made, State's Number 6, is that correct, Mr.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Then I will probably admit to evidence made published as well, sir.
Monday,
Officer Stevens, would it be fair to say that when you arrived on scene, there are many people there assisting in the best way that they can?
Yes, sir.
That the scene's pretty hectic.
Yes, sir.
People at the scene are hysterical.
Objection, leading.
Don't lead your witness.
Yes, Your Honor. This time, the state will publish State's Exhibit Number 6.
Monday, February 14, 2022, 21:47 and 54 seconds.
ABC 911, you need medical, police, or fire? Stand on, please do medical. Fire and medical, what is the location of the emergency? Mister, please take a deep breath through me, cover her. What is the location? Okay, I'm sorry, you said Woodridge and? showing you near Woodbridge and Winkler Street. Okay, are you still on the street? Okay, what is your name? Okay, and what's your phone number in case we need to contact you? Okay, is the daughter awake now? We do have multiple calls for service at the location, and units are being dispatched. While I'm on the line speaking to you, okay? Wendy, please take a deep breath. The units are being dispatched. While I'm on the line with you, okay? Yes. I've been trying to explain to her that the units are being dispatched. While I'm on the line speaking to her. I am trying to find out where was the person shot.
We were here on Chase, Home Depot.
So you're near the Chase?
Yes, the Chase, Home Depot.
Okay, yes, the units are being dispatched, but where on the body was the female shot?
In the head.
I'm sorry, the head or the hand?
Getting a telephone. It's on the head. We're behind Home Depot.
So she's shot in her head?
Yes.
Okay, one moment. Okay, medical and police are being dispatched. Did anyone get any description of the suspect?
No. No tienen descripción de la persona. No.
Okay.
They were stealing from somebody right here on Chase Bank, and they killed him. And they put him on the truck.
Okay, then until the emergency units arrive, I have some pre-arrival in.
So is that some of the information that you had when you were arriving on scene, Officer Stevens?
Yes, sir.
For purposes of the record, I'm going to begin publishing State's Exhibit number 8, 6 minute, 10 second.
And just for the audience, this is a body camera, if I'm not mistaken, and if there's, I understand that people do get emotional in this case, but if you can't handle your emotions, I have to have a fair trial. If you can't handle it, please just walk outside. It's not, I'm not angry at anyone, I just have to have a fair trial, okay? Thank you. They publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you send you and your son? Do that inside my truck. What? You were just driving line. They shut the gun at the person getting robbed. Wendy, go get there. You have to go. Somebody over there. You have to go with Arlene. Cook this truck. Don't worry about this. That's the dad. That's the dad. That's mom. Mom's going with him. Yeah. It looks for is going to more. Hey, hey. No, it's just me and Jack right now. Need someone to go to that location. More from an ambulance story. Yeah.
There was a black guy living here, and I guess he robbed the guy in the car, and it just randomly started shooting. I was going that way. I went this way, I turned around. I was looking that way.
Hey, let's leave it right now. The first unit right there, follow them. Escort them out there. She got a GS to the head.
The last person that got 18,
Okay.
he was on, I think, go downstairs.
All right. Okay. All right, we're gonna get this guy. Okay. Trust me, man. We're gonna get him. Okay. And we're gonna take the hospital. Okay. So let's get this going first. Okay. It's your truck. What happened?
I just want to pause there for a moment, Officer Stevens. Who do we see you talking to here in your body worn camera?
That's going to be Armando.
And you've arrived on scene. There are other officers there, correct?
Me and my partner were first on there, and then other officers arrived as well.
Is anybody accompanying the ambulance that we just saw leave the scene?
Yes. So we had a unit pulling up on the body cam when you hear me say, hey, escort that ambulance to the hospital. That's going to be the other units pulling up, or one of the other units pulling up.
So what's your primary focus here as we play this body worn camera?
My primary focus at this point is to get a suspect description and the story of what happened from there for the investigators.
The continued publishing states exhibit number 8 for the record.
Yeah.
And somebody, I just seen a black guy running, and the guy in that car had 18 started shooting randomly. I guess he was trying to shoot at that guy.
Okay.
But it didn't like it. He so randomly shot towards my truck. Boom.
Yeah.
Shot twice,
Yeah.
and it hit right straight in her fucking head.
Okay. Where's that car over there that was shooting at?
Who has 18? Cameras that got 18 right there.
Huh?
The car was right there. The guy was here. That's all my stuff. When I turned around, I turned back quick.
Okay.
That was with my truck.
Okay. Well, that shit open right now.
The guy was sitting from right here.
Okay.
There's cameras. Whatever was the guy that 15.
So he shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a car right here, and that's where he takes in.
What kind of car was it?
Man, it was a fucking car. Black car.
Black car? So
I was just driving that way.
Okay. You're driving this way?
Yes.
And so when you got shot,
You start doing some shooting, and when I passed by here to stop, to hit my truck, that's when the man didn't fucking hit my daughter.
Okay. All right. So right here.
So there's, whatever touches this camera, there's, somebody's in this camera right here. There's the,
Okay. All right. Let's not touch those. Okay. Let's not touch those. All right, man. You got your ID?
yeah.
All right. Let's go.
So at this point, Officer Stevens, in your body worn camera, the information that you know about the scene is what's been communicated to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at this point in the investigation, where are you aware that the offense occurred or the scene was being contained?
Right there at the Chase Bank and then on Winkler Drive.
So the black car is all you remember, right? Black car?
Yes, I remember that car. Well,
You remember? Hey, you remember where you went? You remember where you like? Did you go that way or this way?
he turned this way like this.
You took off that way?
Yes, my turn like this, he was gone.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm still getting information here. We got a guy that I guess he was getting robbed, so he pulled the gun out, shot at the guy trying to rob him, ended up shooting the complainant here. Last scene going down Woodridge at a high rate speed in a black four-door sedan.
It was a black car. You took your car,
I just need one more unit out here. We got some showcases over at the bank. We can probably get a good idea on this guy.
These are. Yeah, we saw that 3 or 4 times. I don't know why. Dude, boom, 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 boom. They thought I was the guy that got him robbing. Yeah.
Okay, I'll get this out right here. Start blowing off footage altogether here. Try to this road off. So at this point, after you've obtained information from Armando, what's the next steps you guys take at the scene?
So we're gonna put out all the relevant information out to other officers, so they can be in the area and look around for any suspect, vehicle description, something like that. But at this point, our main thing is to secure the crime scene for investigators and crime scene unit to get out there. So we're gonna put Armando, have him secured, and then make sure no one tampers with any evidence or anything like that.
Okay, you mentioned something there. Let's go back. You said you secure Armando, you make sure he's secure.
Mhm.
What exactly do you do with Armando?
So with that, what we do is we make sure he doesn't talk to anybody, and we put him in the back of a marked patrol vehicle.
Why are you concerned with whether or not he's able to talk to people at that time?
As you can see, there's other people on scene. They were just witnesses. They were bystanders, and we don't need them feeding any information or wrong information or anything like that. We need what he sees. So we're trying to keep it to what he knows.
And then when you're on scene, you're getting all this information, you're securing the crime scene, who are you contacting?
So there's multiple phone calls that have to be made. Our sergeant makes the scene. He starts calling the command center and all of them. I'm going to be contacting the major assaults and homicide division. At this point, we were still informed that she was still alive. So we called major assaults, and they started making their way out there. And then we found out later we had to call the homicide division.
In that location that we saw in State's Exhibit number 7, the map, is that a location in which county?
Harris County.
So after you are securing the scene, to the best of your knowledge, as you're responding and trying to obtain witness statements, was that the extent of your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Officer, this went out as a code 1 call, right?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
And the information that you got originally, well, I guess let me back up. Your duty is in, at least at this point, in 2022, was as a patrolman, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me, I think there's a lot you and I are actually going to agree on in this question. Would you agree with me that the patrol is the first kind of line of defense that police can offer, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've got a situation in any kind of a major crime scene. The first thing that needs to be done is that people like you come lights and sirens as fast as you can to the scene where a crime supposedly occurred, right?
Yes, sir.
And what you got a lot that's on your plate when you get there, fair?
Fair.
You got to try your best first to make sure everyone's safe, right?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not being difficult with you. The court reporter's got to take down everything.
Right.
And also kind of let me finish, and I'll try to give you that same person. This is so I don't get yelled at by the court. So when you show up, is it fair to say in a situation like this, you have got very limited information?
Yes, sir.
And I believe what I saw in the report was this dropped as a shooting / drive-by type of call, right?
Yes, sir.
And with that, all you know is there's someone says something violent has happened, but you don't know exactly when you're going there, who did what, who allegedly did what, who saw what. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now the prosecutor talked about the 911 call. He played part of that. You had some information from dispatch, but you had not heard that 911 call when you arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrive, your first duty is, again, to try to make sure everything's safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
After that, you're trying to make sure that the paramedics, if there's someone hurt like there was here, have got free access to do whatever they need to do to protect someone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me, that is the highest priority, is medical care on a scene where someone has suffered a gunshot wound.
Yes, sir.
Now, while the crime scene is certainly important, preserving it, not as important as making sure the paramedics have free reign on everything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, after the paramedics have done whatever they need to do, your job doesn't stop, does it?
No, sir.
You have to do several things, and you've got some other officers to help you, right?
Yes, sir.
You've got to secure the crime scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've got to try to locate any witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when there's been a event like a shooting, a robbery, etc., eyewitnesses accounts can sometimes differ. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that people are lying, does it?
No, sir.
People can have different perceptions and see things in different ways, but that doesn't, they may be wrong, but not lying, right?
Yes, sir.
You were trained, you got to take that into account, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's one reason why you try to secure Armando, not because you thought he was necessarily going to be a danger, but you wanted to make sure that other ideas weren't implanted in his head, that he then started to remember the idea instead of what actually occurred, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's how you're trained, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, part of your training also, let's shift to that for a minute. You've been an officer 6 years, is that right?
7 years now.
7 years, okay. And as a patrolman, I got to imagine you have to get trained in all sorts of things, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, everything from DWIs to securing scenes for investigators, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you have a scene where there's a shooting, the Houston Police Department will throw more resources at it than if there's just a simple fist fight assault, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where you'll start getting investigators to come in, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you'll start getting crime scene investigators to come in.
Yes, sir.
And once you have done your best as you can to secure the scene, the torch kind of gets handed to the investigators and crime scene unit people to do their jobs, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, while you have some training in basic crime scene investigation, you would agree with me that's not your primary responsibility on the scene.
Yes, sir. Not as patrol.
And that job falls to the crime scene investigators, right?
Yes, sir.
And we sometimes, the jury may hear the term CSU. Have you heard that term before?
Yes, sir.
What does that stand for?
Crime scene unit.
Okay, and those are the people who are assigned the task of looking at the crime scene, collecting evidence, preserving evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Although you've done your best to make sure no one's walking through the scene, etc., they're the ones that are tasked with actually collecting everything, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's why when we saw you buy that ATM machine, there were spent shell casings down there. You didn't grab them. You told everyone, don't touch them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
Preserve the evidence for a crime scene.
For crime scene, because that was not your responsibility, right?
My responsibility is to preserve the scene.
Okay, so let's shift gears for a second. Actually, let's scratch that. Let's talk a little more about the scene. So when you arrived, we saw on the body camera footage, there's lights, there's sirens, there's the Houston Fire Department's there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Paramedics are there, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's Armando and his family are there when you arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's also just other people that are that think they saw various things and they're trying to tell you what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as this is going on, at this stage, y'all haven't yet done that thing where you get that yellow crime scene tape and go all around to make sure no one goes anywhere yet, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
And during that time, before you arrive, before that tape gets put up, the scene itself is not completely secure. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not quibbling with you on that. You're doing everything you can, but that just hasn't been done yet, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, we've also got paramedics going all over the place. We've got other officers that are showing up, witnesses showing up. So until that tape is put around, the crime scene itself is not completely secure, correct?
Not completely.
And you have no idea what could have happened to any evidence before you arrived, obviously, right?
Yes, sir.
Or if something got stuck to a shoe or kicked. And I'm not even suggesting them intentionally. I'm just saying accidentally. Those things can happen, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's why you put that little tape around to tell everyone, hey, y'all don't enter this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
But even when you're putting that tape around, you're operating with the information that you know at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're operating with the limited information that you're rapidly gathering about what might constitute a crime scene, right?
Yes, sir.
If you have people that are shooting at, let me ask you a hypothetical question. If you have people who are shooting at each other, the crime scene could actually be a much larger area than what you initially surmise. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
But again, you're doing everything you can to get everything secured before the investigators and CSU crime scene investigators, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, a scene like this, would it be fair for me to characterize it as a bit chaotic?
Yes, sir.
So you show up, you call, was it major assaults?
Yeah, more units. Then once the scene calmed down a little bit, we were able to get her medical treatment. It was major assaults.
Okay. And then at some point, you or someone else also called robbery, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then there's some point in some of the going on back and forth with the officers where other officers are speaking to you. Y'all are just trying to figure out who's doing what, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's just the nature of the beast of a situation like this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then, as far as at some point, homicide gets a call when it sounds like the girl may not make it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then robbery also gets a call, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in this case, you had two different divisions that were both investigating, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had people investigating for the robbery, right?
Yes, sir.
You had people investigating for the homicide.
Yes.
Right? Okay, when we say homicide, that means your understanding as a police officer that a death was caused by a human, correct?
Yes, sir.
That doesn't necessarily mean someone's guilty of something. That's a determination that gets made by a jury, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're at the scene, it's chaotic, you're doing your best to get everything secured. And then eventually you find out that a call dropped to robbery from the person who was robbed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, it starts to become clear that after you talk to Mr. Alvarez, you get that call, it starts to become clear there was a robbery that took place, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and no one, to be clear, I think we're all in agreement on this, no one's disputing that there was a robbery, right?
You're right. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, in fact, when you talk to Mr. Alvarez on State's Exhibit number 8, what we just saw, he even mentions that it sounded to him, or it appeared to him, like the guy who was shooting thought that the truck was involved with the robbery. He says that, right?
He made the assumption. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have learned from your training and from your experience as an officer, I guess let me back up. There's nothing that you saw from Armando that made you believe that he was being dishonest with you in any way, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought everything he was telling you is what he believed, right?
Yes, sir.
That being said, you know from your training as an officer, again, like we talked about earlier, that there can be some mistakes that people make when they're trying to remember a traumatic event, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, that's why when there are, And you know from your training, when there, for example, are police officer involved shootings, police officers are given 24 hours to make a statement, right?
I'm going to object to relevance.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's done so that you've got time to try to accurately remember everything, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've got, not only when you're an officer, you get trained at the academy, but you periodically throughout the year go to various trainings, fair?
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of your training as the first line of defense on the patrol, I would say is the most important part. You're what keeps the streets safe, right? So part of the training that you've received is in how to deal with high stress situations where you are faced with a life and death situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are trained in those situations that if you have to make the decision that you're in a life and death situation to shoot. Fair?
Yes, sir.
And you're trained to shoot until the threat has been neutralized. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the same self-defense laws that apply to you also apply to citizens, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, after the whole scene was secured, did you take any action with the car, with the truck, I mean?
With the truck, we took it out to the dart lot for examination.
Okay, did you do anything, and let me make it clear, I'm not being critical of you, I'm just trying to understand what your role was. Did you do anything to secure the truck, or was that someone else's responsibility?
The truck was within our perimeter and it was secured.
Okay, do you know who all was going in and out of the truck?
Nobody went in and out of the truck.
Okay, was someone assigned to just keep an eye on it?
We were right there in front of, we watched the truck the whole time.
You didn't see anyone going in or out?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay, and then, did you have any contact with Tony Earls?
With who?
Tony Earls?
No, I didn't have any contact with him, no.
Okay, so, you never got any statement from him to hear anything from him about what happened, right?
No, sir.
All right, that wasn't your role, that was your responsibility, right?
I was managing the scene for the shooting.
And you did not, other than what we talked about of making the initial assessments with the witnesses there, you did not do any further actual investigation. That was where the torch got passed to either robbery, homicide, or the crime scene investigators, right?
Yes, sir.
May I have just one moment, Judge? At the scene,
Speak up for him, please.
I'm sorry, at the scene, when you saw the truck, did you make any determination as to where the truck was leaking any gasoline or fluids?
Yes, sir. We examined the truck from the outside and we saw the bullet holes.
How many holes did you observe?
I remember seeing at least two.
Where?
They were going to be in the passenger side window,
Where's the other one?
and then it was going to be in the bed of the truck, like where the bed side of the bed of the truck is at.
And then, Mr. Alvarez never mentioned to you that he was being shot at after he got out of the truck, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Pass witness.
Stay.
Officer Stevens, we've mentioned the county that this address was located in. What state was it located in?
Texas.
Harris County,
Harris,
Texas?
yeah, Harris County, Texas, excuse me.
Let me ask you this, because we're asking hypotheticals about what is lawful and where you can shoot and when you can shoot someone. Are you, as an officer, unlike civilians, permitted to shoot at someone in the back as they're fleeing the scene of property?
No, sir.
Are you held responsible for shooting somebody in the back fleeing the scene of property?
Yes, sir.
Objection vague, objection calls for legal conclusion from someone who they have not designated as a legal expert.
What's your response, sir?
Judge, counsel asked him the very same questions about legal conclusions in self-defense.
He was overruled, you asked.
So Officer Stevens, unlike civilians, you're not permitted to shoot somebody in the back, correct?
Correct.
Who upgraded this call from a priority 2 to a priority 1?
Dispatch,
Why was it upgraded?
because it said a 9-year-old was shot in the head.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense,
No questions.
defense witness to be excused.
From the state, yes, Your Honor.
Excuse subject to recall, Judge.
Sir, excuse subject to recall. Remember the rules have been invoked. Do not speak about this case to anyone at all,
Yes, Your Honor.
including colleagues, spouses, wives, members. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
This is a great time to break for lunch. Company staff is going to take good lunch.
All right, so the jury.
About 45 minutes.
This has been a long-awaited trial, 3 years in the making, and it's currently underway. Right now, they are in
I have to find out what happened to his hand. Y'all see his hand got a cast on it? I wonder what happened to it. I'm gonna have to see if I can find some information out. Is that a lint brush? That almost looked like a lint brush. She about to wipe him down. My poor guy up here. This is just sad all the way around. It is, therapist. Hey, she said she's gonna keep them together. Wow. Zach, you are too much. You say you found the address? Yeah, I'm looking into that, Jason, to see what their spectator policy is and things of that nature for you. Yeah, of course it's gonna be in downtown. The traffic probably cray. Yeah, I did see that. I mean, it sounds like it's just a normal courthouse, but may have to wait until Monday to call and see for this particular trial how that works. I don't know. For some reason, it just kicked me out of the studio. I have no clue why. Oh, he said it's purposeful. So you are not able to do that. Yeah, so we'll work on it as I find more information for you, Jason. I don't know how downtown area, but it's any downtown to me sounds like a whole mess of traffic. Oh, he talking about some seafood. Woo. Yeah, that does, huh? All right, guys, I'm gonna take us back in. He getting wiped down. Wipe him down. Somebody get wiped down. Maybe she wiped herself down.
Judge, can we put something on the record very quickly? Sure.
But
Prior to the break and during the trial, the state offered state's exhibit number 8, the body worn camera of Officer Stevens, in compliance with the court's order regarding redaction of the state's exhibit number 8, the body worn camera of Officer Stevens. The state has complied with the redactions and now is offering state's exhibit number 8A to reflect the redactions that the court requested the parties to.
And there's no objection with 8A. What the defense requests is that Exhibit 8 be kept just for the record. 8A be substituted for purposes of taking the evidence back to the jury.
so the actual piece of evidence will be, that goes back to the jury, you're offering state's exhibit 8A as an apple, is that correct?
Correct, Judge.
No objection?
No objection.
So no objection made, 8A as an apple will be taken back to the jury, the actual 8, or A rather, will be removed for appellate purposes and other purposes.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go.
All right, for the jury.
May be seated. State of Texas lawyer.
State calls Armando Alvarez.
I'll say again.
Armando Alvarez.
This witness hasn't been sworn in?
Justin, can you direct him?
That's right.
Can you direct him? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Just about that, that's the mic you need.
Sure, take your time, there's some water.
I'm good. I'm ready to go.
So guys, just so you know that this is the dad that's coming up to the stand. I do remember seeing that. So we will, I just wanted to kind of give y'all the heads up for those that are listening in. Okie dokie.
State your proceed.
Thank you, Evan. Please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name.
How you doing? My name is Armando Alvarez.
And how old are you?
I'm 36.
And where are you from?
I'm from Houston, Texas.
And what area of town did you grow up in?
I grew up in Southeast Houston,
And is that like the Pasadena area?
Pasadena, South Houston. Yes.
What type of work do you do, Armando?
I'm a licensed electrician.
Tell us a little bit about that. When did you, after you graduated high school, when did you start your apprenticeship to be an electrician?
I started right out of high school. As soon as I graduated, I signed up for the IBEW at the JATC here in Houston, Texas.
You're a little bit nervous, I know.
Sir,
Are you a little bit nervous?
I am.
You know what happens when you're nervous? Just like if you're reading in church, it goes a little
Goes
bit
faster, yeah.
So let's just slow it down, okay?
And if she's ever looking at you, sir, that means you're speaking too fast. That's just her way of saying it, okay?
Okay.
At some point, she'll throw something at you if it's too fast. Okay, so the apprenticeship or being an electrician lasts how many years?
5 years.
And then after those 5 years, what's the next step?
The next step would be your journeyman's.
And did you do that?
I did.
And are you a master electrician?
That's correct.
For a period of time, did you work in California, send money home?
That is correct. I worked as soon as I turned out. I did 5 years in California.
And at what point did you decide to quit going back and forth from Houston to California?
It was close to a year before I lost Arlene.
So she was about 8 when you came back?
That is correct.
And what was your reasoning for coming back to Houston?
I just felt that I was losing a lot of time from her and my other son.
And at that point, did you begin a partnership with another person and have your own electrician business?
That is correct.
And what is that business called?
480 Electric.
And are you married?
I am.
And how long have you and Wendy Alvarez been together?
15 years.
And can you tell us the ages and the names of your children?
At the moment,
Back in February of 2022.
Arlene was 9 years old. Armando Alvarez Jr. was 7 years old. And then we had my son, which was 3 months old at the time.
And today, how many children do you have?
We have 4.
And so, who is the new addition to the family after this incident?
It was Arlette. We named her after Arlene.
And how old is she now?
She is 2 years old.
So Armando, I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about February 14, 2022. Did you work that day?
I did.
And what time did you finish your first job?
I finished right at noon.
In fact, before we go into that, may I approach the witness judge?
Okay.
I'll show you this marks of State's Exhibit number 9 and 10. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
Do they fairly and accurately depict both Arlene as well as your family?
That's correct.
All right, this time, State Offers 9 and 10 after tendering to opposing counsel for any of the judges.
No objection, Your Honor.
With no objection made, the state's exhibits 9 and 10 will be admitted to evidence made public, sir.
And who are we seeing as State's Exhibit number 10? Can
This
you
is
explain who's in the family?
Me and my wife and my 2 kids, Arlene and Gordo, Armando Alvarez.
Call him what?
We call him Gordo.
I'm a big guy.
Yes, he was kind of chubby, and Arlene couldn't say Gordo, so we started calling him Gordo.
We're getting very close.
Very close.
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 9. And who's that picture of?
It's my Arlene's picture of that morning before her life was taken away.
What is in her hands?
It was a gift for her teacher.
Okay, so you had said that you had finished up one job on February 14, 2022.
That's correct.
And what happens after that?
I received a call around 2:30 p.m. of a client, potential client, was saying that
trailer had almost caught on fire due to electrical issues that he had going on.
And so what did you do after receiving that call?
I went over. I told them to give me pictures before I went over. I went just to glance at it, make sure to turn off everything so that the trailer don't catch on fire. I proposed a price for them, and kind of they were already talking that they needed it done. They were afraid. It was kind of a hot day. They were afraid that they were going to have nowhere to stay that night.
So did you take the job?
I did.
And did you, in the moment, did you want to take the job?
I did not. I wanted to come home.
Because?
Yeah, I knew it was a special day for my family.
So about what time is in North Houston, this location?
What is it? Around Northwest.
So about what time do you get home, if you remember?
I got home around 7:40 of that night.
And when you enter the house, what happens?
Arlene ran to the door to give me her gift that she had for Valentine's Day. Her and her mom had gotten for me.
And what was that?
It was a cologne, $1 million. That's what they're called, a $1 million cologne.
And what was your reaction?
Kind of broke my heart. That sometimes we choose work over family, to take care of our business as a man. So I told them to get ready so we can go out to eat.
Now, is there a particular restaurant that y'all would always go to in the neighborhood?
Yes, once a week we'd always go visit Spanky's.
And describe to the jury what Spanky's is.
Spanky's is a local restaurant. It's family-oriented family. Everybody knew us. We're the regulars. We'd always be there once a week. One of Arlene's favorite places to eat pizza.
So does everybody get ready and go to Spanky's?
Correct. When they got ready, Gordo and Arlene got ready.
So as y'all are leaving your house, and at this time, you're actually staying with your in-laws, and tell the jury why that was.
We're staying at my in-laws because we're currently going under construction in our home that we had at the moment, and we decided we were going to start building new.
And how far is Spanky's from that home?
It's about 5 miles.
So you go outside and you're about to go, and tell us what happens.
We were going to go in Wendy's car, but when we stepped outside, I realized that Wendy's car had a flat tire that night. So when I saw that, we didn't know what to do, and I looked at them and said, well, let's just go in my truck.
Did you want to go in your truck?
No, it was a mess from that, me finishing that job. I just grabbed my stuff and I threw everything behind my truck, and I just wanted to get home.
And you didn't want to change the tire that night?
Correct. I didn't want to deal with the tire at night.
Where was the car seat?
In their car.
So now y'all are loading up in your truck. And what happens next?
We leave, and as soon as we exit her mom's house, I received a notification from T-Mobile if I didn't make the payment that the phone was going to get cut off.
So what does that do to your plans of going straight to Spanky's?
Told Wendy's, I'm just going to go deposit the check that Hedges gave me from that job and make the deposit and then go to Spanky's.
Was it far out of the way?
No, it was en route.
And who do you bank with?
Chase.
And the bank that this happened at, was that the one you normally go to?
Correct.
Now, there is a ATM machine at the back of the bank at Winkler. Was that the one that you were going to go to?
No.
Which one were you going to go to?
To the one closest to the street in the front of the building.
And why was that?
It's just lighting, more traffic. You're in the front of the street.
And is that also a drive-through, just like the one inside the building?
Correct.
So as you were driving, now tell us where everybody is seated.
I was driving. Wendy was in my passenger side, breastfeeding. Behind her was Arlene, and next to her, behind me, on the passenger side, not passenger, driver's side behind was Armando Jr.
And was Arlene doing anything as y'all were driving? She had
Oh,
anything on?
Yeah, she was watching some TV shows she would like to watch as a teen. She was watching I don't know the name of the show. It was a show she likes to watch.
And when you say she was watching it, what did she have on?
She had on her headphones.
So as you're going down Winkler, at the light before you get to the chase, do you notice, is there a car by you or anything?
Yes, there's a Y right close to the telewink that turns telephone to Winkler. I'm a very, very visual person sideways. Always try to stay alert. I noticed that there was a car already on my left side.
So as you're driving down Winkler and you're approaching the Chase Bank, and we're talking about the side, the back of it, not where you're eventually trying to go to,
Correct.
what, if anything, catches your attention?
As we were approaching that side, there's a bar there. We were approaching that bank. I noticed off the back that there was a person running away from the bank.
And what did you notice about the person?
He was wearing a hoodie and he had a face mask on.
And did you notice anything in his hand?
Yes, he had a purse.
And as he is running, what, if anything, do you hear, see, or whatever?
We didn't see anything. We didn't hear anything. The only thing we saw him running, and we proceeded forward.
Then what did you notice?
I noticed a person that was shooting my vehicle. Was shooting towards him, which was towards my vehicle, in the front windshield.
Now, so as you're approaching there, okay, you're seeing shots and the man running. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So at first he's shooting at the guy, and now you're afraid he's going to shoot at you.
Shoot at me.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay, so as you are approaching and that happens, what is your immediate thought to do?
To get down, to tell everybody to get down.
Now, what are you doing with your truck as you're driving? What are you thinking you're going to do?
I didn't know whether to make a left or a right. I was kind of in shock of what to do next. I did realize that there was a car on my left side.
Okay. Now, when you say make a left, what do you mean by that?
Try to make a U-turn. I didn't want to hit my vehicle with another vehicle.
Okay. So your first thought was to try and do a U-turn,
Correct.
but then you remembered the red car by you.
Correct.
Okay. So when that happens, what do you then do?
I floored the vehicle as fast as I could, as fast as the vehicle could.
And then you've already yelled what to everybody?
I had told her already at that moment, as soon as I was gonna floor it, I already had told everybody to get down.
And then as you're going by the chase, do you get down as well, or what do you do?
I don't no. Me and Wendy stayed up. Look, for some reason we didn't look down, but we were just looking at towards the person shooting my vehicle.
And could you tell, I'm not going to ask you a specific number, could you tell how many, did it seem like he was shooting just once or many times?
Many times.
So as you drive by that chase, tell us what happens.
The person shooting at my vehicle, he only shot two towards the robber, and then he intentionally turned his gun towards my vehicle, shot twice, and then shot 6 times to my vehicle, and 2 of those bullets hit my truck.
And you know where the bullets hit your truck.
Yes.
Can you tell us where the 2 spots were?
One of them was my the diesel tank on the vehicle, and then the other one was obviously Arlene's death.
Now, Armando, as you're passing by, and passing, I know you seeing the person that's shooting.
Yes.
As you pass that, what do you then do?
I mean, we were looking straight at him as he was shooting to our vehicle.
Do you immediately stop or you go down the road just a little bit?
No, I go down the road a little bit when I realized I seen Arlene's head hit forward in my console. I thought she had ducked down, but she didn't. It was really because she had a bullet in her head.
And what was Armando doing at that moment?
He did go down. He did duck down.
And was he saying anything at that point?
He started screaming that Arlene got hit. Something happened to Arlene.
So do you stop your vehicle basically in the front of the chase there on Winkler?
If I recall, I ended up stopping towards the other entrance that gives you the access to the front of the building.
But you're still on Winkler at that
Correct.
point. And then what do you do?
I'll get off the vehicle because I realized Arlene went forward too hard. Like I just panicked and then I got off the vehicle and I ran around my vehicle to get her attention to make sure she was okay.
Now, when you say you ran around your vehicle, did you run from the front or the back?
To the back.
To her driver's side door? I mean, her door on the.
Correct. To her door, passenger door.
And you open the door?
I opened the door and she was down and I seen blood.
And so when that happens, what do you do?
I panicked and I still seen that black vehicle, black 4-door sedan was barely pulling out. And then I jumped back around and decided that I was going to try to get his information. And then when I made the U-turn, I chased him down, but I just realized that life was more important than getting the person that was shooting my vehicle.
And so you voluntarily stopped?
Correct.
And when you stopped, what did you then do?
I got down and I panicked again and I went around the vehicle for the second time. And I started shouting for Wendy to call 911. Arlene had gotten hit.
And then what happens next?
I got her out the vehicle. I was trying to get her out the vehicle and try to render aid to her as much as I can. Or Wendy was screaming at me for me to give her CPR. And I just couldn't.
Why not?
No, I'm not really trained for that.
So did you take her out of the vehicle?
Correct. Pulled her out, carried her up. I was trying to get her to wake up because her eyes was already closed.
Was she still breathing?
She was breathing heavily.
And what, if anything, happened as you were taking her out?
I'm taking her out. I carried her in my arms like a baby. And she was breathing very, very hard. And I just felt her get wet, her wet pants that night.
She urinated herself?
She urinated herself.
What is she? Me. Armando, I've shown you this brief video. Show you State's Exhibit number 65. Is that your initials on this?
That's my initials.
So is this the video that you were able to watch with me?
Yes, sir.
And does it fairly and accurately depict what you described to the jury from the surveillance of you getting out of the vehicle and getting Arlene out with you?
Yes.
All right, this time, State Officer 65, in evidence. Happy to be with you, counsel.
objection, State's Exhibit number 65 will be admitted to evidence in the public, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. And do you sit there until EMS arrives?
Was that again?
You stay there until EMS arrives?
Correct.
Can you see on that video that the windows were rolled down at that point? Why is that?
It was when Wendy didn't know how to react, and she rolled down the windows to communicate with me and to talk to me and scream at me, really.
When you were driving by the chase, when the gunfire happened,
Correct.
were the windows up?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what type of tint you have on your windows.
I have a dark windows because I work in construction. I'm always out in the heat, in the sun, so my vehicles are always dark.
Do you know the percentage or whatever?
5%.
The highest you can go.
Correct.
And what type of truck is it?
It was the 2019 F-250 Platinum.
So then HFD arrives and as well as the police, right?
Correct.
And what was going on in your mind at that point?
I was going crazy. I was trying to figure out how to save my daughter, how to get her to open her eyes.
I'm going to show you what's already been evidence, which was the body cam footage of you at the scene.
Whether they were just driving by, they shot the gun at the person getting robbed.
Arlene, go right there. You have to go.
Somebody over there.
You have to go with Arlene. Go to this truck. Come on.
That's the dad.
That's the dad. That's mom. Mom's going with him. Ambulance 4 is going to more. Hey. No, it's just me and back out here right now. He's still going to go to that location. More from an ambulance 40. Yeah. There was a black guy left here, and I guess he robbed the guy in the car. And it says right when he started shooting. I was going that way. I was this way, turning around. I was going that way.
Okay, let's leave it right now.
Yes, hit me in the head. The last person on the 18th. Okay. He was on, I think, go downstairs. Okay. We're gonna get this guy, okay? Trust me, man, we're gonna get him, okay? Then we're taking calls from him, okay? So we gotta just get this going first, okay? It's your truck, what happened? My truck, what happened? I was going this way. Yeah. Somebody, I just seen a black guy running, and the guy in that car had 18 randomly. I just seen him shoot at that guy. Like, he randomly shot towards my truck, boom. Yeah. Shot twice. Yeah. And it hit right there in the fucking head. Where's that car over there that was shooting at? That was the 18 right. The car was right there. The guy was here. It was all my stuff. Like I turned around, I turned my quick. Okay. That was in my truck. Okay. That's your. The guy was sitting right here. Okay. There's cameras. The other one was that so he shot. Yeah. Okay. There's a car right now. That's where he's taking. What kind of car was it? Man, it was a fucking car. Black car. So I was driving that way. Okay. You're driving this way? Yes. And so when he got shot, he started shooting. When I passed by him to stop to get my fucking, that's when it didn't fucking hit my daughter. Okay. All right. So right here. Whenever touch this camera, there's somebody's in this camera right here. Okay. All right. Let's not touch those. Okay. Let's not touch those. All right. You got your ID? Yeah. All right. Let's go to attack one real quick. So, in the black car, all you remember, right? Black car? Yes, I remember black car. Well, you remember, hey, you remember the way he went? You remember the way he, like, he go that way or this way? He turned this way like this. To my back off this. My car, he was gone. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'm still getting information here. We got a guy that, I guess he got tried to get robbed, so he pulled the gun out, shot at the guy, tried to rob him, ended up shooting the complainant here. Last state going down Woodard to the high rate speed, black four-door stand. Just need one more unit out here. We got some shell casings over to the bank. We can probably get a good idea on this guy. He thought I was the guy that got me robbed. Yeah. I'll leave this guy right here. Start going off where it's all together over here. Start letting this road off.
So Armando, officers arrived within 5 or 10 minutes, right?
It seems seconds.
I want to ask you about that. It seemed like you processed what you were witnessing as you were driving pretty fast.
Right.
But somehow you knew the guy you first saw right was the robber, and then the person shooting at was the person robbed.
Right.
How could you process it that quickly?
It's just knowledge, just like common sense, I guess. I don't know. I just went into put two and two together, you know.
Bank, guy running to the hoodie, someone shooting at.
Correct.
When you watch that, how do you feel about your demeanor? How do you feel about it?
About what?
How do you feel about your demeanor? How do you think you handled yourself there?
I actually thought I was being more rude to the cops because I kind of went blank that whole night after that.
You weren't. You weren't rude. Now you said something on there where you said, I don't know why he thought I was the one who robbed him.
Right.
How'd you think that? Again, processing fast, why'd you think that?
Correct. 'Cause I mean, I see the guy running, and we just accidentally crossed paths from his side and my side.
I'm gonna show you some of these videos, okay? The first one is gonna be what's already in evidence, is the chase. Clearly, you're not at the scene yet. You're driving down Winkler at some point, right?
Correct.
And we're gonna, at some point, the first headlights that we see after the robbery is you. And for the record, I'm playing what's already been admitted into evidence. Number one, Stacey. Now, these headlights that are coming down the street, is that you?
Yes.
Now, it looks like you're passing that chase sign at the same time that assailant was going on the other side, is that right?
Correct.
Objection leading.
Please only your witness.
So are those your headlights there?
Yes.
Now, at this point, this is around the time you would have stopped or no?
Yes.
Now, do you even remember another shot as you were down the street with Arlene?
At the moment, no.
By this time, State Officer States 2, which is the China Star surveillance video that's been on record on file with the court, as well as States 3, which is the 226 Winkler surveillance video that's been on file with the court and the defense has copies.
No objection, Your Honor.
With no objection, case number 2 and 3 will be admitted to evidence and made public.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm about to show you is phase 2, which is the surveillance from across the street. Now, Armando, at the top of the screen there, across the street, what would that be?
The bar, the chasing the bar, the fence line between the Chase Bank and that, there's, I believe that's a bar.
So bar on one side of the fence, and then that's the entrance to that side Chase ATM
Correct.
that you see there? Okay. Now, at the top of the screen, do you see someone running? All right, let's stop there. Whose truck is that that's approaching that spot?
That is my truck.
Let's continue. And we see the vehicle that was behind you. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
What did we also see? A figure run past your truck. Who is that?
The robber.
Now, is he running to your truck, or how would you describe how he's running?
No, I was in the street. He was nearly fence line. He was hugging the sidewalk.
And did you notice him as he grew?
Yes.
He ran by you?
Yes.
And then at some point when you're approaching that Chase sign, that's when you notice what?
The person was already shooting my vehicle, towards my vehicle.
Now I'm going to show you states 3. And this is that surveillance from the side, kind of by where the bar is.
That is correct.
So, go ahead, we're going to go ahead and play it. I'm going to pause it at a certain spot. Couple of things I want to ask you. Did you notice how you kind of moved your car a little bit to the right?
Right.
Were you planning on going into the Chase there?
No,
Why were you turning a little bit to the right?
I didn't know whether to go into their property or to make a U-turn
And then that's when you decided to what?
to forward my vehicle.
And then you see someone there lifting up his arm. Is that right?
Right.
Now, had you already passed him at that point?
Yes.
Now, where have you seen this before?
On the news,
A lot?
a lot right after the accident.
Did you ever see that Chase video that we showed you on the news?
No.
So did you even see him lift up his arm like this?
I know. I never did.
How would you describe what you remember that robbery person doing as he was running past your truck?
Just running. He was just running.
After you talked to the police officers that night, did you go to the hospital?
Oh, they let me go after they asked questions and they did their part. They released me to go to to go to the hospital to be with Arlene and Wendy.
And was she put on life support at some point that night?
Yes.
And at some point the next day, what happens?
They already had told Wendy that she wasn't gonna make it that night, and probably like if I remember, it was at 11 at night. They already had told her she was not gonna make it, that she was already brain dead.
And after that is when they brought you to the hospital so you could be with her?
Right.
And did they end life support the next day?
Yeah, they gave us our time to decide when to pull the plug, and we were hoping for her to stay awake. She-
So Armando, did she pass away the next day?
Correct.
After some time had passed, on April 23rd, 2024, did you previously testify and say, describing the incident, that they were shooting at each other?
Correct.
And I'm just going to ask you, is that what you remember?
No, it was just something that we saw. I guess we kept seeing it on the news. We keep seeing the person raise his hand, and then once he jumped the fence, we see him raise his hand again.
But you did say it.
I did.
But to be clear, you do own saying that statement, right?
Yes.
It's going to be up to the jury, and you understand that.
Correct.
Matt Motion?
Okay.
I'm going to show you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 11, 12, 13, 14. You recognize these?
Yes, I do.
Now, did they fairly and accurately depict your truck and the contents of your truck as they were on February 14, 2022?
Yes.
All right, State Officers 11 through 14, after tendering to opposing counsel permanent findings.
No objection, Your Honor.
We know objections to the states 11 through 14 will be admitted to evidence. That was 11 through 14, is that correct, Mr. Jordan? I'm sorry? 11 through 14?
Yes.
It'll be admitted to evidence. May I publish, sir?
show you state's exhibit number 11. And it's just your truck.
Yes,
Armando, are you a gun guy?
I am a gun guy.
Do you have your license to carry?
I do,
And why do you have your license to carry?
to protect myself.
And in addition to, so do you carry a gun on your person sometimes or all the time?
All the time.
Now, is that for work and things of that nature?
Correct, to protect myself during work hours.
And the type of work you do, you go to a lot of different residences and things of that nature.
Correct.
That is, sometimes you don't have your gun with you.
Yeah, it's like that night.
Now, in addition, are you a gun enthusiast and have an AR?
Yes, I do.
And where do you use that?
In a gun range.
So in your car, you have some magazines and books, right? So states 12 is what?
My AR clip.
States 13.
My handgun clips, and not the clips, but the ammunition.
Now, even today, your new truck, does it have bullets and magazines in it?
I have those exact same ones still in my truck today. I just carried them over.
The week before this incident, had you been anywhere?
Yeah, I had been to the gun range a couple of days before.
But again, you did not have your gun with you then.
I did not.
You had mentioned Arlene had headphones on. Show you states exhibit 14. Are these the headphones?
Yes.
Armando, you see the man, Tony Earls, that you saw that evening shooting at your truck.
Yes, I do.
Could you point to him and describe what he is wearing in court today?
He's wearing a white shirt with a blue tie.
Your Honor, the record reflects to identify the defendant.
So we reflect witnesses identified the defendant, Mr. Earls. You may continue.
And I'll pass witness.
Your Honor, we have a second. Your Honor, will you approach? Hey, Mr. Alvarez. Let's talk about Valentine's Day. I know it's a really difficult subject.
Can you speak up?
I said, I know it's a really difficult subject to talk about Valentine's Day in 2022. It was late, right?
Right.
It was really dark. You saw a robbery, correct?
were going to make a deposit at the ATM?
That is correct.
You slowed down to make a deposit?
No, you don't slow down for that reason. You slow down because you saw something going on in the bank.
Okay. So you slowed down because you saw something going on?
Correct.
And on December 4th, 2023, you testified under oath, correct?
On the what?
Under oath?
Correct.
And at that time, you testified that Mr. Earls and the robber were shooting at each other, correct?
Correct.
And again, on April 24th, or April 23rd, 2024, you again were under oath, correct?
Correct.
And you again testified that Tony and the robber were shooting at each other.
Right.
And after testifying twice under oath that they were shooting at each other, you're now saying that they weren't shooting at each other.
You're easily influenced with what you see on social media, on the news. I've never seen the other video at the end when he shoots again.
Okay. So after meeting with the prosecutor, you're now saying that they weren't shooting at each other, correct?
Correct.
It all happened really fast, right?
Correct.
And at some point, you and the robber are right next to each other,
Correct.
correct?
Mhm.
And at that point, you floored it,
Yes.
meaning you sped up really fast,
Sped up as fast as I could. The vehicle can.
correct?
Mhm.
And it was so fast that things flew out of your truck, correct?
Correct.
There were toolboxes,
There were job materials, breakers, disconnects, stuff that I use for my job.
metal items,
Correct.
and you hit the curb, right? At some point,
No, I guess after watching the videos, I didn't hit the curve until I was trying to turn back around.
okay. So you floor it and you keep going straight, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you were in the lane closest to the bank,
Correct.
and you, at that point, are driving towards, I think is it Winkler? Is that correct?
I believe so.
And then you see Tony's car, correct?
Then I don't understand your question.
Okay, you see Tony's car exiting, Mr. Earl's car, you see it exiting the Chase Bank, correct?
At one moment.
After you're driving forward, correct?
No,
You don't see him exiting?
no, I shoot him shooting at my vehicle.
Okay, at some point, do you follow Mr. Earl's car?
After I seen Arlene was down, hit in the head.
Let's go back to the December 4th, 2023 statement, okay? Do you remember indicating that you were chasing Mr. Earls?
No,
You don't remember stating that?
no,
Okay, and again, in April of 2024, you don't remember stating that you were chasing Mr. Earls?
I was never chasing him. I was going to get his information. It's not a chase. It's not an initial chase.
So you were chasing him to get his information?
Right.
And then you make a U-turn?
No, I stopped, got Arlene out the vehicle, looked at her, ran around behind, ran again to my driver's side, backed up, hit my curve. That's when he shoots twice again. I was not aware of, and then tried to go towards him, but he already had sped off.
Okay, so you chased him down.
It's not a chase down.
We have a second one. go back to when Officer Stevens arrived and you were giving him your statement. You told him, Mr. Earls must have thought that you were with the robber,
That's right.
correct?
Yes, I did.
You indicated your windows were up, correct?
Yeah.
Who rolled the windows down?
Wendy did. Wendy?
They were rolled down when you made the U-turn?
No.
At what point did they get
When
rolled
we
down?
stopped right in front of that China Star, when you see the dumpster with me pulling out my daughter, she rolled down the window at that moment to talk to me or scream at me.
Okay. The video showing the chase video.
Which video would you like?
Judge, may we have a moment? There's a lot of video footage.
Do you need a lot of moment?
What's that?
Do I need to recess for today?
Well, it'll make it easier for the jury rather than having them sit here and everybody else.
I'm sure that's tomorrow at 9:30. Remember my admonishments, do not talk about the case. Obviously, media is around, do not see the news, do not tweet about it, do not go to any scenes. The same instructions I gave you, Mr. View as well, sir. I don't have to say. Thank you all. And y'all need to figure out tomorrow, I want to work later at past 5, hopefully. We just figure out how long y'all want to work till that piece. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
You all may be seated, we'll stand in recess till tomorrow.
Right, Judge, before we recess, can we stipulate something like that?
Yeah, guys, this is This is going to be a tough one for different people in different ways, right? Just so y'all are aware that they did take this to a grand jury. They tried to get it as a redrum, and it was rejected. And the family was pushing and pushing and pushing for some type of charge, and it went back in front of a grand jury with some additional evidence, and they classified it as a manslaughter case. And so that's how we kind of got here. Yeah, and I think his is it is I can't remember. Don't give me to telling stories. Lies or not truths. I'll have to go back and see which one it is. I'm almost sure it's let me go check. Yeah, because I'm up here. I'm trying to find the court documents. That's what I'm trying to do, so I can get it for our court watcher that wants to, or Jason that's gonna thinking about going in there, right? So he faces a manslaughter charge instead. It doesn't tell me if it's voluntary or involuntary manslaughter, so I can't really say for that. I will have to, hopefully I can get some court documents. This is going to be in Houston, Texas. Oh, they don't have a distinction? Okay, OnlyFans. Yeah, I don't see it. So that's probably definitely right. So it appears that the grand jury in Houston declined to indict him July of 2022 for the first evidence that was presented for a redrum. Then the Alvarez family, particularly the mom and the aunt, pushed for additional investigation for the case to be reconsidered. And so they had it reconsidered. Hey, Fowler, damn it. Welcome back, Allison. So, yeah, so later in 2025, the redrum charge was dropped and it was replaced, and he faces manslaughter. I don't think we have any probation right now, Vanessa. I'm not sure. I mean, this has just affected a lot of different lives. I mean, but I want y'all to keep in mind as we're listening to this case and as I'm putting polls in the chat room and things of that nature, there's a lot of different variables. And if we need to go back and look at the video, the one good thing about, I'm more than welcome to look at any of the video. You say you confused on how Earl's being scapegoated then. They probably tested the bullets, Marilda, and they have found out that. So what I've understood, and y'all can, and as we're watching this case, I'm just going based off of what I understand on how this case presented. Dad that we just heard testify, he was stating that he saw two people shooting. So if we got two people shooting and he's saying nobody was shooting out of his car, it had to be the robber, right? And Earl. Earl was up in the impression that he was being shot at by the robber. And dad is saying that he saw two people shooting at each other. So it kind of justifies that Earl was shooting back, right? But I think what happened is after all the evidence was collected, after all the shell casings were collected, after the bullet was tested, they found out there was only one person shooting. So he just believed that somebody else was shooting at him, Earl. And the dad in the vehicle also believed that it was two people shooting at each other until they started seeing additional video and additional evidence. And the dad, was like, okay, well, I guess there was only one person shooting, and that was Earl. So they're saying that, Earl was out there shooting and he was shooting carelessly. At the end of the day, right, therapist. So at the end of the day, he was the only person that was shooting, but it's not what I'm trying to, I guess, what was reasonable. So you got to think, we looking at all of this in slow motion and after the fact, but you think about it. Somebody just came up to you and your wife, y'all in the car at a Chase Bank. They have robbed you. They have put a gun up to your head. You get out of the car, your adrenaline is rushing, and you see the robber, you start shooting. You see it, and then this vehicle is coming from the direction that the robber is, and you're thinking that, I'm not saying it's totally responsible, but we want to make sure that we thinking adrenaline, rushing. We just looking at it all in so slow motion so we can dissect everything. So I just want, and I just want us to, understand this. And that's why I thought that this was like a real, because some of the cases that we looking at, they be like clear cut. We be like guilty as soon as they open their mouth and we look at them. This one, I'm not saying that he may not be responsible. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But is it 20 years worth of responsibility? Because he faced into the 20. Yeah, and I mean, like, guys, this guy did not intend to all he wanted to do was protect his wife. Like, they even have a press conference, and I can show it to you guys, where their family is distraught too. Like, he can't even hold his head up. Like, this have been life-changing, and I mean, I can't imagine. I don't know how I would feel in either situation. But what I can tell you is that the community for Arlene has been affected. Her family has been affected. Like, everybody has been affected in regards to this. And all for that. And this robber is probably still out there robbing people. That's the crazy part about all of this. The person that initiated all this stuff is still out here. Most likely. Because they don't even know who it is. Yeah, Jason, and I get it that they do have, some of them do have huge consequences, but I don't know if we're talking about 20 years worth. That's the max that he can get. And I'm telling you, when your adrenaline is rushing, I mean, I guess it's just like when when we talk about officers who are licensed to carry and licensed to shoot and kill, right? And other live people, they always, what was your threat? Or when you're doing a self-defense claim, right? What was reasonable for you to feel threatened at the time? So just like putting yourself in that person's shoes to a degree. I mean, because I've been robbed at gunpoint. And guys, it is not like, I mean, of course, I did not have a gun to shoot back, but it can be a very traumatizing situation, right? Like, so I've been robbed. I mean, I didn't have a gun to get back out, and I probably wouldn't have. Me personally, I probably would have been just, as long as you leave me alone, you can have all this little stuff and keep it moving. I mean, that's what I had to do. I mean, I sat in the car and I had my hands over my face and covered my eyes and told them, I don't see you. Take whatever you want. And they told me to get out the car, and I got out of the car and I went behind the bank ATM machine. And I told them I'm gonna keep my eyes covered because I don't want y'all to even have a reason to shoot me. I do not see you, do not care. Take it. So, but if I had a weapon, I don't know. Do I get out of the car and I start? I don't know. Because me and are a little different because he was in the car with his wife. He did just see a gun go up to his wife's head. He is supposed to be the protector. We do want you to protect us responsibly. So I guess it's kind of twofold, guys. Yeah. Yeah, Vanessa. Okay, yeah, Jason. Okay, I see what you're saying. The robber is running away. The threat is over. Got it. Yeah, and I think that's gonna be the hard thing that they're gonna have to yeah, that's gonna be a battle that they have to climb. It is more like the heat of passion. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, we know it's not premeditated, right? I don't know. We'll see as the evidence come in, but I definitely know that it's tragic on all sides. Yeah, Carvel, and that's the important point that you're making because it got to be what he reasonably thought. Because even though we know at this point in time, Jason, that I don't know. So even though we thought it might have been reasonable, remember, Dad original statement that he had made like on multiple occasions said that he saw two people shooting at each other. Remember, Earl thought that at the time that the robber was shooting at him. Now, although now that the evidence is coming in and what the state is presenting, we are up under the impression that that was not the case. So let's go on to day 2 of the trial. Yesterday was day 3. We just on day 2, okay, guys? So let's go on to day 2 and see what testimony we have for day 2 and get some more evidence on the docket for ourselves, okay?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ron Trevino, along with Steph Simmons. We're continuing our coverage of the Tony Earls trial as the courtroom gets ready to start date.
Live look right now from inside the courtroom. You can see they are doing the all rise. The judge has just been seated just a few minutes ago. Aragochi Loca and Anieli Ruiz are both there taking notes. They will have a live report coming up for you on KHOU 11 News at noon and also in our afternoon newscast.
All right, let's listen in now.
So we won't waste any time. I believe the defense has a witness, is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
As soon as you may proceed. Good morning, Arlene.
Good morning. Mr. Alvarez? I'm sorry, we took a break yesterday because we were all a little confused as to where you had stopped on the night of February 14th.
Right.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for demonstrative purposes. May I please witness?
Yeah.
Can you show me here with this marker where it is that you initially stopped?
The first time?
Yes.
Right here.
Okay. And then can you put that with a 1? Okay. And then where is it that you stopped the second time?
Around the dumpster, maybe here.
Okay. And this is where you slammed on your brakes, correct?
I stopped because I seen Arlene go down.
Okay. And you put the car in reverse?
No,
Correct?
I stopped and I got off the vehicle.
Okay, you didn't put your car in reverse at this
No.
time? Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to take it to opposing counsel.
What is the number?
It's a map.
Number?
Number 1, defense 1.
Okay. No objection. With no objection, make defense number 1 be admitted to evidence in the procedure in public.
So number 1 is where you said you stopped the
That is-
first time?
that is correct. Mhm.
Okay. And you got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated you did not put the car in reverse that
I
time?
did nothing.
Okay. Then you got back into your car?
After I saw Arlene's head go down, I went around my truck, tried to render aid, and I seen that she was down, ran back to the driver's side, and then I went in reverse, and then I was trying to get his information. And then when I realized that Arlene
You
had,
put the car in reverse?
yes,
Okay. Then you made a U-turn
yes,
and you began chasing Tony?
it's not a chase,
Okay. And then you got back out at number 2?
correct?
This is where the Chase Bank is, correct? Sorry.
That is correct.
And the entrance is right here?
Is that the backside?
Yes.
I believe so.
Nothing wrong. that your car has a 5% tint, correct? So you would have to agree that those same tinted windows would have prevented Tony from seeing into your car, correct?
Correct.
And you watched the officer's body cam video from yesterday, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you saw yourself telling the officer what happened, correct?
That's correct.
And what you told the officer was that Tony shot at your truck because he believed you were involved in the robbery, correct?
That is correct.
Pass the witness.
State, nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Please.
Defense, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject.
Subject to recall.
Thank you, sir. Next witness. We're going to call the medical examiner. I think we want to approach briefly, Judge, outside the presence of the jury.
Outside the presence of the jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
May be seated. Stay, please, call your name.
Say call Dr. Jarvis.
So I'm pausing here. Oh, we are definitely gonna have a panel on this. I'm reading what you put in here, Jason. Yeah, we gonna have a panel on this because I really need y'all. I really want everybody to think outside the box. look, we family at the end of the day, but I want y'all to think outside of the box on this one because you got to remember he thought that he was being shot at. And that's not just coming from him. That's also coming from Arlene's dad. So I want us to keep that in mind. So adrenaline is rushing. He just been robbed. He gets out of the car. He got his thing out. And he believes, what would a reasonable person believe? He believes that the other person is shooting at him. So he believes that his life is in fear. Remember, even Arlene's dad, his original statement is that he saw two people shooting at each other. So I want us to keep this in mind as we going through this, and we can go back. I mean, remember, we watching it and dissecting it moment for moment, right? So we just got to think about reasonably. That's why I say he's going to have to get up here and testify. He's going to have to say what he thought. He's going to have to get up here. He's going to do to take it to trial. He did the cry class. I mean, this man could barely keep his head up. And it just didn't start with the court case. This was even afterwards. They did a press conference and things of that nature. So yeah, so I think that it's a lot of different dynamics that play into this. And I just want us to, I mean, not to say, I mean, yeah, therapists, and that's right. They'll be able to dissect it minute for minute, but in the same token, they're going to be also probably charged with the instruction. What would a reasonable person think if they were in that situation? Yeah, so is what was reasonable. So I think that we all gonna have like different views on it. It's gonna be a good panel, right? That's the one good thing, because some of our cases that we didn't have, we ain't even had an opportunity to do a good panel, right? Because we all on the same page. Like you can even tell everybody was panicking. Everybody had something that wasn't reasonable but unreasonable. Because even when I'm listening to the dad testify, you can tell that he didn't know he didn't got his daughter out of the car. He checked on her, and his mindset was first to go chase after the person that was shooting. And then he had to think to himself, well, wait a minute, I need to get her some help first. So you can tell everybody was discombobulated. If I'm remembering what he testified to, and I'm pretty sure we can rewatch it at some point in time, but he wasn't even all the way figuring this out. And then that's just adrenaline and you trying to figure out. Like he was like, I need to go chase him down and get his plate number, and his daughter just had a bullet into her. So it's a lot of things that are not being like reasonably done. Not to say that he could have saved her or anything like that. That's not what I'm presenting. What I am presenting is that everybody was like, yeah, Vanessa, but that's what I'm saying. Like everybody was a panic. You got to think like, I'm not mad at him for doing what he did. You know, in regards to the dad, I'm not mad at what, because he you don't know what to do. Like everybody do different things, right? I mean, maybe, I don't know. Like, I don't know how he did that with getting her out of the car and then deciding that at this point in time, he see instead of, and then he mentioned even while he was on testifying, he said that he decided that her, a life was more important than finding out who did it. So, yeah. I think that we just have to, keep an open mind as we getting the stuff in. And And I mean, jurors are just like us, right? Everybody in here has mixed opinions. Y'all know, even when we cover in a case and we go first in it, everybody like guilty, 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 guilty. And 9 times out of 10, when we get our verdicts, when we taking it to trial, is guilty. But you think about how diverse and how our chat is going to be reacting to the different evidence that comes in. This is what the jury is going to be like back there. So we'll just take this in as we're taking the notes. And as y'all thinking about it, if there's anything that we need to rewatch, relook at, we the jury, right? They're going to ask for some of this evidence to come back. I know that video is going to come back there and they're going to have to look at that many and plenty of times, right? After he testifies, they're going to have to really make sure that they're paying attention to his testimony. Opening statements, closing statements are going to be very important in this case. He say, great channel, we the jury. So I definitely think that that is going to really be interesting as we go around. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and put us back in the courtroom so we can get some more testimony in.
This witness has been sworn in.
Please swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Just about the mic to each of you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How you doing?
I'm well, yourself?
Can't complain. There's water. Please scoot your chair up to the mic. Speak slow and loud, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Dr. Hannah Jarvis. I'm a medical doctor. I am a forensic pathologist, and I work as the Assistant Deputy Chief Medical Examiner at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences here in Houston, which is the medical examiner's office for the county.
And you can tell that's not a Texas accent.
A little bit further east. Yeah, originally from the United Kingdom, born in England.
And when did you come over to the United States?
1999 was when my family emigrated to the United States.
Let's talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to undergrad?
So I trained in the United Kingdom, which is, the system's a little bit different than here in the United States. So went straight from school to medical school. I went to Imperial College London, where I obtained my Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery degree, and Diploma of Associateship of the Imperial College School of Medicine. I also obtained a Bachelor of Science honors degree in pathology. After completion of medical school, I undertook postgraduate surgical training, specifically within the field of orthopedic surgery, and I obtained my Diploma of Membership to the Royal College of Surgeons of England. Once I permanently emigrated to the United States myself, I continued to work within orthopedic surgery for some years, and then moved to New York City, where I entered pathology training in both anatomic pathology and clinical pathology, and completed residency training. I then went to the Office of Chief Medical Examiner of the City of New York.
Oh, just 1 second. Your Honor, if just to make this go faster, we'll stipulate she's an expert in pathology if the state wants to move forward.
Do you want to accept that stipulation?
I will, Judge.
Thank you.
Although I had to ask about the Royal College of Surgeons. That sounds kind of cool.
I think so.
Okay. So how long were you in New York?
I was in New York City for 6 years.
And then you joined the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office when?
I came to Houston straight from New York in July of 2018.
And can you explain to us what your role as this Assistant Deputy Chief at the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office is?
Yes. So being the assistant deputy chief means I have additional administrative and managerial responsibilities, help to supervise other physicians within the office, as well as help make decisions for our office. I'm on call, so I'm able to answer questions, for example, whether we should be bringing in certain cases to our office, so making jurisdictional decisions on behalf of the office.
Can you explain to us what the area of forensic pathology is?
Yes. So to be a forensic pathologist, you must first be a pathologist. Pathology is interested in the study of diseases and injuries and the effect that that has on the human body. A forensic pathologist is somebody who has undertaken specialist training within the field of forensics, which means we are concerned with the investigation of sudden, unexpected, and violent deaths. And one of the tools that I use to help me investigate that is to perform autopsies on people who have passed away. And the goal is to determine how and why that person died.
Now, and when you say how and why, do you determine the cause and manner of death?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain that to the jury so they understand?
Yes, so the cause of death is how that person died. What was the disease or injury process that caused their death? So for example, did somebody die from cancer? Did somebody die from a drug overdose? Did somebody die in a car crash? So what was the cause of their death? Compared to the manner of death, which is the circumstances surrounding the death. And so that can be just natural causes. It can be an accident, such as a car crash. It can be suicide, where somebody ends their own life. A homicide, where somebody else was responsible for somebody else's death, so death at the hands of another person. And sometimes we just don't know, despite a full investigation and autopsy, and another manner of death can be undetermined.
And in fairness, if you rule it a homicide, you just said death at the hands of another. It doesn't mean whether it's a manslaughter or murder or anything of that nature, correct?
That's correct.
It can be, but you're not making that determination.
That's correct.
May I push through the judge? Now, Doctor, in your role as Assistant Deputy Chief, you also supervise other medical examiners. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 66. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And is that kept in the ordinary business of the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences?
Yes, it is.
And was it documented and entered by someone with personal knowledge of what they were doing?
Yes.
And it kept at the exact time, right?
Yes.
And this is a copy of the original that is at the Harris County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, it is.
And are you the supervisor of this and approved this autopsy?
Yes.
I think by agreement, I'd offer State 66. Have your opposing counsel any objections?
No objection.
You said no objection?
Correct, Your Honor. Now, during the course of an autopsy, do you document the autopsy?
Mr. Gordon, I apologize. He said no objection. No, State 66?
Yes.
With no objection, State 66 will be admitted to evidence. I apologize. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, as part of the autopsy, do you document the autopsy with photographs?
Yes, we do. We have forensic photographers who work with us during the time of the autopsy and take photographs under our direction.
And on a typical autopsy, so 100, this would have to be 88 photographs that were taken, right?
That's correct.
And did you, myself, and Mr. Catani meet before your testimony today?
Yes, we did.
And did you go through those photographs?
Yes, I did.
And when it came to picking the photographs, why did you pick the photographs you did?
So the photographs I selected were chosen to try to help assist my description to you as the jury, given that, a photograph is 1,000 words. So I can explain it to you, but it's much easier to, if you can visualize what I'm describing to help you better understand the injuries to the body.
And is kind of the goal also to minimize the number of photographs we need to still get the same point across?
Yes, it is, absolutely.
And did we actively do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you states 67, 69, 70, 71, 74, 75, and 76. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
And were these the photographs that were taken as part of this autopsy?
Yes, they were.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the images of Arlene Alvarez as autopsy was completed?
Yes, they do.
At this time, State Officer 67, 69, 70, 71, 74, 75, and 76, and as the court is aware, I've already attended to opposing counsel. Bring objections. Yes. Just very quickly. Sure. Six, 74, 75, and 76 will be admitted to evidence. 69, 70, and 71 will be admitted to evidence over objection. You may publish. Doctor, can you explain what a unique case number is when it comes to the Harris County Medical Exam results?
Yes, so every person's body who is brought to our office is assigned a unique number. And what that means is there is a number given to that body that will never be repeated either that year or ever again. And so the case number usually starts with M and L, which stands for medico-legal. The next two digits are the year that the autopsy was performed. So the year that that person's body came to the office. And then the last four digits are just it's sequential. So if you happen to be the first person coming to our office, you'll be 0001. And over the course of the year, we typically see between 5,000 and 6,000 bodies who come to our office for examination. And so it will just run sequentially throughout the year, and the number will never be repeated.
And Arlene Alvarez was assigned ML 22-805. Is that right?
That's correct.
And does that mean that she was the 805th autopsy conducted that year?
Yes, that's exactly what that means.
Now, can you tell us her general health and condition that she was in?
Yes, so on the day that Arlene was examined at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences, her body was well preserved, meaning that it wasn't starting to decay or decompose and break down. Aside from the injuries that she sustained, she was otherwise in good health with no underlying medical conditions that were either known about before the autopsy or that were observed as part of the autopsy examination.
Now, can you explain what is considered an identification photo that you take in every autopsy?
Yes. So every person has an identification photograph taken, and that means it's a photograph similar to what we would have on our passports or driving licenses. So a photograph that clearly demonstrates the head and neck area of that person so that we may use it for identification. So for example, if we could show that photograph to that person's family, they may be able to recognize that person in a photograph. So it's for identification purposes.
And in this case, it was State's Exhibit 67, is that right?
That's correct.
And I believe, Doctor, you said the best way to describe injuries for the jury to understand is with photographs. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
May I have the witness step down, Judge?
Okay. Thank you.
You want to add news, just so I can have it.
Whatever you want. Okay, Doctor. Let's look, first of all, it states 69. First of all, did you do anything prior to this photograph before it was photographed?
Yes.
And what is that?
So this is a photograph once she has been cleaned up, meaning any blood staining on her face has been removed, any medical devices such as breathing tubes, neck collars, anything, any medical devices there have been removed. The other thing that has happened is her right eyebrow has been shaved so that we can better see the injury to her face.
Now, that being said, can you explain to the jury what 69 depicts and why that's important?
Yes. So in photograph 69, Arlene's face obviously looking straight at us, we can see on her right eye, there is this red purple discoloration there. It looks like a bruise. Here, this darker red area, right where the eyebrow would have been, that is a gunshot wound. Now, specifically, that is a gunshot entrance wound, meaning that is where the bullet is entering her body.
Now, let's move on to state 70 here. Can you explain to us what that is depicting?
Yes. So this is a closer photograph now, again, looking at her right eye. Again, you see that purple red blood here that's collected on the eyelid, looks like a bruise. It's blood that has tracked down from that gunshot wound onto her eyelid. But right here is a close-up view of the gunshot entrance wound. And you're starting to see here now on this closer view that there is a hole right on where the eyebrow would have been, where the bullet entered the head.
And then on 71, can you explain what we're seeing there?
Yes. So this is an even closer view now of that gunshot entrance wound. And here you really can see this hole here. So it's a defect in the skin where the bullet has punched a hole through the skin as it entered Arlene's head. And around the area here are some scrapes on the skin. So there's the central.
When you say scraping, what do you mean by that?
So scraping on the skin, it's a type of blunt force injury where there's a force being applied to the skin, much the same as I'm sure we've all scraped our knees or elbows on something. That's called an abrasion. And so that can happen exactly in this situation as a bullet is entering the body. It's also scraping on the skin as it enters.
Now, can you explain to us what pseudo-stippling is?
Yes. So when we talk about stippling, we're either talking about gunpowder stippling or something called pseudo-stippling when we're referring to these photographs.
So let me start there. And I know you don't have it here, but as a distinction, you said gunpowder stippling. What would that be?
Yes. So when a gun is fired, it's not just the bullet that is coming out from that muzzle. There's actually gunpowder particles and soot. And so the gunpowder particles, depending on how close the muzzle of the gun is to the skin, they actually can travel to the skin and scrape the skin. And that's usually about 2 to 3 feet away. So anything further than that, the gunpowder particles can't travel that far. But within about 2 to 3 feet, depending on the gun and ammunition, you can get some of these gunpowder particles that come out with the bullet, and they're unburnt gunpowder particles. And they will strike the skin and cause tiny little scrapes. And they look like small red dots, and they surround a gunshot entrance wound. And that is what is gunpowder stippling. It's caused by those unburnt gunpowder particles striking the skin.
So in a different type of case, that would show that the firearm was close to the body or the person when they were shot.
That's correct.
Now, the pseudo-stippling, what is that in comparison?
So when we talk about pseudo-stippling, that's telling us that something is mimicking it. Something is mimicking gunpowder stippling. Something that I see on the skin that could look similar to gunpowder stippling, but it's not caused by gunpowder particles. Something else came with that bullet and struck the skin, causing scrapes. And that can be anything if the bullet passed through glass, if the bullet passed through wood, like a door or something, it will just take those particles of glass or wood or metal or whatever it might be along with it towards that person. And it will also scrape the skin and cause injury, but it will not look the same. It can look very similar sometimes, and sometimes we will see embedded particles of glass or metal in the skin too, but it's not gunpowder that's causing it, it's something else. That's why we call it pseudo-stippling, because it's mimicking it, but it's caused by something very different.
So hypothetically, if the bullet went through a door and shattered some glass, and that glass shattered, that would be consistent with what you're seeing.
That's absolutely correct.
However, there's some time elapsed, including medical care. So did you see any glass or anything of that nature when you're doing the autopsy?
No, none was documented.
Okay. So now let's move on to 74, because I believe you thought that this x-ray was the best way to describe what is happening once the bullet enters the body. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you explain what you're seeing there?
Yes. So this is a radiograph. It's basically an image that is taken with x-ray. So much the same, if any of you who have been to have chest x-rays or arms or ankles x-ray, this is exactly the same thing. In all individuals who have sustained gunshot wounds, before the autopsy is performed, a full body x-ray is taken so we can produce radiographs of the whole body. What that allows me to do is try to identify if there are any bullets inside the person's body still, and also to look for injuries, bones, things like that, that the bullets may have passed through. And so that's why we take the x-rays. And what you can see here, this is an x-ray of Arlene's skull and neck. And she's facing in this image here towards the back of the courtroom here. So you're looking at the back of the head here, and this is her face, and you can just see some teeth here. This bright white object here at the back of her head is a bullet. You can also see here some other white dots, and that was where after we see the bullet entering on the skin here, right underneath there's this hard ridge on your eyebrow. The bullet actually punched a hole through that bone and actually started to fragment a little bit, meaning that some pieces of the bullet came off. And that's what we see here towards the front of her head, where some of these bullet fragments have come off.
And so since it's so small, I'm going to show the jury a little
Okay.
closer. If that's okay. And we're talking about the front here, right?
That's correct.
Judge, just for purposes of the record, I just want to note that the prosecutor has the poster board that has the photographs, and he's standing along the bar of the jury box. Thank you, Judge.
So doctor, can you tell us what happens when that bullet entered the head?
Yes. And so as we can see here, it goes right through that region of the right eyebrow. And as I showed you on the skull, it's punching a hole through that front part of the skull. Now, inside our skull, that's where our brain is. The bullet then formed a track through both sides of her brain. So it continued all the way to the back of her skull. So it's traveling from the front of her head towards the back, and from the right side of her body towards the left side of her body. And so in doing so on that trajectory, it's passing through both sides of her brain and injuring both sides of her brain. And then it got stuck here, as we see it on this radiograph, at the back of her head.
And so what, the areas of the brain that it affected, what areas were those responsible for?
And so there's different parts of the brain. The brain is divided into right side and the left side. And the part that sits on the upper part of the skull are where the cerebral hemispheres are. And that controls a lot of functions, everything from what I'm doing right now, moving my arms and legs. At the back of the head, there's where our visual cortex is. So it's responsible for most of our day-to-day functions in terms of movement, memory, speech, swallowing, things like that. So very critical areas of the brain.
Have a seat.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Now, as part of the autopsy, do you look at the medical records associated with the deceased if they were in the hospital?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
So what is your understanding of what happened between February 14th and February 15th?
So during that time, Arlene was in the hospital with a breathing tube. She was no longer able to breathe on her own. And during that time, the doctors taking care of her are trying to resuscitate her, revive her, to see if there is any chance of any type of survival, whether she needs any type of surgery, or if there's anything that they can do to help give her a meaningful recovery from this injury that she sustained.
And for lay people such as ourselves, is that basically on life support temporarily?
That's correct.
And then what happened in the afternoon of February 15th?
Yes, so on February 15th, which was one day, the following day after she had sustained that injury, it was determined that she was no longer alive, meaning that she was brain dead from this injury. She was not able to recover from this injury to her brain.
And did she pass away on that day?
Yes, she did.
So, and doctor, is a firearm a deadly weapon?
Yes.
And what was the determination of the cause of death?
That Arlene died from a penetrating gunshot wound of her head.
And what was the manner?
Homicide.
I pass the judge.
First,
No question.
next witness, please excuse.
Yes, please, Judge.
Thank you. Continue.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
And we did appreciate the accent.
Oh, thank you.
Is the jury okay or on this one? Next witness, please.
The state calls Mr. Matos Perez.
This witness hasn't been sworn in?
I swear.
Next up, that's nice to meet you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you do me a favor, speak loud, roll closer to the mic, speak slowly. If Ms. Wiltshire, the court reporter, is staring at you, that's her way of saying you're speaking too fast.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Jose Matos Perez. I'm a crime scene investigator with the Houston Forensic Science Center.
Mr. Matos Perez, before we get into your roles with the Houston Forensic Science Center, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm currently employed with the Houston Forensic Science Center for around 8 years. I've been doing crime scenes since 2004. I have 14 years of crime scene experience from the Institute of Forensic Sciences of Puerto Rico, and then the other 8 years from the Houston Forensic Science Center.
While you were in the Forensic Science Center in Puerto Rico, was your role there different than the role that you currently have?
They are pretty much the same, and the basics and fundamentals from crime scene processing are the same. Even our accreditations are the same.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yes, the accreditations, we're with ANAP, is the same accreditation as the Houston Forensic Science Centers.
So what difference, if any, did you have there in that role, in that capacity that you do here?
The language.
Okay.
And the documenting process, our report form is a little bit different, but everything, that's it.
Were you a peace officer there?
We were sworn here with the crime scene unit. It's been detached and it's been civilized.
So although you were a peace officer in the capacity sworn in Puerto Rico, yes, that's not the case here.
No, and that's a movement that here in the state is going to, trying to take the aspects of the forensic investigation from the deputized for more a civilian aspect.
So in Puerto Rico, part of your duties would have been investigations and rendering opinions.
And yes, and documenting.
And then here at the Houston Forensic Science Center, what's the extent of your work?
So here we are only documenting our scope, and we're only signing off to do just like technical work on the forensic part of the investigation.
So walk us through your day-to-day duties when it comes to being a crime scene investigator.
So we have 3 shifts: the morning shift, the evening shift, and the night shift. Basically, every shift has a supervisor that has the phone, and that's the on-call number the investigators call to get us assigned any crime scene that needs to be processed.
So when you're being dispatched to these scenes, are you being dispatched by yourself? Is more than one person going out? Explain to us how that works.
So everything is dependent to the availability of the shift and how many personnel we have. And it's going to be a day-by-day basis. And then the supervisor is the one that gets the call, and he's the one that gets us dispatch.
And so let's talk about specifically when you arrive on scene and you're documenting, how exactly are you documenting the scene?
So we have a very specific SOP, our standard operating procedure, and that's one of the reasons we are accredited, is just to standardize all our processes. So basically we have to start making overall pictures just to show the size of the scene, possible entries and exits, and then go from the bigger aspect just back and narrow it down. And also do mid-range just to show the relationship of the evidence between themselves on scenes, and then close-ups. And then we got another, if we're 2, we have an assist that is the one providing the sketching.
As part of your SOPs, are you allowed to provide opinions or engage in hypotheticals?
No, sir.
So as part of your SOPs in documenting the scene, would it be fair to say it's photographing and collecting physical evidence?
Only documentation and collecting evidence, that is correct.
Oftentimes, after you've completed your documentation, submitted your case file, do crime scene reconstructionists obtain those items?
That is correct.
Crime scene reconstructionists would do things like trajectory.
Object to the leading form of the questions, Your Honor.
I can rephrase, Judge.
Just rephrase, that was one thing.
Absolutely. Are you allowed to do trajectory?
We are not allowed to do trajectory. Our job is only the documental part of the forensic investigation, just documenting and collecting evidence, just the technical aspect of the crime scene.
So when you arrive on scene, which people are you making contact with?
It's all everything's dependent on the scene. Sometimes we're there and the homicide investigator or any detective, they're not there. And we ask the primary officer. And if the detective's there, we'll just talk to the detective.
Are you arriving on scene and reviewing surveillance video?
No. We are, sometimes if the investigator requests it, we take the DVR out and submit it to the multimedia division, and they're the ones doing all the extraction.
So a digital forensic investigator would be the person to best testify to videos.
Yes, because there's the one doing the extractions. The only thing that we can do is just collect the DVR itself and then just submitting it to the examiner.
As part of the Houston Forensic Science Center SOPs, is each case or scene given a unique number?
That is correct.
I want to turn your attention to Houston Forensic Science Center case number 2022-01966. Are you familiar with that case?
That is correct.
On February 14th of 2022, where were you dispatched or sent to?
I was dispatched to the 2900 block of Woodridge Drive. And whenever I got there, I contact Investigator Farrell. And at the time that we get, sometimes we just get really slight preliminary information. So the only thing that the information was provided is just like a 9-year-old got shot during a robbery.
So the only information you have is that a 9-year-old was shot during a robbery.
That's correct.
You don't know how many times.
No.
You don't know how many times the person shot.
No.
You don't know if more than one person shot.
That's
I would object, Your Honor, to the leading form of the question. If you could ask the question and let him answer them in the narrative.
With respect to leading, it's going to be sustained. I just don't talk about it first.
Are you aware of whether or not only one person shot or two people shot?
At that time of the scene processing, we didn't.
Are you aware of how many times a person may have shot?
No.
So are you aware of how many cartridge cases you're looking for?
No.
As part of your SOPs, are you investigating the scene or just documenting it and then relaying that information, collecting it?
We're documenting the evidence and collecting evidence.
Did you document that scene?
That is correct.
How did you document that scene?
On this scene, I was the primary investigator, so I was in charge of doing the photographs and the evidence collection. And then we have also my partner, Amir Mitchell, that was, his duties was to do the sketch.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 18 through 56 and 58. Take a moment and review those.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize them?
Those are the pictures that I took of the night of the scene.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 16. Take a look at it. Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay, how do you recognize it?
It has the case number that is attached to the scene that I processed. It has the name of A. Mitchell. That was my partner on scene.
And you were there while he created this, or
That
at
is-
least took these measurements?
That is correct.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit number 16, State's Exhibit number 18 through 56, and then State's Exhibit number 58 to opposing counsel offer into evidence.
Madam Woman, Your Honor.
And while he's reviewing that, may I ask the witness another question, Your Honor?
No, hold on, let him review it first.
I would object to that.
I do appreciate your efficiency, though.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, may I take the witness off our ear for a moment regarding these exhibits? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I thought you were my short.
I'm sorry. Mr. Mentos, just a couple questions. There's a lot of pictures here, and they reflect different degrees of lighting out there. So I just have a couple questions, just clarification. Do you use artificial lighting when you're taking these pictures? at
No.
night? Okay. Is there a flash on the camera?
So no.
I mean, some of the pictures appear to look differently. May I approach, Your Honor? You may. And I just want to have a better understanding of it,
Yes, sir.
okay? Do you adjust the aperture on your camera at all?
Not only the aperture, the exposure time, and the shutter speed.
That's what I'm getting at. So basically, if some of these pictures appear lighter or darker than one another, it's because you have the ability to adjust your camera accordingly.
Yes, sir.
And what's the purpose of that? Is that so that you can capture maybe finer details or something that might not be visible?
Yeah, can I explain real quick?
Yeah, I want you to.
So
I want to understand.
there are multiple ways that the camera operates. The main three important settings are going to be your aperture priority, your shutter speed, and your ISO. ISO is basically telling the camera how sensible I want you to be for light. So that's one of the ways we can set up the camera. And also just think of a night. The camera is only trying to capture light just to create that image. So I can tell the camera, well, you got a shutter speed that is gonna, when I press the button to take the picture, it's gonna open and close real fast. I can tell the camera, I want you to open and close slower. That way we are getting more light into it. That's going to be your shutter speed. That's how you control more light, especially on darker scenes. That's how I just try to adjust it. There are multiple ways. People use flash. I don't like to use flash because you tend to get a little more overexposed, and then you have more issues controlling the light. So I just adjust my sensors and my shutter speed.
How do you determine, for example, how, if you want a picture to accurately reflect a person's eyesight, in other words, what they're really seeing out there, how do you do that?
It's really hard in cameras.
Can't do it, can you?
That is correct.
Okay. So as far as what Mr. Earls, for example, would have seen that night going on, you'd agree with me that these photographs wouldn't accurately reflect light-wise what he's seeing, right?
That is correct. The purpose is just to document the scene, just to try to show how the scene was. Lighting, if it's dark, I'm defeating the purpose of just showing the pictures.
No way of really doing that, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's just, these pictures just document the location of different items.
That is correct.
Oh, as to 616, I just want to make sure this was done by your partner, right?
That is correct.
Is he still with the agency?
He's no longer employed with the agency.
Okay, he's no longer employed. But you were present while he did it. Do you walk the scene together while he's doing this? And I'm only asking because I'm assuming he may not be testifying.
No, I understand. That's one of the reasons we have an SOP. Is just everything is standardized. So since I was there, I know what the procedures are, so I can testify to what he did.
Okay, so if I ask some questions later about it, you're going to answer them for me, not tell me you don't know if someone else did it.
That is correct.
Okay, with that being the case, then I have no problems. No objections, Your Honor.
With no objection, trade, states 16, 18 through 56, and 58 will be admitted to evidence. It's 11 o'clock. This is the normal time before you get too deep into it. I don't want to stop your questioning in the middle of it.
No problem. Take care of court business.
Let's take a 10-15 minute break, please.
All right, adjourned.
So my goal is to stop around 12:30-ish or when it's over. And then we go to lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, Judge, the state would offer states exhibit number 57.
That says no objections, Your Honor.
With no objection, state 57 will be admitted to evidence and published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Matos Perez, prior to the break testimony, we talked about some of these photos, and I think Mr. Also himself asked you about the lighting in the photos.
That's correct.
As a crime scene unit investigator with the Houston Forensic Science Center, are you trying to recreate the conditions of the crime scene as it occurred during the crime?
We're trying to document the scene, and we try to be as accurate as possible, but sometimes the nature of the scene doesn't allow us to just do that. The scene was dark. If I try to take dark pictures, I will not try to depict how the scene was. I'm trying to just show how the scene was when we got there, but I need some lighting to show that in my pictures.
Would it be better suited for a crime scene reconstruction expert to take those kinds of photos?
That is correct.
Let's go through some of these photos. I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 18. What do we see here?
That's an overall picture of the entrance of the Chase Bank.
So walk us through the difference between an orientation photo, a mid-range photo, and a close-up photo.
Overall, basically I'm trying to show how the scene was, the size of the scene, and the possible entries and exits to and from the scene. My mid-ranges, I'm trying to show kind of like closer area of the scene and also trying with my evidence markers, trying to show the relationship or the location of the scene with the evidence and the relationship within themselves. And close-up is just basically just a close-up of the evidence item that I'm trying to show.
State's exhibit number 19.
That's a picture of the entrance of the Chase Bank.
State's exhibit number 20.
That's another picture of the lanes of the Chase Bank.
State's exhibit number 21.
Basically the same picture, but just showing the Chase logo on top.
State's exhibit number 23.
Just a close-up of lane 14.
Okay, and why just lane 14?
Because after we start searching, that's where the evidence we found was located.
And so this was after an initial search?
That is correct.
It wasn't after watching surveillance video?
No.
State's exhibit number 24. What are we seeing here?
That's a mid-range picture of evidence marker 1.
Okay, so when you first arrived at the scene, do you lay down evidence markers or take photos?
We take photos. Before we even touch or trying to put anything on scene, we document how the scene was when we arrived. So this is after my overall pictures.
When you say evidence marker, what is that?
It's going to be like a little placard you see in the, can I circle?
No.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
that screen's there.
Okay, so
Is
it's
it
just,
what I'm pointing at right here?
that's, we put that after the fact that we take my overall pictures just to show where the evidence, one of the evidence items I located.
State's exhibit number 25. What do we see here?
That is a main mid-range picture of the shoulder relationship between evidence markers 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, in State's exhibit number 26, we have a close-up here, but what are the blue gloves?
That was something that whenever we were there, that were just placed there.
So before you arrived, the blue gloves are there.
That is correct.
And your job, because you're just a crime scene investigator, is to just document the scene.
I'm just documenting what I saw.
You don't know what happened on video.
No.
You don't-
All right, hold on, I'm gonna object if you lead them. I'm gonna object leading, Your Honor.
Please only the witness at the scene.
You don't, do you know who put those gloves there?
No.
What about State's exhibit number 27?
It's a picture heading west of lane 14.
State's exhibit number 28?
It's another picture just trying to show another possible entry or exit to the Chase lanes,
State's exhibit number 29?
showing the exit or entry of the Chase Bank.
What about State's exhibit number 30?
That's a mid-range picture showing a couple of evidence markers right there.
Is that evidence markers 5, 6, 7, and 8?
I cannot see clearly, but I'm pretty sure that those are the ones.
State's exhibit number 31. What do we see here?
It's just the same picture, a different angle of the evidence markers.
State's exhibit number 33.
That's a picture of almost the eastbound lane and where some of the debris was located in relationship to the Chase Bank.
State's exhibit number 34.
That's a picture of showing the eastbound and westbound lanes, showing the debris that was found with the Ford F-150 that was on scene.
What about State's exhibit number 35?
That's a picture showing the debris that was found on the eastbound lane.
Now I want to show you State's exhibit number 37. In the background of State's Exhibit number 37, we see a yellow string that passes through the middle of the street. What is that?
That's gonna be our, like the crime scene tape that the patrol put on the scene.
In relation to the crime scene tape that patrol put around the scene, how far towards the tape or past the tape are you searching for physical evidence?
I'm searching, and this is my method. I try to search 100 feet outside the crime scene tape before I go in, just in case we need to expand the crime scene tape.
State's Exhibit number 39, what are you attempting to capture?
The picture on the license plate of the Ford F-150.
State's Exhibit number 40, is that just a close-up?
That is correct.
State's Exhibit number 42. What do we see here?
That is a side picture of the Ford F-150.
When you arrived on scene, were the front windows up or down?
Everything was as is. They were up.
Do you know who rolled the windows up or down?
I do not know.
Were you present when the offense occurred?
No.
State's Exhibit number 47. And then the close-up, State's Exhibit number 48. What are you attempting to capture in State's Exhibit number 48 and State's Exhibit number 47?
Trying to show the possible bullet defect that what I observed on the Ford F-150.
Okay, interesting word you used there, possible bullet defect. But why did you label it as a possible bullet defect?
I am not a certified analyst on trajectory, so everything that I collect is going to be possible because we have to do further testing just to confirm or deny it is a possible bullet. It is a bullet defect.
So further investigation by a crime scene reconstruction expert?
That is correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 45. What do we see here?
There's another side of the Ford F-150.
You see something, appears to be a liquid under State's Exhibit, the truck in State's Exhibit number 45. What is that?
Correct. I'm not allowed to make any determinations. I can say that for a fact it's liquid that is underneath the Ford F-150. But since I didn't take any samples, I cannot make any determination because I'm not a chemist. I cannot say what type of liquid it is.
So your SOPs actually prevent you from rendering an opinion about what that liquid substance is.
That is correct.
Let's go back to State's Exhibit number 24. That was the mid-range or overall shot of State's of evidence marker number 1 that we see here in State's Exhibit 50.
Yes, that's a close-up picture.
What does that look like?
It's a cartridge case.
State Exhibit number 51. What are we looking at?
Another mid-range pictures of evidence markers 2, 3, and 4.
State's Exhibit number 52.
It's a close-up picture of a cartridge case with the evidence marker 2.
State's Exhibit number 53.
It's a close-up picture of a cartridge case with the evidence marker 3.
State's Exhibit number 54.
It's a close-up picture of a cartridge case with the evidence marker 4.
State's Exhibit number 55. What are we looking at here?
That is a close-up picture of a projectile marked with the evidence marker 5.
State's Exhibit number 29, is that an orientation as to where 5, 6, 7, and 8 were located?
That is correct.
So in this area that's captured in State's Exhibit number 29 is where you located State's Exhibit number 55 in the image captured in there.
Yes, that is correct.
And same thing with evidence markers 6, 7, and 8. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And here's a little bit of a closer view in State's Exhibit number 30. What do we see?
It's a mid-range picture of evidence markers 5, 6, 7, and 8.
State's Exhibit number 56. What do we see there?
It's a cartridge case and a close-up picture with the evidence marker 6.
So evidence marker number 6 is a cartridge casing that's located in the driveway depicted in State's Exhibit number 30. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
What we see here in State's Exhibit number 56, the evidence marker number 6, is its location in the driveway as captured in State's Exhibit number 30.
That is correct.
What about State's Exhibit number 57? What do we see a set of keys in State's Exhibit number 57?
Yes, we see a set of keys.
In the driveway area where we were just looking.
That is correct.
And it might be difficult here. What's the make and model of the keys?
Appears to have the BMW logo.
What about evidence marker number 8, also located in the driveway? What's that?
That's a cell phone.
So in total, how many cartridge casings did you locate at the scene?
I look at it 5 cartridge cases, 1 through 4, and if I'm not mistaken, 6, and 5 being a projectile.
So previously you testified that as it pertains, and we're looking at State's Exhibit number 46, that crime scene tape we see here on the right side of State's Exhibit number 46. Did you search in that area for physical evidence?
Yeah, we actually, we divide my partner and I, and for example, we usually use a linear pattern. I will search the westbound lane, we'll search the eastbound lane, we'll try to go in par, just like walking a straight line.
Did you locate any spent cartridge casings between what you documented and around that tape?
No.
And that would include the sidewalk that's running near the chase?
That's correct.
To be fair, you only located 5 cartridge casings near the ATM, is that correct?
That is correct.
Does that mean that you may have missed some at the sidewalk or the ATM?
Your Honor, I call for speculation.
If he knows the answer to the question, can I answer it?
And this is really typical, and that's one of the things also it's also done. If the investigator needs to go the next day, we have also gone and just do a search in daylight because we're looking for literally the cartridge cases are 9 millimeters. We're looking at evidence the size of a diameter of 9 millimeters in thousands of square feet of scene. So it's likely that something can get missed.
For example, additional cartridge casings?
That's correct.
And did you collect the physical evidence that we just reviewed photos of?
That is correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm just showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 59, 60, 61, 62, 64, as well as 63. Do you recognize those items?
That is correct.
And how do you recognize them?
First of all, can I borrow this?
Of course.
This is the envelope I prepared on scene as the green evidence tape that's only used for the crime scene unit, and as my initials and the dates. So this is the first initial. Now the correct case number, and then here has the case number and the evidence marker of the evidence I collected.
Are they, to your knowledge, are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
They are.
And to be clear, each one of these exhibits states 61 through 64, 60 through 64, have your initials, the dates, the case numbers, and all the information relating to this case.
That's correct.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer states exhibits 60 through 64.
I don't have any objections.
No objection made, 60 to 64 of the evidence in the office.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in state's exhibit number 56, we see EM6. And where did you locate that cartridge casing?
If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be on the outside on one of the entrances of the Chase Bank or exits.
And then in state's exhibit number 64, did you actually note the evidence marker that the cartridge casing was collected from?
That is correct.
And did you do the same for every one of the other evidence markers and the cartridge casing or projectile that you collected?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
So, yes, I guess I could say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Santos Perez, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking, sir.
I have a couple of questions. I don't think we've ever met, have we?
We haven't had the pleasure.
You're a pretty straight down the middle kind of guy. You tell it like it is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, as a matter of fact, I think your training manuals tell you that you're not supposed to have any bias either way.
That's correct.
They don't refer to you as an evidence collector. Your title is crime scene investigator, right?
That is correct.
And you are a licensed crime scene investigator, correct?
I am certified by the Houston Forensic Science Center as a crime scene investigator.
Great. As a matter of fact, I think my notes reflect not only that, but you've been doing crime scene work since 2004?
Yes.
What, 21
years.
21 years, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, give or take, okay? I know there's standard operating procedures, and I want to go over some of those things, but first off, I need the jury to understand, you're not just showing up and walking around willy-nilly, like seeing if you see anything, right?
No.
Okay. You get out there that day, and you have available to you limited information, correct?
That is correct.
I mean, I think you know that there was a shooting of some type, right?
That is correct.
And I think you refer in your report, you knew something about a theft having occurred in an ATM, right?
A robbery was, a robbery.
Well, I'm gonna get, eventually you found out that it was a robbery, right?
No, whenever we got there, we interview either the primary patrol unit or the detective.
I'm sorry?
Whenever we go there, we ask whatever information is available at that time.
And let's, you know what, let's look at the defense, States Exhibit 23, right? That picture has two people standing there.
Yes, sir.
And so can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who these people are?
They're personnel with the Houston Police Department.
One of them is Detective Farrell, isn't he?
That's correct.
Lead detective in this case, right?
That's correct.
He is the guy who's out there, and you work these crime scenes routinely hand in hand with the homicide division, correct?
Sometimes they're not present, but yes.
Well, let's talk about February 14th, 2022. We know he's present because he's in your,
In my pictures.
yeah, and he's actually even pointing, right, to something or talking, it appears, right?
Yes,
Do you know who the guy is on the right?
I do not know.
Okay. So you have the benefit when you're out there of having a homicide detective assisting you in determining what it is you need to collect. Isn't that true?
It's hard to answer a premise that is partially correct. So I cannot categorically say yes or no.
Well, just hypothetical. For example, in this case, somebody told you to go over to the truck and shoot a picture of what appeared to be a bullet hole, right?
No, negative.
You just did that on your own.
That's part of SOP and that's part when we search. Sometimes whenever we go there, we have limited information.
You gotta bear with me. I watch a lot of TV, so you're saying there's no interaction between you and the lead detective?
I didn't say that.
We don't speak over each other, Mr. Also.
Okay.
I didn't say that there's no interaction. What I said is like the interaction that we have is based on what information we have at the time of we arrive at the scene.
What time did you arrive?
Around 10:56 p.m.
Were there still uniformed officers out there holding the scene?
They always have to be there while we process the scene.
I know the truck's there. Was the dad still there?
No,
Okay. How do you know that?
because there were no civilians inside the scene.
Okay. In evidence is a video of the dad
Ma'am, I don't
walking.
allow cameras in the courtroom. Good. You may continue, Mr.
I'm
Also.
sorry. In evidence, already the jury saw it. There's a body-worn camera of an officer walking, the little girl's dad is walking him through what happened. And he shows that officer where, he believes Mr. Earl was standing at the time he fired at their vehicle. Did anybody talk to you about that?
The only information that I got when I got to the scene was like a 9-year-old got shot during a robbery. That was the information that I got when I got to the scene.
Okay. And obviously you were looking for evidence from, for example, what we see in this picture, and the scene went all the way to the truck, right?
And past the entrance, so yes.
Yeah. Well, in other words, if you don't know how the shooting went down, and you have a truck with a what appears to be a bullet hole in it, then obviously you are going to work your way back. You know there's shell casings near the ATM, correct?
Correct.
And you know you have a truck that stopped a ways away, okay, with a alleged bullet hole in it. We'll say that for now because that's all you know it to be. So obviously, if you're going to do your job correctly, you're going to walk between the truck and the location and look for evidence, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I think there's photographs where you see a lot of stuff on the ground and you shoot pictures, right?
Correct.
Okay. So here's what you would have to agree with me in your defense. When you get there, you don't know how the robbery went down, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much time elapsed, right?
Correct.
Between the robbery and the shooting, right?
Correct.
And you don't know how many people were involved in the robbery, how many suspects committed the robbery, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information about the path that the robber would have run after holding Mr. Earls up at gunpoint and his wife and took off. We know that from the video, but you don't have that information available to you.
Correct.
And so it's safe to say no one, without that knowledge, none of the detectives or anybody else ever directed you to I think we can use State's Exhibit 34 as an example. then clearly, I'm gonna go like this and see if it works. Back here, okay, towards, along here, no one directed you to look over there for any spent bullets, cores, fragments, or shell casings, correct?
That question actually the DA asked, and I told them that we search 100 feet outside the tape, and then inside the tape we do a linear pattern. So yes, actually the area was searched.
And that's because no one was out there telling you to provide you with more information and asking you, none of those detectives were asking you to look over there, right?
Even if they told me that the scene was in the Chase Bank, I'm gonna search the scene.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Even in the information at that time, we work with preliminary information. So even if they said this is what occurred, we're gonna still search the scene.
Okay. Before I get ahead of myself, I want to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 2. Between there, approach the witness from.
Yes, sir.
You recognize these, I'm sure they. We talked, before I show them to you, we talked about aperture and speed and everything and how it can impact light, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is only for the purpose of letting the jury really see it firsthand. So you reckon.
Yes.
And that's a picture you took, right? So you recognize it?
Yes.
And that's 3, correct? Defense exhibit number 3.
Yes.
And they both accurately reflect how you saw it that night when you took the different pictures.
Yes.
And I guess it appears that the aperture is different, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Give me a moment. I have to go over here and show it to counsel, and then I'll let the record reflect, Your Honor, that I'm tendering to opposing counsel defense exhibit number 2 and 3.
If these are photos that Mr. Matos Perez took, Judge, we have absolutely no objection.
With no objection made, that's 2 and 3 were admitted to evidence and made public.
Thank you. So, Mr. Matos Perez, in furtherance of kind of clarifying for the jury or actually giving them a firsthand opportunity to see how aperture does affect the lighting, okay? Let's first look at, let's go down. Yeah, thank you. So in this picture, okay, you took this picture, right?
Correct.
You chose an appropriate or what you thought to be the aperture that you wanted to use at that time, right?
Correct.
Now, you'd agree with me that defense exhibit number 3, and I can't get them both together, but you'd agree with me that in this particular instance, past the edge of the bank here, the wall appears to be dark, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then when you compare it to defense exhibit number 3, you'd agree with me that looking at that now, there's a much lighter, it appears to be that same image appears to be lighter to the side of the bank, correct?
Correct.
And I show this to you simply to provide the distinction that can be affected, again, with photography, right?
Correct.
Do you have to take any formal training in photography?
We have to take formal training in photography, and we have to get signed off on forensic photography.
And what type of camera are you using?
For that one, it was a Nikon 7000.
It's a nice camera, isn't it?
A little bit dated for the time, but yes, really nice at that time.
Is that your camera or is that officially the
It's
units?
it's the Houston Forensic Science Center equipment.
You get to take it home with you?
No.
Can't take any family?
I'm gonna object, Judge. This is not realistic.
Just asking.
Good luck, sir.
I'll move on, Your
We
Honor.
will take nice birthday pictures, but no, I can't.
Okay. You know, I mean, some people get company cars. I mean, curious if you get-
Sadly, this is not the case.
Let's go forward.
Let me show you. Mike before. And I know you shot a lot of different angles. If I may approach you on it, Mr. Matos Perez, you recognize this exhibit, Defense Exhibit 4. And again, really it's for the purpose of lighting and kind of showing things. You know, hold on, keep that door, look at that.
Yes,
for
sir.
a moment, will you? While I'm coming back up there, how many pictures did you take totally that night?
I will have to refer to my report for that.
Would you, how about if I help you? I think you took 80, right?
Could be,
Do you have
yes.
your report with you?
Yeah, yes.
You want to, can we just agree you took probably 80?
Yes, yes.
That's pretty routine,
Mhm,
right?
that's correct.
No curveballs here. I just want to make sure you had a good understanding and walked all around the area there. So when I show you the defense 5, 6. Let me start with 4 first. You took that picture, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you're familiar with it. It accurately depicts how it appeared that very night, except for however your camera
The
adjusted the
settings.
light. Okay. So I'm going to show this to opposing counsel and move for the introduction. It's of defendant's exhibit number 4, Your Honor.
Again, if this was a picture that Mr. Matos Perez took, no objection to the state judge.
No objection made. Defense number 4 will be admitted into evidence from this court.
Just show that. So you'd agree with me that what this photograph shows is a perspective from just further down the street, okay? Would you agree with me that that's what you were trying to show?
Correct.
Okay, no problem. Now, I'm gonna show you defense 5 and 6. And I'll tell you up front, you didn't take these pictures, okay? So I'm not misleading anybody. All I want you to do is ask you if you recognize, first of all, they're daytime photos, right? So they're not going to reflect and and I'm not in any sense of imagination trying to argue that they reflect that. But what I'm more curious about is that the sign that was there that night?
Looks like it.
Okay. And the trees, and I think as a matter of fact, I can bring your photographs up if you need them to compare.
I remember, yes.
Okay. So these accurately show the signs and the trees
Yes.
that were out at the Chase Bank. Okay. Let me show this to you, opposing counsel, see what they think. 5 and 6. He didn't take them.
What do you think?
What I think about defenses 5 and 6 daytime photos? No objection to daytime photos, Judge.
There's no objection made. Defenses 5 and 6 will be admitted into evidence.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So let me ask you this question. I'm going to publish this. And what I want to know is, I know you didn't do the diagram, but for example, okay, you'd agree with me that this picture clearly was taken with my back towards the ATM, right? Looking down the street at the sign?
Looks like it.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that there's areas behind the signs and the trees that you can't see in this photograph, right?
Correct.
Because the sign and the trees.
Oh, you want to hear from me, Vanessa? Oh, anytime you want me to talk, I'll talk, boo. Like, I just be quiet because I be thinking we be trying to listen to the testimony and I'll be wanting to cut in. But, yeah, I will stop this. So what I am understanding so far from this is I'm trying to figure out how they gonna say it was 10 shots and we only got 5 cases. That's important to me. That's my first thing. And I think that the defense is doing a good job in regards to what questions they can ask this, technician. And I think that's why they started off with his title, right? So that's going to be because he, did the detectives direct you in a certain direction? And I noticed how the prosecution at the end, I don't know if y'all heard this, they tried to allude like, hey, you could have missed some shell casings. Well, no, you should have missed any shell casings, because if you did, then that means that y'all didn't do the scene correctly. And if that's possible, then how we know the other guy didn't shoot back? So those are the things that are sticking out to me right now in regards to this testimony that we're getting currently. I mean, with the ME, they really couldn't do much with it, but yeah, so we will definitely see what else he testifies. Yeah, I think that's very important. Yeah, I think it's very important in regards to this case and how it's set up. And what, if hopefully if the jury, continues to remember it, because yeah, it's been presented like it was 10 shots. That's what I would like everybody to know. But we don't have that many shell casings. Yeah, it's very good. I don't know. I have no clue. And I don't know where they got the information for the 10 shots. I'm assuming that we have some recording out here that has some sound to it. So maybe that's where they getting the 10 shots, because y'all know in the prosecution's opening statements, they kind of like said 1, 2, 3, right? And we seen those shots when he was right there at the Chase ATM and he got out the car and you could see the sparks. I don't know where they got the rest of them at, but we'll see. I'm gonna take us back in. Yeah, but Vanessa, whenever you want me to talk, just put it in the chat, girl, and I will stop this feed because they ain't talk about nothing. No, I'm just playing. They are talking about something. It's very important to what the juror's decision will be. But I would be more than happy to sit up here and talk. All right, guys, let me take us back in.
They block my sight line, don't they?
In this picture, yes.
Okay. Now, did you or Mr. Mitchell, who did the diagram that night, did you get the dimensions of that sign?
I will have to see Amir Mitchell's sketch.
Yeah, let's look at Mitchell's sketch, okay? Let's do that. Here it is. This guy here, here's his sketch. You'd agree with me. He doesn't even put the obstacles. He doesn't even put any of the fixed environmental factors into the sketch, right?
That's not the purpose of the sketch, but
I'm sorry?
That's not the purpose of the sketch. The purpose of the sketch is just to document where the evidence is.
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way, okay? They're prosecuting my client for the offense.
Judge, I'm gonna object argumentative.
Let me see where your question, ask your question.
I mean, I was just gonna say, certainly, let me put it this way, okay? If you're going to judge a person on what they saw on a night in question, what they perceived, then certainly it would be relevant to know if they could even see through the sign in the trees.
Objection argumentative, objection to the fact that he said he can't answer hypotheticals.
He's an expert. He is a crime scene investigator.
If he can answer the question, you can answer the question. Can you answer that question? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
I mean,
But I need to explain.
Well, hold on a second.
Yes, sir.
Ask a question, Mr. Olson.
I'm going to ask you, Judge. I want to give him a hypothetical because he is a crime scene investigator, So for example, if I'm down here, see me over here? Or over here?
Yes, sir.
And if there was a sign, a couple trees, some leaves, you with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would it be significant to identify the items blocking my view?
That's why I will document that in my pictures.
Okay, but Mitchell didn't diagram them, correct?
Because that's not the purpose of the diagram. So yes, he didn't measure it. The purpose of
No one measured the circumference of the trees, nor did you guys measure the sign, right?
because yes, it wasn't measured because it's not relevant, and the purpose of the
Wait a minute. So y'all tell me, is the tech getting upset? Or was that the shoulder movement? Because he looked like he was getting a little frustrated, like, like what? I couldn't tell. Y'all tell me. Like he looked like he was like getting a little irritated. You said you would be mad too? No, if you go do measurements, you make sure you measure everything. You don't measure what you want to measure. Like he trying to get his answer out. You got objection here, objection there, objection here. Yeah, measure the chase sign. I want to know how much you had to go around. Absolutely. That's right. Get these finer details because I want to know how you missed, how they saying it was 10 casings, 10 shots fired, but you only found 5. Well, yeah, he's stressed out. He definitely stressed out up here. I'm gonna need him to be easy.
sketch is just to put.
I'm gonna stop you there.
Yes, sir.
And I'm object now responsive because I believe, Your Honor, it's up to the jury to make the determination if those fixed objects would be relevant in this case.
Judge, the state will stipulate that Mr. Earls did not see past the sign or the tree.
That's the question and answer, please. And let's not speak over the witnesses.
And then this would be defense exhibit number 6, okay? Again, this shows the obstacles, the effects of the sight line looking towards the bank, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You're not testifying today that if a homicide detective's out there working his case and he asks you to document something, you're not going to refuse to do it, are you?
That is correct.
Okay. And if a patrol officer who might have knowledge, having walked.
Welcome to Bluebell USA. Around here, everyone is happy
I'm not saying that happened in this case, but
I agree.
I don't want it to come across like you're a guy who just does what you want to do and nothing else.
No, that is correct.
That's not you.
That is correct. That is correct.
So we heard about these reconstruction people, right?
Yes, sir.
Did the district attorney's office send a reconstruction expert out there that night that you were aware of, that met with you that night?
I cannot answer a wrong formulated question, and I can explain further. An equivalent of your question will be, can you tell me yes or no, did you did an autopsy of the scene?
You can explain.
Okay, so the purpose of the reconstruction, that's what I'm trying to explain about the sketch. The purpose of the sketch is to place the evidence back into original state. That way, if we need to go to do a reconstruction or a recreation, then we can do it, and then we can explain all those questions that you're asking. That is the purpose of the sketch.
Okay. However, Ms. Moore made reference to the fact that there's things you can't do that would be left up to a reconstruction expert, correct?
Correct.
At any point in time out there that night, did anyone come up to you and introduce themselves as a reconstruction expert from the district attorney's office?
No.
Okay. Did you ever happen to meet a Celestine Rossi out there that evening? Did she come up and introduce herself to you?
No.
That night, while you were out there in the dark, did the district attorney's office show up out there or any of their representatives and fly any drones overhead?
No.
And you're not testifying today that your chart and your pictures are what the state can use to reconstruct what occurred that night 3.5 years later, are you?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Well, first off, we know from the very language of Mr. Mitchell's diagram and report, I think you're all required to indicate that all of these measurements are approximations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. For example, are you familiar with this? Do I need to bring it up?
No, I'm familiar with it.
Because I want to ask you a couple questions. Like when he says, for example, the reference points are these support beams here. Okay, R1, RP1, RP2, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you were out there and you know that those support beams, their reference points, they're actually like about 2 feet by 2 feet wide, right? I mean, it's not just a little pole, right?
Correct.
It's support beams. And I'm sure based on your 21 years of experience, if you're going to use something as a reference point, an actual reference point, then you have to know from where on that 2 foot by 2 foot circumference or whatever you want to call it, square, rectangle, you have to know exactly the precise point that they measured, for example, the location of each of the spent casings, right?
Correct.
I'm sorry, answer that again?
Correct.
Okay. And you reviewed this and you know that Mitchell didn't do that, right?
So how we measure, especially, we use reference points.
I'm sorry?
We use reference points.
Sure.
We look at the center of the reference point. You can have a 10 by 10 pole. We are going to measure from the center of that reference point. And then we're going to do a linear measurement from the reference point.
So you're saying it's not from a corner, it's from the center?
It's all going to depend on this case. Since you use it, all depends also on the method. If you're using triangulation, you're going to use the corners, or you can use. All depends on the reference point. On this case, we are going to use the center of the reference point.
Is that identified in the report?
No, that is not.
It's not. And you don't remember 3.5 years ago if that's exactly how we did it, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so typically sometimes you use a corner.
Yes.
Sometimes you use the center. In this case, you have items picked up in every direction, so really, we don't even know which center we don't know if you're talking about the center in the front, the center in the side, the center in the back, right?
Usually it's going to be the center that looks at the evidence, but it's correct. And this time, I don't know.
And that's why you indicate in the report that the measurements are, well, there's two things on that report. It specifically states it's not the scale, right?
Correct.
And then it also states that all measurements are approximates, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and if you can answer this, fine. If you don't, during all the years in Puerto Rico working on crime scenes, did you gain enough knowledge to know that in order to have an accurate reconstruction, you have to have accurate measurements, correct?
Correct.
And we don't have them, at least on this particular exhibit, right?
Correct.
Okay. And as, like, I'm gonna use as an example, 25, where we see these placards, without just looking at a photograph, you can't tell the distance between each evidence marker, right?
Correct.
You have to actually measure it.
Correct.
Okay. So you can't really tell accurate distances from photographs either, right?
Correct.
And the reason I bring this up is because there were two types of evidence out there. You had movable objects, right?
Yes.
By movable, I mean stuff items you picked up and you tagged, picked them up, and you took them to the evidence, or they eventually go to the evidence room, correct?
Yes.
And you don't, when you move an item like these evidence markers, you don't leave anything on the ground or on the cement as a permanent marker for future reference, do you?
I don't.
No. Then you have fixed objects, like at that time, I guess the ATM machine was a fixed object, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the bank building is a fixed object.
Yes.
The trees, the signs, pretty much, they're fixed objects. I want the jury to understand the difference, okay, about movable items. And then in reference to that, I want to talk about and show you okay, this is the State's Exhibit 46 is the truck, okay? So clearly you went over and looked around the truck, right?
Yes.
And you took pictures of the truck.
Yes.
And obviously you were able to also see that the windows are pretty heavily tinted, right?
Yes.
You can't, from the outside, you can't see in the truck, right?
Correct.
And you document that, okay? And then there was the exhibit. Let me do it this way. I'm going to bring this up to you and ask you this question. I saw one exhibit, one picture that you said appeared to be a bullet hole, correct?
Possible bullet defect. Yes.
Okay, that's fair enough. Take a look at these. Tell me where the other bullet hole is, or if you saw another bullet hole, based on your review.
Yes. If it's not in my document in these pictures, then I saw that possible bullet defect.
Just the one.
Correct.
Because there was testimony by a responding officer that he thought he saw another bullet hole in the bed of the truck, or the back portion near the bed of the truck. You never saw that, right?
Correct.
And you never documented that, right?
Correct.
Okay, there's also testimony, and this is important. There was testimony that at some point, Mr. Earls had his gun out, and the testimony was he was shooting rapidly. You can object. Go ahead.
Yeah, Judge, I'm going to object. Violation of the rule. This is
He's an
testimony
expert,
as it
Your Honor.
pertains to that seven.
Are you hypo or something?
I'm sorry?
Are you giving him a hypo?
Yeah, okay.
Or is that a hypo?
Do it as a hypo. You're an expert.
Well, Judge, if I may, he said he couldn't
He said he
answer
could.
hypos.
Can you answer hypos or not? Once you hear the question, if you can answer
I'll
the
answer the
hypo,
question.
answer.
Hypothetically, okay? I'm gonna do it this way. Hypothetically, if I tell you that I shot at this jury box, boom, 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 okay? You're a crime scene investigator, you want to see if that's an accurate statement, right? So you look for evidence. So you go up you go up and you look around and you see if you see bullet holes, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you had an opportunity to inspect the front of the truck, did you not?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you took, well, here, I'm sorry, man, I approached you, you left them up here. You actually took photographs of the front of the truck.
Correct.
Let's look for them. We can do this together. In case you see it before me. While I'm looking through this, I thought I heard you say you went out the next day?
No.
Oh.
I said the purpose of the sketch is if we need to go out there to place the evidence back, we can with the sketch.
Okay. And you say sometimes you can miss a shell casing, right?
And that happens.
Yeah, okay. But you'd agree with me that since you're right in that area, you're not going to miss 7, 8, 9 shell casings, are you? If they're all right in the area where you're searching and looking?
All depends.
On what?
How tall the grass is, like how dark it is. There's so many variables on seeing that. It's hard to say like a yes or no question.
How many officers were out there when you were out there?
I don't remember. Probably.
How many detectives?
I remember Pharrell.
You guys don't document that?
The documental lead HPD investigator.
So the guy they asked would be him. Okay. Okay. Here's one of the front of the truck,
Yes, sir.
right? Here's 2 of the front of the truck. That should do it. Okay, let's talk about the truck. Judge, permission to publish States Exhibit 44, followed by 63.
May, sir.
Thank you. Okay, you'd agree with me that in addition to examining the truck, you took some pictures. You'd agree with me that there's no broken windshield light?
Correct.
There's no what appeared to be bullet holes on that front of that truck to you, right?
Yes, correct.
That's why we don't see a picture of one. And likewise on the other side here, States Exhibit 63, no bullet holes, right?
I mean, we know for a fact there's one there, but we need to do a close-up. So if you're asking me on that picture, yes, I cannot see any possible bullet defects on that picture.
So let's go by your report and your observations, okay? So we didn't identify any other holes, potential holes, other than one that you documented with your camera in the window, right?
Correct.
Okay. There was fluid on the ground. You said, I am not allowed to take samples of the fluid. Correct?
I mean, I can take samples of the fluid if I think it's relevant to the case.
Well, clearly you thought someone shot at this truck, right?
Correct.
And the truck's damaged, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if it's not your job to take the samples, whose job is it?
I never say it's not my job. I say if I think it's pertinent to the case, then yes, I will just swab it. Or per request of the investigator.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, we have a little, I
Yes.
speak New Yorkish, you speak.
Puerto Rican, yes, sir.
Accent, so yeah,
Yes,
let's
sir.
try to work through this. Okay, so, somebody out there's gotta make a decision about what's relevant evidence to a case, to a manslaughter investigation, right?
Object argumentative.
I'll tone it down, Judge. Someone down there has to be responsible, right? I mean, who's in charge out there?
Correct. And it's a team effort.
Oh, good. That's what I want to hear. I like team effort. So Detective Farrell has got to have some input.
I'm going to object again, Judge, argumentative. This witness's
I will
knowledge.
phrase the question.
Thank you. That's a statement.
Who determined, I'm just, it's not even really that important, but in this instance, okay, who determined that there was no need to take a sample of that fluid?
If Detective Farrell will tell me that fluid is pertinent to link the suspect to this case, can you please swab it? I will swab it.
Good. Now, let me ask you this. If someone told you that that fluid was the result of a bullet hole to the gas tank, then would you have taken a sample? And you can answer that maybe, possibly, I don't know.
It's all going to depend on the case. If you and I can give you an example. If I know that there's a specific type of fuel that only this car is going to use, and I can, with that sample, I can put this car back on scene, then yes. If that fluid will tell me that that car was on scene, yes. Swaps are expensive, and one swap could cost like $200. If there's no relevance to just like doing a swap just for, I don't know, documenting purposes, it's not relevant to the case.
I guess that night, obviously, we have pictures of where the truck stopped, right?
Correct.
And we have pictures of stuff that appears to have fallen out of the truck, right?
I do not know.
You don't know how it got there, but you have pictures of electrical type equipment on the ground, correct?
Correct.
The truck is in one lane, right?
Correct.
And the electrical equipment is in the other lane, right?
Correct.
Oh, before I forget, let me ask you, did anybody ask you to get under the truck or look under the truck to examine if there were any bullets?
Those analyses will go after. We just take overall pictures on what's we can clearly see on scene, and that car is gonna be transported to a vehicle examination facility to further analysis.
Okay, and then one of your people who specializes in processing the vehicles, they do that, right?
Somebody on other CSIs can
Yeah,
use to
exactly.
Yes, correct.
You have a lot, so they know, they won't know. You have like a processing center for these vehicles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and this car it's a movable item. It was taken from the scene, correct?
It was stole from the scene.
Okay. You have no way of knowing anything about the speed of that vehicle at the time that it was struck by the bullet, correct?
Correct.
You personally didn't remove, you know what a black box is?
Yes.
You've been out to accident scenes, right?
Yes, sir.
Where somebody causes a fatality because maybe they were drunk driving. You've been to several of those, right?
Correct.
And you know that one of the things that they typically will do out there is they'll remove a black box from the vehicle, or they will in processing the vehicle, they'll take out the black box, right?
If the vehicle has the capability to do it, then yes.
And for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you know, the black box maintains or retains a better word, the information like the speed the vehicle was going at the time of the crash, right?
Some do.
And the direction, if it turned right or left, it retains all that data, right?
It's all going to depend on the vehicle, the type, the model, the program that they have. I never heard of any vehicle that will record if there's turning left or right. I don't say it's going to be.
That's not your expertise.
Exactly.
Fair
So
enough.
I don't
Is
know.
that fair?
Correct.
Okay, so let me, if I may, I need you to break for lunch, I'm not sure, I don't
Okay.
interrupt your
No,
question.
I can pick up, Judge.
Okay.
If we can break.
Why don't we break for lunch before lunch is on? Sure, that way.
All right, for the jury.
We have to take care of also, please, don't be part of
Good one, they break it up, and you try to not take a break. Eli, get this shit out of here. We about to take a break. Oh gosh. Oh, he like, well, boy, up here getting aggravated. I'm hungry. I'm tired of hearing you asking the same questions that don't have nothing to do with nothing. He got Jason over there doing the Harlem Shake. I don't know what's going on. Oh my goodness. But what I would say is that in regards to the defense, like the defense has to create this reasonable doubt. They have to be aggressive. I'm telling you, like we may not like how they may present or how they may go against witnesses or whatever the case may be, but I'm telling you, if I was ever on a if I had to be where I had an attorney, I want my attorney going all the way in the paint for me. Yeah, especially when we talk about my life and all of this stuff, like I want you to go all the way in the paint for me. So if you got to go up there and he got to do the Harlem Shake, he got to get nervous, he got to do whatever he need to do, it's just going to be what it is. Do the rock away, whatever, Vanessa, I don't care. Get at him. Get at him. Defend me. I don't care. Raise your voice. Judge, like, man, we going on break. Ain't nobody got time for this shit. You talking about, dude? We going on break. Like, we going on break. I don't know what you about to do, but this is what we about to do. We about to go on break. Break. So, yeah, I guess it's like twofold because, yeah, I would want my defense attorney up there like, no, you going to tell us. I don't care how many times we go around this circle. I don't care how much you... I don't know. Our last couple trials have been, I tell you, between we had, Stutter and Stanley in the last one, and now we got the the Shakes. We got it all. But thank you for the entertainment. Look, right? No harm, no foul. You're welcome, Miss Dimples. I can't remember. I know who gave that. Well, I know Maddie. I think Maddie hit you yesterday. I surely do. I think Maddie hit you yesterday, and I'm almost sure it was Maddie. Yes, and I think Jackie got hit by, I can't remember. I think Film got Jackie. But yes, like, come on. Yeah. But very entertaining. I'm glad it's not some a courtroom that's like real dry. So that's awesome to not be in a real dry courtroom. But yeah, here we go. Well, I'm gonna put us back in. I am gonna put a another survey up for us, and we'll see what everybody's answers are. Okay.
Thank you, and may I proceed? Mr. Nicholas, for your permission to approach witness. Excuse me. So while the jury was out for lunch, you had an opportunity to view what's marked as defenses in number 7, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you indicated to me at that time that you took that video and accurately depicted what you saw that night. And we again talked about the fact, other than the camera adjusting for the lighting how it needed to, it's accurate, right?
Correct.
Okay.
No objection, Judge.
No objection made. Defense exhibit number.
I'm going to admit it first, Judge. Number 7, Judge. Sorry. I move for admission.
Defense exhibit number 7 will be admitted to evidence without objection being published.
Now, while Mr. McLeese is setting this up, I wanted to just ask a couple questions. In addition to you taking the 80 some odd photographs that you took, you also do a scene video, right?
Correct, yes.
That's pretty standard. You walk with a video camera to the areas that you think are important, right? Or that may be important. Let me say that.
The entire of the scene, yes.
Excuse me?
try to take the most, then the whole scene on the video.
Okay, and this is what you did back on February 14, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the Chase Bank and in the street area, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we ask to publish this so the jury can see that evening. So I've asked Mr. McLeese to pause this. So that play card number one, that's showing what?
Number one corresponded to a 9mm cartridge case.
Okay. And if you know, I mean, basically on this portion of the crime scene, they're all 9mm, weren't they, that you recovered, if you know?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And that basically reflects what the grass looked like out there that day, doesn't it?
Yes.
And clearly, we can see from the video that you're canvassing or recording a lot more than just where that yellow crime scene tape is, right?
Correct.
Let me ask you a question. And I know maybe it didn't happen this time, but am I correct in my understanding from your standard operating procedure manual that you're supposed to be, that the CSI officer that goes out shall be briefed by the officer and or an investigator that's out at the scene, detective that's out at the scene?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And we know that Detective Furr was out there, right?
Correct.
And you don't have any, do you have any independent recollection today? Because it's not documented in your report about conversations you actually had with the detective out there?
It's in my synopsis report. And I mentioned that the information that was relied to me on scene was that a 9-year-old got shot during a robbery.
Okay. So he gave you limited information, right?
He gave me whatever information he had at the moment that we arrived.
Okay. And then scene documentation in the procedure code, it requires that you guys document as much as you really can at the scene, like, and it gives examples. Am I correct in my understanding that you would document, like, for example, in a house shooting, you document furniture and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Okay, and in this case, we know, relative to Mr. Mitchell's diagram, he didn't document any of the fixed objects that the jury had a chance to see already, the sign, the trees and stuff like that, right?
Correct.
He's no longer with the agency or your agency?
Correct.
Okay, I noticed though that you took your time to walk through this and you pretty much documented with some photographs, right?
Yes.
I mean, you took pictures of the trees, you took pictures of the sign, right?
Correct.
And I'm correct, I'm seeing it appearing in the video, right?
Correct.
And then I'm gonna go further. Have a moment, Your Honor, I'm reading off my phone here. Okay, so basically they talk about searches, they give directives on how to conduct searches out at the scene, right?
Correct.
And you're supposed to work with the requesting agency. So in this case, it would be HPD, right?
In this case, yes.
Says, am I correct in understanding you're supposed to search under and over and around items of interest and identify any potential pieces of evidence, correct?
Correct.
And if, my understanding that it should be a methodical and systematic search of the crime scene, including vehicles, open areas, or other relevant locations, correct?
Correct.
Now, you agree with me? I mean, you can only do what you can do based on what a detective out there is providing you with, correct?
Correct.
Well, I mean, when I say that, like, he's really supposed to tell you if an area should be searched, right?
If he knows or has recollection of what happened, then he will relay that to us.
Okay. There's some indication that I think that the state is insinuating that you overlooked some or missed some shell cases.
Objection to argumentative about the state's insinuating.
Do you feel like your search of the grass area was inadequate?
It was adequate and we searched the whole scene.
And did either the district attorney's office or HPD ask you to go out the next day in daylight and make sure that you didn't miss any shell casings?
No.
Stop it, I want this one more question. I just want to pause. Well, you know, one of the casings was located near that grate, that sewage grate, I got a report, drainage grate. You know, if the detective or anybody looked in the grate to see if there were any missing shell casings?
We search and we look under, like, we searched through the grates and we didn't find anything.
Okay. Thank you. I have 4%. Do you know which police officer put the gloves on the ground?
I do not know.
They were there when you got there?
That's correct.
Here in a moment. We'll continue, Your Honor. Thank you. And the numbers, the numerical numbers, they don't coincide at all with like which casing was fired first, do they? Like,
No.
You don't make that determination.
No, the purpose of the evidence markers is just to help locate and just identify each evidence items without a unique number.
You just put them down.
Yes, sir.
I think you had mentioned to me when we were watching it, that some of it's, they'll go in and out of focus because the camera automatically adjusts, right?
Correct.
Self-focusing, okay, just so the jury knows. And to be clear, as you watch this, there are still officers out there while you're taking this video, right?
Yeah, they always provide scene security while we process the scenes.
But nobody necessarily wants to be in your video, right?
That is correct.
Do you know who put that A on the glass?
That's me. That was me.
You did that.
Yes.
So then that's just a follow-up to when I asked you earlier, did you inspect the truck, right?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I just asked the witness.
Very briefly, Judge. Mr. Matos Perez, you mentioned searching in the drain and with the grate. Did you take a metal detector down there, or what did you do?
We just like search with a flashlight, just look over like through the grates.
We can both agree the better thing to do would be to lift the grate up and take a magnet down there, right?
If we have the magnet, yes.
And then the gloves that were at the scene. Is it common or uncommon that officers or EMS personnel leave gloves at the scene to locate or identify physical evidence for you?
Yes, they do it sometimes.
And then last thing, Judge, just for purposes of the record, I did have Mr. Matos Perez identify State's Exhibit number 59, but I wasn't sure if it was clear that we'd offered it. State's Exhibit number 59, yeah.
Or just a marker? Yeah, he showed it to me, Judge. We have no.
With no objection, may State 59 be admitted to evidence.
Nothing further from the State, Judge.
That's for the defense of this week's.
From the State, yes, Your Honor.
Defense. May this witness be excused subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
The State calls Mr. Owen Bledsoe.
This witness hasn't been sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Please swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I think it.
Mr. Papel, just about to.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Owen Bledsoe.
Tell us, who are you currently employed with?
I'm currently employed with the Harris County District Attorney's Office.
I want to get into a little bit about your background. Where did you go to school?
I went to Texas A&M University.
You can do it, Gabriel, don't worry. What kind of degree did you graduate with?
I have a degree in forensic entomology.
And then after graduating from Texas A&M, what did you do?
I did grad school where I got a master's in business from University of Phoenix. And then I joined the Houston Police Department.
And how long were you employed with the Houston Police Department?
I was employed with the Houston Police Department for about 11 and a half years.
And specifically, what different assignments did you have with the Houston Police Department?
I did my training at Central Patrol Station for about a year. Then I migrated over to the Vehicular Crimes Division.
I want to talk about some of your duties with the Vehicular Crimes Division. Give us a brief rundown.
In the Vehicular Crimes Division, basically, I investigated crashes involving serious bodily injury and or death, hit and run fatalities, and I mainly was a crash reconstructionist with Houston Police Department.
And as part of being a crash scene reconstructionist, talk to us about like the wide scope. Would you consider yourself a crime scene reconstructionist?
I would consider I am a crime scene reconstructionist. It's
And-
one and the same.
That's what I was going to ask. How are those things similar?
It's similar because with our vehicular crimes, we basically have to read the roadway. We show up to our scenes after the crime has occurred already, and we basically have to look at every piece of evidence that's out there. We're looking at roadways for tire marks. We're looking at the vehicles involved. We're speaking to persons who may have witnessed said crimes. There's just a lot of things we have to take in. camera surveillance systems in the area, stuff like that.
And have you taken courses on vehicular crimes reconstruction and crime scene reconstruction?
Yes, sir, I have.
One course or a number of courses?
A number of courses.
Have you testified on occasion as a crime scene reconstructionist?
Yes, sir, I have.
On one occasion or more than one occasion?
More than one occasion.
As a crime scene reconstructionist, do you always go out the same night as the incident, or do you often conduct follow-up investigations?
We often conduct follow-up investigations because sometimes we were dispatched to delay fatalities that have occurred.
As a crime scene reconstructionist, when you're going out there, walk us through what you're seeing and doing.
So as a crime scene reconstructionist, I would get dispatched to the call. I'd show up. You got cars and mayhem everywhere. A deceased person on scene sometimes. Sometimes they were transported to the hospital already. And we're just, like I said, walking through every little piece of everything that's out there before we leave the scene.
And while you're out there and you're reviewing things, do you review things like surveillance video?
Yes, sir. We typically always do. And I'm typically the one that always obtains said videos.
And why is that?
Just my experience with videos of actually going through different surveillance systems, having a surveillance system at my house myself before, you start to learn and pick up on things like that.
And then talk to us about, that was at HPD, correct?
Yes, sir.
So talk to us about what your role is now.
So currently I'm employed here at the Harris County DA's office, still in vehicular crimes here. Right now I'm responsible for reviewing all the crash fatalities that have been charged or pending charges to go to grand jury. So I kind of see all the police agencies under the Harris County umbrella and review these cases to make sure they're trial ready and stuff like that.
And when we're talking specifically about crime scene reconstruction, do you often go to the scene of a crime and obtain measurements?
Yes, I do.
How do you do that?
There's several ways to take measurements. The old-fashioned way is, old roller tape, 200-300-foot roller tapes, and we're taking measurements that way. Or we're using what we call now the total stations. There's what I first learned on was a 2-man total station, where you have the pole, kind of how you see the surveyors at intersections sometimes. So that's just a single point laser striking a prism and putting one point down to where now, like moving forward since 2020, we've been using 3D scanners, which is taking millions of points with the laser, basically.
Okay, so you said 3D scanners. Tell us about what a Leica scanner is.
So a Leica scanner. So a Leica scanner is a 3D scanner that takes, like I said, millions of measurements, laser measurements. At HPD, we have the RTC 360, which is a higher end Leica scanner. You set it up on a tripod, basically program it to start taking its measurements on the scene, and it just basically spins a 360 circle, and it's capturing all the points it can reach within about a 50 to 80 foot radius.
Is a Leica scanner a valid scientific tool or measurement tool within the crime scene reconstruction field?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it widely accepted by crime scene reconstructionists?
Yes, sir, it is.
Have you used a Leica scanner on one occasion or more than one occasion?
More than one occasion.
In fact, have you trained police agencies with the use of their own Leica scanners?
Yes, I actually trained since 2016 with all the scanners at HPD till about 2022 when I left. And most recently, I actually assisted Metro PD with their new Leica Black scanners and training them how to use their own.
And within that actual Leica scanner itself, can you confirm when you're using it whether or not it's calibrated properly?
Yes, sir, you can.
Can you also validate error rates?
Yes, sir, you can.
So for example, if you shoot a scan and you do see an error rate, are you able to confirm or recalibrate the machine?
You're not necessarily able to recalibrate it yourself. You would have to send it off to Leica. But when you get your report that's attached to the scan that you're doing, you will see the degree of error within it.
I want to talk about your involvement in this case. At some point, did we request that you go to the scene at the Chase Bank?
Yes, sir, you did.
Did you go there on one occasion or more than one occasion?
Multiple occasions.
Did you go there on your own with the Houston Metro Police Department?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Did you take a Leica scanner with you?
They did. They brought their Leica scanner.
And I apologize, I'm sorry I cut you off. They brought their Leica scanner.
Yes, sir.
What did you guys do with it there?
Basically, when we got to this location of the Chase Bank, they pulled out their equipment, which is an iPad, which is kind of like your controller that has the screen where you can live scan and see your scan as it's happening in real time, and basically set their tripod and started the action for the scan itself.
When you went out there with the Houston Metro Police Department, who was operating the scanner?
I was operating the scanner.
Were you teaching them how to use the scanner?
I was definitely teaching them how to use their scanner at that time.
Did you obtain measurements using a Leica scanner when you went out to that scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you also reviewed what's already been admitted into evidence, State's Exhibit Number 1, Chase Bank surveillance video?
Yes, sir, I have.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
We'll give you a couple of exhibits. Let's get these out of here. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 81, 82, 83, 80, and 84. Take a look at those. Let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize them?
They are basically printouts of the Leica scan registration report and USBs that I've already initialed.
So State's Exhibit Number 81, the Leica scanner report, the registration report that you obtained in this case?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit Number 82, is that an image from the data of the Leica scanner?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are they both fair and accurate as it pertains to the Leica scanner that you took out to that scene?
Yes, sir.
And then State's Exhibit Number 84, is that a measurement from the Leica scanner that you took out to that scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
Fair and accurate rendition of what's contained in State's Exhibit Number 84 as it pertains to one of the data points from the Leica scanner?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit Number 80, is that the data associated with the Leica scanner?
Yes, sir, it is.
It's the data that you obtained when you went and obtained measurements from the scene of the offense.
Yes, sir, it is.
State's Exhibit Number 83, is that a fair and accurate screen capture from the Chase Bank surveillance video already admitted in State's Exhibit Number 1?
Yes, sir, it is.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state will tender State's Exhibits Number 80, 81, 82, 83, and 84.
No objections.
No objections. State Exhibit Number 80, 81, 82, 83, and 84 will be admitted to evidence and be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. So when you began reviewing the material in this case, and starting with the Chase Bank video, what were you looking for?
Truly just any signs of any evidence. Just trying to see the actual location, the layout of what we were getting into.
And so prior going to the scene and getting measurements, you're going to review the evidence that was collected.
Yes, sir.
And one of those items was the Chase Bank video.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me about focal points or points of reference when you're looking at surveillance video, like the image captured in State's Exhibit Number 83.
So in this image, this is the surveillance camera that's sitting on the, you can call it roof for this area near teller number 1 of this ATM, basically. Was actually lined up with ATM number 2, the camera itself is. So I'm looking at that. I'm looking at the lane lines themselves, pillars, trees, just where everything's positioned.
When you're taking measurements, are you also attempting to identify distances between 2 points?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
And for the record, I'm publishing State's Exhibit number 1. All right, Mr. Bledsoe, when we see the defendant fire the first shot there, do we see where that shot lands?
Yes, sir. In that grassy area, you can see some of the grass kind of fly up in that area where the mouse is right now.
It's a little difficult to see on this TV. Judge, with the court's permission, may we bring in a larger size TV for the jury?
And defense, I suspect I want to, you have to move around wherever you want to.
Judge, may we just approach very briefly here?
Everybody says it's time for my 5-minute break anyway, while I sit up.
Yes, sir. All right, for the jury.
Maybe see, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
It's being synced up together basically. And then you have basically where it says overall quality, and it just shows your bundle area. So your degree of error that you can have for your entire report, for all your measurements you'd be taking.
So what was the degree of error for the entire report for all of the measurements you'd be taking?
The most it could be off is 3/8 of an inch.
And at this time, for purposes of the record, I'll be publishing State's Exhibit number 84. TVs are going to take a second. Jury can see here, State's Exhibit number 84. What are we looking at?
You're actually looking at a point cloud. So these are all the points that were taken by the 3D scanner itself. And it actually has overlays of imaging in it as well. So it's shooting laser measurements and it's taking photos at the same time. So this is the graphic that comes out of that.
And so what view or perspective are we looking at right now?
Right now, we're looking kind of almost as the same perspective as that surveillance camera that was sitting on that roof under the ATM era.
So in State's Exhibit number 84, what are you simulating?
Basically just the positioning of that camera.
And in State's Exhibit number 84.
Hold on, Judge, may I take a witness on board, Dyer?
You ready?
When was the time, what date did you do this?
I think I shot the scanner on August the 21st, 2025.
And the incident happened on February the 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that camera still up when you did the work that you did in August of this year?
There was still a camera in that location. Yes, sir.
Do you know if that camera was in the same spot as the camera would have been in February of 2022?
No, sir, I do not know.
And did you do it? You do not also know the angle at which the camera was in February of 2022? Correct?
No, sir, not the exact angle. No,
And
sir.
do you know the angle of the camera? Did you measure the angle of the camera in August?
No, sir, I did not.
You don't know the distance from that camera to where that BMW was. The camera from February 2022 to where that BMW was, correct?
I could actually measure that with the point cloud because the camera was never removed. I can actually measure
Well,
that.
you just said you don't know if the camera was moved or not, right?
The camera itself
Correct.
is in the same position. Like there's no new hole for a new camera or anything like that.
All right, so how do you know that over the last 3 years it was never repositioned, 3.5 years?
We don't know that exactly.
Okay, so that's an assumption that you're making.
Basically, I'm just stating the housing for the camera for the chase was the same.
That's an assumption you're making, right?
It looks the same. And I mean, I've looked at surveillance videos before.
Well, let's be clear. This whole area looks different now than it did back then, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
For example, none of those ATM machines are there, are they?
No, sir, they're not.
Okay, in fact, it's not even kind of working back there anymore as a bank, is it?
No, sir.
Okay, so there have been equipment changes there, correct?
Yes, sir, there have been.
You're making the assumption that because you saw a camera there in August of 2022, that camera must have been in the same spot, or in August of 2025, that camera must have been in the same spot in February of 2022. That's an assumption you're making.
I'm saying that there's.
So yes or no, are you assuming that?
Yes, sir, I am assuming that.
Judge, at this point, there's not enough reliable scientific evidence for him to give this jury an opinion as to what distances there are. And it would be misleading to the jury based on these assumptions for him to give an opinion about specific distance.
Judge, this exhibit number 84 is in evidence. Mr. Bledsoe is trying to testify that the approximate distance from the location at which he is observing and the points of reference which he's observing in state's exhibit number 1 are being shown on data points measured by an actual scanner that has been calibrated with an error rate of 0.038 of an inch, and it is reliable. And he has testified that based on what he observed being out at the scene, it is an approximate location.
Your objection is overruled. You may proceed.
All right, Mr. Bledsoe, we're going to go ahead and just play state's exhibit number 84, and you can tell us what we're looking at.
So basically, I'm doing a fly through, as we call it. It started kind of from the camera, just for reference for everyone. And it's basically traveling along kind of the area of where the vehicle, the BMW, would have been located in the ATM. That spot on the ground right there, where the point started, was my reference point I was making when I said when he opened his door, he would have been right there.
And again, this is just approximate, right?
Yes, this is an approximate.
You weren't there when Tony Earls shot into the vehicle, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
You weren't there when he unloaded the magazine into the vehicle, were you?
No, sir.
You weren't there at night,
No, sir.
right? You weren't there in the car with him.
No, sir.
Okay, so just an approximate.
Yes, sir.
So approximately how far is that?
It's approximately 72.5 feet.
And that would have been the first shot, right?
That would have been the first muzzle flash that you can see on camera.
Now, did you go out to the scene at night?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you went out to the scene at night, did you photograph it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us why.
I took photographs just basically to capture the scene, like we scanned in daytime, and I also wanted to just capture it at night, just to see what the visual would have been like for anybody that was standing there around similar times of night.
And did you also go out there with your own measuring tape?
Yes, sir, I did.
And about what time of night was that?
I think it was around 9 o'clock-ish. I can't remember. I think close to 9-ish. Something like that.
9:30 approximately?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you went out there, you walked it yourself,
Yes, sir, I did.
you took your camera.
Objection leading.
What kind of camera did you take?
I took my Nikon D750 camera.
And when you went out there and you captured images, did you believe at the time that it would assist the jury, the trier of fact, in making determinations?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you believe that taking these images would approximate at least what the conditions were that night?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, tell me about when you're talking about camera shutter.
Okay.
What is that?
Shutter is the button that you're going to press to actually take the picture itself.
Okay. And how can that affect lighting?
Well, with your shutter speeds, you can change the shutter speeds basically and allow more light into your camera. So like the lighting that would be out there, more lighting would be in your picture and it would brighten your image up. Or you can allow less light in and it'd be a darkened image.
And then when you took these images, did you attempt to simulate the conditions that you saw in the chase video,
Yes, sir, I did.
as well as other video that you reviewed?
Yes, sir, I did.
So at this time, may I approach the witness, Judge? I'm showing you some marked as State's Exhibit number 86 through 107. Take a moment to review those. Tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize them?
I recognize them from the Chase Bank location as photos I've taken myself.
Fair and accurate replication of the photos that you took yourself?
Yes, sir.
And again, in taking these photos, you attempted to simulate the conditions as they appeared on that evening.
Yes, sir.
Is that oftentimes something that you do as a crime scene reconstructionist?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is it widely accepted in the field of crime scene reconstruction?
Yes, sir, it is.
At this time, Judge, the state would tender State's Exhibit number 86 through 107 to opposing counsel.
86 through 107?
Yes, I apologize, Judge. 86 through 107, and offer its evidence.
Can I take some more, Judge?
You may, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 86. What am I pointing to?
You're pointing to two lights that are off underneath the ATM awning right here.
Okay, were the lights on or off that night?
I would have to review the surveillance camera from that area.
Okay, would you quibble with me, because we can get it up, but would you quibble with me if I told you the lights were off?
No, sir, I wouldn't.
Okay, I guess here's what I want to get to. Are you trying to claim these are what Mr. Earls, how it would have looked to him on the night that this happened?
No, sir. If those lights were on the camera, they'd be different from this photo.
I guess, and I promise I'm not trying to trick you here, because this is going to determine where I'm going with this. Because I don't have a problem with these photos as they are. I just want to make sure what they're being admitted for. You're not trying to say that these photos will depict how the scene looked to Mr. Earls on that night, correct?
Not exactly. No, sir.
Okay. With that, I don't have any objection to these.
With no objection made, State 87 through 107 will be admitted to evidence. Is that correct, Mr. Conlon?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon.
And so just to be clear, probably nothing better than using your own eyes to walk the scene itself. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
But the closest thing that you can bring to a jury is photos. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Or surveillance video.
Yes, sir.
And when you capture photos, you're not just taking photos of.
Objection leading.
Please don't leave your witness.
Were you just taking photos because we wanted the best photos to show how dark it was?
That's going to be sustained. Just ask it differently.
Okay. Mr. Bledsoe, did we direct you to take specific photos out there, or did you yourself decide what photos to take?
I decided myself what photos to take.
Based on what?
My trading experience. I'm trying to document the scene for what I'm seeing at that moment.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 86, what are we looking at?
You're looking at a picture of where the original first ATM would have been.
And where I'm pointing here at State's Exhibit number 86, what is that?
That would be like a great covering of where that ATM used to be.
State's Exhibit number 87, what are we looking at?
Basically, this picture is kind of showing the exit of this ATM toward the right of this photo and still showing that first lane of ATM.
State's Exhibit number 84, what are we looking at?
You're looking at the exit of the driveway itself if you were exiting from those ATMs.
And then State's Exhibit number, sorry, that was 89. State's Exhibit number 88, what are we looking at?
You're looking at the ground photo again, showing the curb line and kind of the corner of where that ATM would be located.
State's Exhibit number 91, what are we looking at?
This would be the other side closer to that second ATM, showing the lane line of that first ATM and then the raised elevated curb line with signage right there on the left side of the photo.
State's Exhibit number 92, what are we looking at?
This one's kind of showing a general opening of the parking lot leading into the ATMs themselves with the Chase sign in the far right-hand corner.
State's Exhibit number 93, what are we looking at?
This one's showing the lane 1 and lane 2 of the ATM with the Chase sign, and you can see the crepe myrtle on the right-hand side, tree reference.
And when you're watching the chase video, where do we see the defendant walk?
We see the defendant as he's leaving the scene.
And I apologize, I should have been more specific. As he's running into the grass area and discharging the firearm.
Yes, sir. As he's running, we see him cut to the right before this crepe myrtle tree right here.
State's Exhibit number 94, what are we looking at?
Took another step closer, which shows the Chase sign kind of in the middle of the photo with the crepe myrtle and then basically starting to lead toward the tree opening to the right.
State's Exhibit number 96.
This is another photo, which is me standing in position and then turning toward that opening and then the trees taking photos.
State's Exhibit number 98. Now, some of these photos, did you at some point while you were taking them adjust the shutter on your camera?
Yes, sir, I did.
For what purpose?
For documenting a crime scene. If you're trying to capture evidence, a lot of times, I'm not trying to take it as is with the lighting. I'm allowing more light into my photo so that I can actually see evidence on the ground. That's typically what I do in my crash reconstruction.
So in this photo, are you adjusting the shutter?
I am. I'm shooting in manual mode currently, and I'm allowing more light into my photo.
So even with more light here in State's Exhibit number 98, are you able to see past the Chase sign and the street? Sorry, the Chase sign and the tree and see the street?
On that left-hand side of this photo, I have the Chase sign and then the thick base of the tree. And then I think that's like a fence line beyond that, just to the left of the tree. I can't see the street looking through there.
Even with additional lighting from your camera?
No, sir, I cannot.
State's Exhibit number 98, what do we see here?
This is the positioning again, looking toward the street itself, between the two trees and the shrubbery. And then you have a drain right here for reference on the ground right there.
State's Exhibit number 102, where are you standing when you take this photo?
Right now I'm standing, I think, just in front of that drain and looking down the street, looking up northbound it would be.
Is the Chase sign in this photo still obstructing the end of the fence?
Yes, sir. I can't see the fence right now.
Let's go back to the position we were just talking about, State's Exhibit number 106 here. How much shutter have you adjusted now?
I've opened it up pretty high because I mean, it's some overexposure in this photo, but I mean, I'm trying to light up everything I can right now in this parking lot while taking this photo.
Did you also review the China Star surveillance video in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 85. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is the Google Earth image showing the entire area of our entire incident and scene.
And in that map, or the Google Air image, did you identify points where surveillance video was obtained?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Did you identify those points yourself?
I did identify those points.
In fact, did you walk to all of those locations?
Yes, sir, I've been to all of these locations.
Fair and accurate depiction of where those locations are?
Yes, sir.
Tendering to opposing counsel State's Exhibit number 85 and offering it into evidence.
Judge Mathis, very briefly, take a look at this up one tire. Are you saying these are the locations of where surveillance was obtained back in 2022, or where you obtained anything in 2025? I'm just confused.
These are the locations of the surveillance that somebody else pulled.
In 2022?
Correct.
Okay, no objection.
With no objection made, State's Exhibit number 85 will be admitted into evidence and made public, sir.
So State's Exhibit number 85, I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. What am I pointing out right here?
You're currently pointing at the Chase Bank camera location.
Okay. And then what am I pointing out over here?
That's going to be the China Star camera location that's across the street.
And you said you reviewed that surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
And may I have the witness just take a step down for a moment, Judge? If you don't mind, Mr. I'm going to play State's Exhibit number 2 for you, the China Star surveillance video. And I'm going to pause it here for a moment. Tell us what you see.
Currently in this video, you can see the F-250. Basically, it just entered the frame. You can see, looks like the original suspect that committed the robbery, basically right here just past this chase sign. And that's kind of all I can see right now.
And then we're going to hit play.
Okay.
Right there.
Yes, sir.
Where the vehicle, the Alvarez vehicle, and the originally robbery suspect intersect.
Yes, sir.
Did you yourself go to that point and take a photo?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, we're going to get to that photo in a minute. But let's continue playing State's Exhibit number 2. Okay, what if anything do we see in the reflection of the Chase banks?
So you're referring, it's up there where the truck is located. If you went back a couple, right after it stopped, you can see something break this plane and cross these lights currently. I don't know what it is, but something, I think the father gets out of the car, something happens right here. Something crosses these lights right here. You can see it right here. It gets to its complete stop.
And at that point, which way is the car facing?
The car is facing down the street, facing southbound actually.
And how can you tell?
You can still see it. It's never made any turnoff or anything at this moment right now.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask you to point out where we see, it was just right there.
Yes, right here, this motion.
And that is consistent, and obviously you weren't there that day, right?
No, sir, I was not.
Is it consistent with something crossing behind the taillights?
Yes, sir. That's a car passing.
So I'm gonna pause it right here.
Yes, sir.
What do we see the suspect vehicle, Mr. Earls' vehicle, doing?
They're leaving the exit of the ATM driveway at this moment.
And what direction right now is the Alvarez vehicle facing?
Their vehicle's still facing towards southbound down the street right now. You can still see the reflection of it just sitting down there. Now,
And then what do we see it do?
now the vehicle's in motion, backing up and turning around.
So based on your review of the chase video, and I don't want to put any words in your mouth, but based on the review of the chase video, do you see Mr. Earls shoot at the suspect or the suspect shoot first?
I see Mr. Earls shoot at the suspect.
And then you said that based on the surveillance video that we just watched, that Alvarez's vehicle is consistent with having somebody pass behind the brake lights. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, Judge, the state would offer State's Exhibit number 119, the 911 call made by the defendant that has been on file with the court with the business record affidavit.
Is this the defendant's on one call? Okay, if this is the defendant's on one call, I have no objection.
You do not.
Do not.
With no objection made, since 119 will be admitted to evidence to be published.
February 14, 2022, 21:46 and 32 seconds.
East County Medical Police at fire. East County Medical Police at fire.
Man, yes, we need to be just trying to get robbed tonight with my wife. We was at the ATM on Bridge, on telephone, the truck pulled up, keep going. Yes, fucking truck, a guy pulled up, he robbed us, he put the gun up in my wife's face. I had my gun in my waist, we played it cool, we gave him everything he needed, and then when he got ready to leave, he started to shoot. So I drew my gun and I shot back.
I'm going to pause for a moment. When we reviewed State's Exhibit number 1, the Chase Bank surveillance video, did it appear to you that the assailant started shooting as he was leaving?
I didn't see any shots, no, sir.
Not from the assailant.
Not from the assailant.
Then?
I don't know, because the truck turned around and he started following us. So my wife is trying to make it home safely, so he's trying to get.
Are you still being followed?
I'm not quite sure, sir.
You were around at 8 p.m. on our Griggs Drive in Tulsa?
Oh,
Okay, so where are you at right now?
we're headed we're on 16.
You're gonna pull over to somewhere to meet with an officer?
I'm sorry.
I sent an officer out to you, so I need you to pull over somewhere.
The guys, I think they'll keep following us, sir.
Okay, so what vehicle are they in?
They're in the truck.
What color is the truck?
It's like black.
Do you make or model?
I don't know, it's a new truck.
It's like a pickup truck, is it a sedan, or is it what is it?
Yes, it's a pickup truck.
Your license plate or anything?
Huh?
You see your license plate ever, sir?
What is that? Put the seatbelt on. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you say it again?
Asking you, well, like, you know, make or model or license plate ever?
No, I ain't getting none of that. They need me, oh my God, they got my grandmother's address because he took my wallet. I had it in my lap. I had already put the money in the ATM, and I went to the back part of the ATM because I felt like that was safer. And I seen them running up, but my car wouldn't drive off.
Why did they start shooting at you? Because your husband put out a gun?
No, because we was at the ATM. We at the ATM, he had the gun in my face.
Yeah, but I'm asking, why did he start shooting at you guys?
I don't know. He started shooting.
So right there, we hear the 911 dispatcher ask, why did he start shooting at you? And what does the defendant's wife say?
Can you replay it again?
Absolutely.
Judge, it says what it says. I don't know what relevant.
In my face.
Yeah, but I'm asking, why did he start shooting at you?
I'm sorry.
It says what it says. I don't know what relevance it is to keep asking the witness to repeat what has clearly been said there already.
Oh, that's good.
Judge, I'll just replay that portion of the 911 call.
No, because we was at the ATM. We at the ATM, he had the gun in my face.
Yeah, but I'm asking, why did he start shooting at you guys?
I don't know. He started shooting at us because I jumped out the car and said, hey, so he had to try to get away. He tried to get away.
Okay.
He made me throw my keys on the ground. On the ground. He made a throw his keys and then when I jumped out, I said, hey, and then
Okay, so are you guys still being followed right now at this moment?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay, can you pull over somewhere, sir, where you feel comfortable enough to wait for an officer?
Yes.
Okay.
I need an officer to go to my grandmother's house because that's what's on my driver's license. And I have a lot of credit cards. Lord.
Ma'am, okay, but what's the address to your grandmother's house?
7310 St. Louis.
Can you spell the name of the street for the record, St. Love?
Yes.
Okay, so Love.
Capital ST period LO.
That's 630 St. Love?
It's 7310 capital ST period LO.
Seven? All right, give me one moment. Are you gonna meet the officer there?
Yes,
It's a house, apartment, or a business.
it's a house.
What's your callback number?
713-584-5026.
What was your name?
D.
D?
Yes. Beyond.
What type of gun did you have then?
What type of gun the man had?
Yeah, what type of gun? Yeah.
I don't know, it was like a 45
And it happened at an ATM?
or a 9. What kind of gun is that Chuck head gave me?
Is it a handgun or a rifle?
It's a handgun, it's an automatic.
Okay, and it happened at the business with the ATM?
Yes.
What was the name of the bank, excuse me?
Chase, wait, nigga.
And how many suspects are involved?
I know, too, because he told the man to come on. Right after he got my wallet, he told the man, come on.
Okay, how many suspects are involved? Just one guy? Was it two guys?
I know he had a getaway driver.
Okay, and how many victims are involved? Are you and your husband the only ones?
Yes.
And what was your husband's name?
Tony Earls. You gotta go back to a different spot, bro.
Okay, give me one moment, please.
My wife's trying to go to the ATM, bro. They just yelled at me, bro, I don't know.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
The guy that robbed you, was he black, white, Seneca, Asian?
It looked like the guy who robbed me was black, the big black dude.
How old do you look like them?
He had a mask on.
How old is he? Okay.
He had a
Was he short, medium, tall?
He was tall.
Was he tall and heavy?
He was taking maybe like 225.
What color shirt was he wearing?
I'm sorry,
What color shirt was he wearing?
he went on all day. I seen him running up, but there was nothing I could do. And then he called for his friend, said, come on, let's go. And then
The second guy, was he black, white, Seneca, Asian?
was he what?
Was he black, white, Seneca, Asian?
The second man looked like he was Hispanic. He might have had on some dicky shorts and a white shirt.
How old did he look like to him?
I couldn't see, he was a little bit down the street.
Did you see what color clothing he had on?
Or did I see what?
The Hispanic guy.
I think he had on like khaki shorts and like Dockers or like Dickies and like a white t-shirt. I don't know, it was really, really fast.
And he was a getaway driver?
Yeah.
Mr. Bledsoe.
Yes,
you
sir.
Reviewed the crime scene photos in this case,
Yes, sir.
including photos of the F-250.
Yes, sir.
Would you say that the tint on the F-250 is light, dark, kind of dark, pretty dark?
I would say it's pretty dark.
And when a person is seated in a vehicle, you tell me as a crime scene reconstructionist, would you be able to see their pants if you're standing next to them?
No, sir, you would not.
You wouldn't be able to see the clothing they're wearing, would you?
Not if a person's in a driver's seat.
And when you went to the scene, did you take any drone footage or videos?
Yes, sir, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 78. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials on it.
And what is State's Exhibit number 78?
It's a drone video.
Okay. And was it the drone video that you took?
Yes, sir, it was.
Fair and accurate copy of the drone video that you took at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And again, this would have been the scene recently, but the structural building itself of the chase, that building didn't move, did it?
No, sir, it did not.
That building wasn't gutted and replaced by a different building, did it?
No, sir, it was not.
State's Exhibit number 78, Your Honor, I'm going to tender to opposing counsel and offer into evidence.
What did you say?
78.
No objection to 78?
My apologies, Judge.
With no objection, like state 78 will be admitted to evidence and published.
Mr. Bledsoe, in the 911 call, we hear the defendant mention, would it be fair to say that we hear the defendant mention that the robber had them drop the keys outside of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In reviewing the crime scene photos and the video, did you see him grab the keys from next to the Chase ATM?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then afterwards, when you reviewed the crime scene photos, did you see the keys?
Objection, waiting.
Please open your witness.
When you looked at the crime scene photos, where were the keys?
On the ground, beside. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say on the ground. I think near the driver's door, outside door area, near the ATM.
And that's after he picked them up the first time?
I can't remember. Go ahead. Repeat.
When did he grab the keys and after retrieving the keys, get into the vehicle?
Yes, sir, he did.
And then after that, where were the keys located?
They were located on the exit of the Chase ATM driveway right there.
What else was located near the keys?
I think a evidence marker with fragments from a firearm, I think.
What about a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Objection, lady, judge, there's rules.
Did you all, when you reviewed the crime scene photos, what else did you see?
I did see a cell phone. Yes, sir.
May I have the witness step down for a moment, Judge?
Sure, why not?
What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit number 78?
You're looking at an overhead drone video that I would have taken when I went back out to the scene. This being the Chase ATM location, the exit of the driveway, the lanes leading up to. The Chase sign would be located around this portion right here. You can see the tail end of it here. And this would be the entrance to the ATM right here. These would be the southbound lanes right here, and these would be the northbound lanes. The reflection in the video we're mentioning would be coming from around this area, reflecting off of this building right here.
So in State's Exhibit number 78, and I think the video you're referencing is the China Star video, State's Exhibit number 2.
Yes, sir.
Approximately where would the Alvarez's vehicle have been?
Their vehicle would have been located somewhere around here-ish.
To the left of what we see in State's Exhibit number 78, is there an intersection?
Yes, sir, there is.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 1.
Bless you.
Mr. Bledsoe, I know it might be a little difficult to see, but what do we see here under the passenger door?
That looks like a cell phone.
Now what are we seeing the defendant do?
Go back and pick up the keys.
Right there, what do we see happen?
You're seeing a muzzle flash from the end of that firearm.
And in what direction?
It's going to be southbound down the street towards where the F-250 would have been.
That final shot that we saw in State's Exhibit number 1, State's Exhibit number 105, is that the same intersection?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that driveway that we see in State's Exhibit number 105 the same area that the keys and the phone were located?
Yes, sir, it is.
State's Exhibit number 22. Let me zoom in here a little bit. And I know it's difficult to see, but what lane are we looking at here?
I can't see what those teller markers are saying. I can count the lanes from left to right to get there.
I'm going to bring you State's Exhibit number 22. You tell me what lane do we see?
It's marked as lane 11, actually.
Okay. And in what lane do we see both on the chase video and in State's 22 where the robbery occurred?
We're looking at lanes 14 and 13.
So 13 and 14?
Yes, sir.
And in the photo that you took, State's Exhibit number 107, what lanes are you able to see from this side of the chase sign? And I can bring it to you.
I'll need you to bring it to me because I can't see the numbers. $11 and 12 are the only numbers I can see.
So from this angle, the direction in which the assailant would have run, can you see 13 or 14?
No, sir, I cannot.
And again, I know it's an approximate distance. How far was that first shot?
72.5 feet.
Mr. Bledsoe, hypothetically speaking, if a vehicle were to veer in the middle of the road, would you always expect to see tire marks?
No, sir. There's a lot of things that come into play if you're going to see a tire mark.
Tell us about some of those things.
If it's a hard stop, you could get a skid mark. I mean, there would be rubber on the roadway from that. In crashes, once you have impacts, you have scratches and scuffs that occur when two vehicles are colliding together. If you're peeling out, like a burnout in a vehicle, you can get a hard acceleration, and that would lead to some tire marks being shown as well.
What are some of the reasons why tire marks wouldn't be present if a vehicle is accelerating at a high rate of speed?
Colder tires, the friction between the roadway and the tire itself, it didn't create enough friction to leave rubber on that roadway.
Would the time at which the vehicle began driving affect whether or not there would be tire marks?
Yes, sir.
How?
You essentially have cold tires if you just kind of left your house. Your tires would be colder. You'd have to worry about the ambient temperature outside. I mean, there's a lot of factors for if you're going to actually see rubber on the roadway, as we like to call it.
Now, talk to me about black boxes inside of vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Would a black box always report an event like a fast acceleration, even if there's not an impact?
No, sir. It wouldn't always. It can, but it's not going to always create an event.
Would things like airbags being deployed affect whether or not an event would occur?
Yes, sir. If you have airbags deployed, you will have an airbag control module event showing a deployed event, basically.
So even if a vehicle struck, let's say, a curb, would it always register an event report if you'd had the black box?
It wouldn't always, no, sir.
And certainly they could have obtained the black box in this case from the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir, they could have.
But if they had, would it have necessarily shown an event occurrence?
No, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
But you want to talk from them, sir, please?
Yeah, they took this bill wherever you want to.
We can move it, Judge.
I'll have questions for you, but just I don't want to interrupt you.
Or just like a second, that's fine.
I don't know. I don't care what nothing y'all say. This guy, he looks like he's messed up this whole situation. So I definitely think that what Drunky was talking about is definitely what he's like. Wow. So here I don't know. I am gonna play the clip, the press conference. We'll play the press conference, some of it. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Good. No, maybe not. Okay. Okay, so I am going to play, we can look at portions of the press conference. There's two of them. There's a couple. So this is the first one. This is after the grand jury would not indict him. I have that one. I also have the one where him and his wife speaks. When I say him and his wife, I am talking about the defendant and his wife. They actually talk to the media as well. So let's see.
What was presented to the grand jury?
How's Wendy doing today?
Bad, really bad.
No, we're waiting real quick, since you've already started talking, can you just go ahead and identify yourself? Just so we
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm April Aguirre. I'm Wendy's sister. And we can start over.
Can you spell your first last name?
April Aguirre, APRILAGUIRRE.
And my name is Rick Ramos. I'm an attorney here in Houston, and I represent the Alvarez family. And Carlos Mejia is here with me to my right. We have one of the investigators on the case, which has helped out at least gather as much information as we could. And that is Mr. Ruben Davila. And we're here on behalf of the family just to give you a status on basically on our response to what transpired yesterday.
Wait a minute. Maybe this is not the best one. Wait a minute.
I'm so sorry. My daughter loves social media, and I'm a hairdresser, so she would like for me to tell her about the fashion shows where I used to work for, and I got the privilege to work for Univision and Telemundo, and she had told me she wanted to be on TV because she wanted to be viral all the time. And this is not the way I wanted my baby to be viral. So sorry, guys. This just broke me down. No. I apologize.
Guys, anything you want to tell the community in regards to what happened and what's going on right now? Maybe some of your feelings as to the man that was captured for killing your daughter.
Can you step up to the microphone?
Yeah, please.
So is he out or not?
He's out. Jay.
So my first question is, why is this person out? That is, as a dad, seeing my wife, I've been up since 3 a.m. She has not stopped crying since 3 a.m. I know I don't show it. I'm trying to be a little bit harder, but my question is, this person is out. I try to ask, confirm, why is this person out on bond? My daughter's not here. How are these things possible? I just don't get it. You know, how long does it take for you to update a status? You know, this happened yesterday. It took 2 days, and then now he's out. You know, those are some of the questions that I have for whoever's in charge of this. But we're gonna find out, and we're gonna put our foot down. And we want justice for Arlene. We greatly appreciate that we do know who it is, and we're gonna have justice.
And just tell them that, just so we can just take it right out of the equation, that this is not a self-defense case. So just please tell the community at large, how close was this man from your truck when he sprayed the truck right through with that pistol?
This was not a self-defense. To an extent, it's not a self-defense. Like I told my lawyer, I guarantee this person don't even have I can't even say it. He probably don't even have an account there at Chase. I don't know. But the person was already away, at least 100 foot away from you when he was spraying.
He could have just stopped.
He shot the guy towards the guy 4 times. That is when I try to shout, you know, to my kids and my family to get down. Because as a dad, we don't know whether we're doing the right thing or not. I told everybody to get down, and Arlene's the only one that didn't get down. She had her headphones in.
We were like, duck down, Arlene. Then I didn't scream loud enough. I didn't know she had her earphones on.
That's when we sped forward. Literally, he was probably about 10 feet away from my vehicle and still continued to spray the vehicle. One shot the gas tank. One probably was more. I don't know, but I know this other one was where it hit my daughter in the head. She did go down immediately, and I seen it. I immediately stopped, pulled her out the vehicle. It is not something that I don't get, man. Nobody. I hope nobody ever goes through this.
Nobody has experience for this type of stuff. I didn't know what to do either. I didn't even know how to call 911 whenever that's like the easiest thing that you could do. To see my daughter, they took us to the ambulance. The moment they told me that they couldn't do nothing about it, I didn't want to let her go. They told me, "Mel, I'm so sorry, but she's brain dead." And I was like, "I want to have her with me." And then they just had her in the machine, but they told me there's nothing we could do. She's already dead. She's not gonna make it. I was like, "Do her something, please. I want a miracle. I want a testimony on my baby." And it wasn't like that. That was not the case. My baby, she was a warrior. But this case, she did not. She didn't battle it right. My baby left. I'm sorry for my language, but he took my daughter. Oh, no.
We want everybody to know who she was. I mean, she was a fourth grader. She was an old soul. Took care of her siblings, which were in the vehicle at the time of the shooting as well, including a baby. She got along with everyone. She loved to make TikTok videos. She was as happy as could be. She enjoyed eating whatever her dad ordered at dinner. If you order a steak, she wanted a steak. And, you know, she was just an enjoyable little person that just absolutely just loved life. And probably the person that may feel the worst in here is probably her dad, because his job was to protect his family. He worked all the time to give him a better life. And, you know, he feel like somehow, you know, he could have maybe stopped it, prevented it somehow. And, you know, that weighs, you know, heavy on him. And he's trying to be strong for the whole family, but it's a big burden. And, you know, at this point in time, our prayers are really with this family as they try to grieve and get through this process. But this is not the first time that this has happened at that infamous address of 2900 Woodridge. So, you know, within 5 months, we have another senseless killing at an ATM machine at the same address. And we have to start asking questions of why are there not an off-duty police officer there? Why is not a personal security guard there? Why don't they hire private contractors? Why is the ATM still operating after hours on a premises that is full of crime after crime after crime after crime? And this is all pursuant to the data from the.
So that's just to kind of give you an idea of what the mom looks like and what the dad looks like. Now, this happened right after, you know, he was in custody and the grand jury did not indict him, right? And I guess that's why with the current photos that they're showing in court, some of the current photos, y'all see that the ATM is no longer there. So I guess after all the unalivings, they decided to take that out, you know, to get it. You know, they're not putting security guards at no ATM. They're just not. So, you know, this what the prosecutor is saying is just unreasonable. What you do is you start making, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be able to go to an ATM machine, but you start making different choices. Like, as I stated, I was robbed at gunpoint at an ATM machine. And guys, I don't go to ATM machines at night. I mean, although it can happen in the daytime, but at least in the daytime, the bank is likely open, right? There's probably way more traffic. So not saying it couldn't happen, but I just think that, you know, in that regard, you know, I mean, not to say that they would know, but he's saying like they having all these unalivings right there. Like it was the second one in 5 months. So I just let us watch a little piece of that so we can see the mom. Y'all see the aunt right here. So the mom and the aunt, after this was done, they kept pursuing it. I don't think mom will testify. I think, you know, that's why dad testified. Yeah, and it seemed like the prosecution team, because this is the guy that looks like a robot or a mannequin up there. So it looks like he's been with the family throughout this whole time. It appears to be. So now I am going to show y'all this. So this right here is the guy and his wife. So let's see what they say. I don't know what's going on with this and all of this, but all right. I don't know. Are these eyebrows they drawn on, or what's that going on? What's up with these eyebrows? Well, we about to see Marilda. Yeah, you could tell like he like totally different. Like I see he got on his true religion, so they had a couple money, they had a BMW. So, and they say this area was very, very bad. He was starting his dreads. I think that was a starter pack or something up there. Okay, so they're not all the way drawn on. They just got some pencil action. Okay. All right. I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. Teach his own. All right, let's see what they say. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. So we gonna watch it together.
Hines, Hines. On behalf of my husband and I'd like to first send my sincere condolences to the Alvarez family. The pain of losing a child is something no one should ever experience. As the parents of 6 children, we understand the unconditional love you have for your children and the overwhelming desire to protect them from this world. My husband.
Oh, okay. Let me see. I don't know why it would be an echo. Let me see. I don't know if it's their feed or let me try again.
DEYONNA. Hines, HINES. On behalf of my husband and I'd like to first send my sincere condolences to the Alvarez family.
Okay, so major echo. Let me see if I can find it on, through another. It looked like they got a couple different mics up here. So let me see if I find it somewhere else, because it took me forever to find this one. Quiet as kept. Let me see.
Lives of two families have been forever altered by the poor decision of a man who is still on the streets.
Deanna Hines spoke for her husband, Tony Earls. He sat next to her, visibly shaking, charged in connection with the little girl's death, but now out on bond. From the beginning, Earls said he fired in self-defense, but today his attorney claiming it was the robbery suspect seen in the surveillance video who fired first.
The keys to his vehicle ended up being thrown outside by the robber. He goes outside of the car to get his keys. At that point, the robber sees him outside of the vehicle, starts to shoot, and that's when Mr. Earls defends himself and his wife.
But the Alvarez family attorney released this video. In it, you can hear a series of shots, proof they claim Earls was reckless, and after the robbery suspect ran away, was no longer in danger.
This situation is nothing more than a murder because you cannot discharge the firearm that many times.
Earls and his wife say the robber did get away with a check and some cash. The one
Yeah, okay, so it's totally up to y'all. I can't find another. I was trying to see if the other video, if it will play and at a certain part, because the video that we just seen was only like 30 seconds, right? So it's up to y'all. I can play it and we can just look at the closed captioning, or is the echo that bad that y'all don't want to hear it at all? Y'all tell me. Yeah, the last video don't have an echo, but it don't have their full statement. I know, drunkie. Their whole project is some people's eyes. I'll put on the closed captioning. I don't know. I don't think there's anything that I can do about the echo. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything about the echo. Let me take this down just in case so y'all can hear it.
Hines, Hines. On behalf of my husband and I'd like to first send my sincere condolences to the Alvarez family. The pain of losing a child is something no one should ever experience. As the parents of 6 children, we understand the unconditional love you have for your children and the overwhelming desire to protect them from this world. My husband, Tony, felt the same desire to protect us that night we were robbed at gunpoint. We didn't know if we were going to get out of that situation alive, but my husband did what he could try to do to protect us. Without the man making the decision to rob us, we would not be in this position. We understand and support the Alvarez family in their journey for justice. We believe that justice is catching the man who is responsible for creating the awful tragedy that happened on that night and holding him accountable for the robbery, for the death of Arlene Alvarez, a beautiful young life, and for the death of Mary Jane. Because I know without a doubt in my mind that that is the same God We understand the Alvarez family's pain and share in that pain as we too are still processing the situation. We will never forget that night, and we will never forget that beautiful little girl. The lives of two families have been forever altered by the poor decision of a man who is still on the streets. We, like the Alvarez family, left our home that day, believing it was just another pleasant day of spending time with loved ones, only to have it end with devastation. Nothing we say can take away the pain of losing a child. Trust me when I say our nights are sleepless thinking about your pain. I believe if we work together, we can find the man truly responsible. We are continuing to pray for the Alvarez family, and we ask you all to do the same. Thank you. Our attorneys will now take your questions.
What makes you believe that it's the same as suspected look?
So, they had a chance to look at some previous.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to get you.
So they had a chance to look at other surveillance video from past robberies, and the physique, body build, and the mannerisms of the person that robbed them matched exactly to that of the person that they saw in those surveillance videos. So Ms. Hines and Mr. Earls are very sure that that is the same person by all accounts.
You're talking about the footage of the man stealing and was on Midway?
Correct.
The Alvarez found that there is no self-defense claim here that justifies the shooting. Have you spoken with your clients about that? Have they heard this from the Alvarez family? And what do they make of that?
So we have talked to them about the state's position on this being a defenseless act. The issue here is really one of whether a jury can decide if my client's actions were reckless or not. This based off of the information that we've been able to gather, the evidence that we've been able to look at, it's a question of did Mr. Earls at the time believe that his life was still in danger when he shot at the moving vehicle? It's our position that a jury will see it from Mr. Earls' point of view that he in fact was still in a dangerous position, and while it's an unfortunate series of events, he was justified in his actions.
So you've probably heard this, but on Friday night, the Alvarez family said they believe that it was and I'm quoting again now, they believe it was a drug deal gone bad, and that Mr. Earls knew the robber.
And that's completely baseless and untrue. This was a family that was out for the evening. They were at an ATM machine trying to get money for food, and a robber takes away their plans for the evening and their plans for the foreseeable future.
Were their children or any of their children in the vehicle also with them?
No, it was just the two of them that evening.
And was Mr. Earls at the ATM with his truck, or did he exit his vehicle and pursue the robber?
So at one point, Mr. Earls was in the vehicle. The keys to his vehicle ended up being thrown outside by the robber. He goes outside of the car to get his keys. At that point, the robber sees him outside of the vehicle, starts to shoot, and that's when Mr. Earls defends himself and his wife.
So the robber fired first at Mr. Earls, is your contention?
Absolutely.
Can you give us a play-by-play of how that night went down?
Sure. Mr. Earls and Ms. Hines are together going to get money so they can buy food for the evening to cook. They pull up to an ATM machine thinking that this was going to be business as usual. At some point, a robber pulls up on them, walks up to them, has a gun pointed at Ms. Hines' head, asks them for their money. They're in a state of nervousness and franticness, trying to comply with his demands. They give them all that they have, including a check. He then asks for the keys to the car. He's given those keys, and it's for whatever reason, he throws those keys away. At some point, he starts to walk away. That's when Mr. Earls gets out of his vehicle to pick up those keys. The robber sees him outside of the vehicle, and while pulling his gun towards Mr. Earls, starts to yell out exclamations, "I've got it, come get me." We don't know who he was talking to or if this was just manic behavior from him. Mr. Earls is shot at. He then shoots as well because he actually had his gun on him at the time. During this interaction, there's a vehicle driving by slowly that Mr. Earls is able to see.
New details just released about the identity of the person found wrapped in plastic discovered in the trunk.
I know what the next one is about. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess in my opinion, the family, they didn't have to say anything from the defendant's side. And I do think that they are remorseful. I mean, she does have 6 kids. And I don't think that they intended for this to happen. And she probably had to read off a paper because she wanted to make sure that she got everything out, right? And explained it, explained it and hit all her points. So I mean, it don't even, I think she was reading off her phone. And I almost thought he was going to cry over there again. So, yeah, and they were just trying to go out. It was Valentine's Day. So they was just kind of like going out, like, or whatever they were doing on Valentine's Day, both families. And he had just did an emergency call, the electrician. So it's just like, yeah, they could have. Yeah, but they actually sat in front of the cameras, and I really think that they're remorseful. Not to say that it holds up in court or anything like that. To me, it matters if they're remorseful. Like versus to the people that sit up there and actually they don't show any remorse or anything for things, heinous crimes that they have done or accidents that they have caused. I mean, accidents are called accidents for a reason. Yeah, and I don't know if with a drunk driver, if they go to jail or if it's considered an accident. Or you could just look at 2 cars getting in an accident if somebody is unalive because you were on your phone and you accidentally hit their car. We're not even talking about drinking or anything, and somebody's unalive. It's still an accident in those situations. I don't know. I don't know. I get the law and all of that. I do. I'm not saying that he made a great decision. I'm not saying anything like that, but he could be sitting up there fighting it to the death and the tooth, talk about how not. Yeah, and I get that it matters. It only matters. I mean, I think the point that I'm arguing right now is not in regards to if he guilty or he not guilty. So I don't want you to get that because we don't have all the evidence in. But even if he is guilty, I am saying that this guy is remorseful and his family is remorseful, in my opinion. Now, it may not do nothing for him. The judge may only give him 2 years because he see how devastating this is. But I think it does matter in his case. Yeah, it's actual video. Yeah, it's actual video. Like, this is not something that they were just making up. Like, and then some people was trying to put out rumors. Y'all heard the attorney saying, like, putting out rumors in regards to it being a drug deal. But I think this helps his case, even if he is found guilty, Jason, because he appears remorseful to me. So when the opening statement started and he was over there crying, I'm pretty sure the judge is going to be thinking about that, even if he's found guilty by the jury. I think that what you getting at, Jason, and I understand you. I understand where you're coming from, but I guess what I am looking at is that sometimes people don't show no remorse. I'm not saying that it's gonna make it feel better. I'm not saying that she gonna come back, that the family not gonna have no pain. I don't think anything like that. I'm not saying that. And I'm even saying like even if it happened to me, I'm not saying that them being remorseful in my eyes would help. So no, I'm not saying to that, but I appreciate the fact that they are being vulnerable and are showing some remorse versus to some people. Yeah, and maybe it's because of the trials that we watch. You know, either it's some fake crime, you know, we know they did it, you know, but in this case, we do know he did it. And I mean, it's just bad all the way around. Oh, trust me, Jason, you will be called to the altar. You will have to come up here to the bench because we could all argue about this all day. And I think it's good for him to be over there like that. He took the Take It to Trial Cry Fest class, and he's doing exactly what he need to do to get off. Not to get off, but for his sentencing. Because if he was sitting over there with no emotion and like, I don't care what they saying. I don't care what they doing. If he was doing that, when it come down to sentencing, even if he guilty, it's probably going to be harsher, right? I don't know if he has any priors or anything like that, but okay, so you saying he guilty no matter what. All right. Well, we'll see what the jury say. I don't know. We will see. You saying who to what? So of course, Sunday for day 3. Oh yeah. Oh, look at this. This little case that got us all riled up. Everybody got their cheeks tight. But what they allege, okay, he's saying what they allege is true. That's what I'm saying. We gotta wait for all the evidence to come in because I don't know. I got some issues with some stuff they saying. I don't know about you, and we can go back and we can look at the video and dissect the things that we want to dissect also. But I got a problem with the crime scene technician talk about it was only 5 found, but they talking about they heard 10 shots. So somebody had to be shooting something, right? Or they didn't collect evidence the way they were supposed to. Yeah, so I got a whole, and it bothers me that they saying that the crime scene tech, when the crime scene tech guy came, he said that he knew that there was a 9-year-old girl that was shot, right? Involved in a robbery. So what were we doing? Yeah, that could be possible. But what were we doing? Like, if that's what y'all came to the scene for, I'm assuming, I don't know, and they calling on the phone, Jason, like, they thinking that the Alvarez people is the robbery people chasing them. Like, can you imagine? I mean, can you imagine? I'm just saying, you got to think about it from his perspective, and that's why I'm saying, like, I don't know. Yeah, so remember, but in his mind, he's thinking in his mind, he's thinking that this is the guy that just robbed him. So he's shooting. He think that he robbed him, so he's shooting him. Boom, 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 boom. Then the guy that's in the car, because he got out the car to get the keys. So the guy that's in the van, the truck with the little girl, he see that his daughter is unalive, and he like, okay, well, let me go get his plate number. So he's behind him just getting his plate number, trying to get his information. But Tony don't know that this is not the guy. Oh, he wants to argue with me today. Is that what you want to do, Jason? You want to argue with me today, Jason? Okay. I'm gonna let you come on up here and you argue with us. You argue with me. And maybe we need to rewatch some stuff, but that's the way I'm taking it now. Yeah, we're gonna have all the problem with this. And then to piggyback off of that, I just keep skipping what part? Here go the link, because you tell me what part I'm skipping. Let him come up here and tell me, because sometimes when y'all typing, I be missing it. So yeah, just come on up. Thank you. Yeah, you done brought out your popcorn therapist. Yeah, because he got to explain this to me, because I must be missing a part, and I want to make sure what part I'm missing. Yeah, that's what I'm getting right there, Marilda. The defendant thought the robber was in the truck, and the truck was behind him. That's why they was calling 911, like, look, we just got robbed, da 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 da, and now he chasing us. So y'all say don't hide now. Oh, here we go. You ready? You dressed appropriately. Let me make sure he dressed appropriately, y'all, before I bring him up here on stage. You make y'all SD. Look at her. She talk about she went and got her dang on wine.
You can hear me?
Okay, you up here. So tell me what I'm missing.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
What I'm missing. Tell me your scenario, lawman.
All right. So again, my thing is only that if he goes, because I think you're skipping the part of him chasing down the guy. Now, preface this by saying if there is evidence that homie, the robber, is shooting at him first, then this goes, my feelings upon it change. But if we're going by what I think I've heard is robber comes, robs the man at gunpoint, at whatever point or whatever happens, exits, flees this, or is trying to flee the scene. I heard from that last one that you did, the dude threw the keys out. He goes and gets his keys. He says the robber does whatever. You pursue robber. If that's the evidence, you're done, bro. You're done. You can, to me, in my opinion, and I mean, you have to show me something. I guess the jury will tell us all. But if you are chasing down, you are no longer able to say self-defense.
the threat is retreating. Once the retreat happens, you're done. You cannot pursue any further, right? That is the problem. So for me, remorse and all that, being sorry about what happened later, I get you. That happens at sentencing, but that has no bearing on how the law works. You are wrong. Now maybe the judge gives you 2 years for it, but you are wrong. That's all I'm saying is that's if they close the case today and that is the evidence, you were shooting and there's no evidence that the dude was shooting first, close the book. You're done. The floor is yours. That's all I'm trying to get out.
Okay. And I agree with everything that you're saying, but you have to premise this up under the belief, right? Not just his belief. So he had the ATM machine, they give Rob, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
The robber, he drops the keys, he gets out. The guy is, from what I took from the testimony, is that Tony got out the car to pick up the keys and the robber turned around. He saw what he thought was pointing at him and he started shooting. What I have a problem with is that Alvarez, the dad, his initial statements when everything happened was 2 people were shooting at each other. So that if he's saying it, if Tony also believes it, then what do you do with that? So
This
everybody
man-
told him to believe that this guy was in fear of his life.
This
So
man
why-
just lost his. This man just lost his child, and if I don't know how many people have been in, a situation not resulting in that, but just heard gunshots going off. You can hear 10 shots, and it'll sound like 100 shots. You can hear, 3 or 4 shots and think they're coming from all over, right? It is a chaotic situation. So for the man to say, hey, I think they were shooting at each other, makes plausible sense to me. He was in shock. He was in, and his daughter passed. But when you have time to reflect, and like I said, to me, the video shows it. Forget what the dad said, because that can be explained away. What can't be explained is the video. The video, if you can see sparks coming out of this man, Tony's firearm, then okay.
Shoot. You got a fight coming up.
But hold on, my other point.
Hold your thought. Merelda back there in the background, she not playing with you today.
Come on.
I'm
with all the smoke.
She said she not playing. She stayed up. She about to
I'm
get
with
up
all
here.
of it.
She wants to talk. You can still finish your statement. I just wanted to let you know. Hey,
So good to see you.
you have to take your thing off mute. You got it on mute.
Who?
Talking to
Me?
Merelda.
Oh.
Merelda. She must got her thing on mute because I can't hear her. But I think she can hear us. But go ahead and finish your point. I'm sorry.
So the other thing is, okay. Now, I live in Texas. We have constitutional carry. My question is, if homie let's go back to your scenario. Homie throws the keys out the window or out the car. You go to retrieve it. While retrieving said keys, you look up and you see that he brandishes a weapon and he's pointing it at you. Now you start firing. My question is, where was it the whole time? You know what I mean? Why, when homie pulled it out on you, he upped it on you. Why if you had it that close to you, why you ain't up it then? You to me, he being all the way over there and now you upping it. All right, you had it. To me, you had it on you. You didn't, and now you're doing it.
So I get that, but because they are going to have an instruction.
Mm-hmm.
and it's going to say, what would a reasonable person do? Right? You have seen a gun go up to your wife's head. The robber leaves, you jump out and get your stuff out of the car. So you have already confirmed that this guy has a gun.
Yep. And it's
You
fleeing
go
though.
down to get your keys, and he making sure he turns around and he goes like this. You know he got a gun because he think now that you're coming after him, right? I'm just saying what a reasonable person would do. You trying to get your keys, you boom, 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 right? So, and unfortunately, the truck was coming past at the same time.
That don't make no sense. I want to hear Merelda's point. I'm just saying though. Listen,
What part don't make sense?
they say don't leave your common sense out the door. Tell me, in any movie have you ever seen the robber robs you, runs away, then points his gun at you to try to get you? Come on, son. That don't make no sense. If he was gonna blame you, if he was gonna do something, he would have did it right here. We this close. I'm gonna go down the street, see you, get your keys. Oh man, he may have got something now. He want to get his lick back now. And now I'm up it on you. It just don't make no logical sense to me. So I think that's a story you come up with after, because again, what I hear, what I feel is Tony was mad. His girl was in the car. These dude just robbed me, and I'm getting my lick back. And now some tragic stuff happened, and now I got to explain it. Your thoughts, Merelda? You wanted to smoke. I wanted to hear.
I'm trying to get her unmuted. It's saying that you are muted on your end. I can't unmute you. It's saying that you are muted. Yeah, because I'm telling you.
But are there any questions in the chat? I mean, I know somebody else probably disagreed. 13th juror definitely disagrees, but
13th juror ain't coming up here.
That's what I say.
He is definitely not coming up here. 13th juror. They be calling you out, 13th juror. You be too busy typing.
That's what I really was hoping he would come up, or whoever that is would come up.
Let me see. Oh, it say you unmuted now. Yeah, but we can't hear her. Barbara says she would disagree with you.
And that's fine. I mean,
that's okay. It's healthy discussion, because I'm telling you, this is the same thing that the jurors are going to go through. I'm telling you, because they're going to be charged with certain things, and he is going to get up there. And although you do not want to put sympathy into the case, we are all humans, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets up there and he has really did the cry class really, really good. Like this, the prosecutor couldn't even open his mouth for opening statements, and my boy was over there crying. Like crying. And I don't think he crying for himself. I don't. Like certain people you could tell when they crying for this. But what I'm saying is that the jurors are going to go back there and they're going to say, well, maybe he's a scary dude, and he wanted to protect his wife. And
so that excuses, again, I think, Merelda, we still can't hear you.
No. I'm going to remove you and try to come back up. Okay. I'll drop the link again for her.
But no, I just think that, and I get it. I hate to, what this feels like? I'm going to use a boxing analogy, right? I'm a big Terrence Crawford fan, but I was rooting, and I was a big Earl Spence fan. They're two boxers anyway. They end up fighting each other, and then it was like battle lines were drawn. So if you like one guy, then you must dislike the other guy. So I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I feel bad for Tony. You know what I mean? That is a horrible situation to be in. And I think in some respect, he is a victim too. But I think me personally, I think that a lot of people are putting a lot of emphasis on Tony's victim part and forgetting that there was a 9-year-old, not forgetting, maybe that's the wrong word to use, but a 9-year-old girl was lost in this tragedy. And for me, that has to be accounted for. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that, oh, because dang it, he missed and, sorry, and he's sorry about it. We all go home after this. Nah, bro, like,
So you
she
just
would,
you want some kind of punishment.
that's what our justice system is, right? There is a punishment, right? Like, I mean, this ain't about, again, I think that's what our judicial system is. You do something and there is a punishment for it.
Even if it's an
So
accident.
yeah, you accidentally hit someone and you are going to be held. Now, I think therapists, had a great question, and that one, in my opinion, that one I am on the fence with. Should this be more of a criminal crime or a civil crime? I think that can be argued, but accountability is the bare minimum. And being sorry about something does not escape you from accountability. That's my thing. And if it was your 9-year-old or anyone else's 9-year-old, we would all want that same thing. Hey, somebody needs to be held accountable, right? Like, so that's my biggest point is, sorry, Tony, you know what I mean? But that family, I can't remember their last name, Alvarez, something like that. But
there's Alvarez. Well,
yeah.
I think that he'll I think that he most likely, excuse me, sorry, I had to sneeze. Y'all had
Bless
to get
you.
that because so I didn't want to miss it. Sometimes when they get right there and they go away, if it's you off, I needed to get that. So y'all have to hear that. That sneeze.
Okay.
So what I would like to say, thank you. So what I would like to say is that, I agree. I think that he does need to, I don't think it's 20 years worth. I think that's why they had to take it to trial. I'm pretty sure whatever type of plea deal that they were trying to give him was way more than the minimum of what he hopes. Cause I'm pretty sure he's hoping to get none to bare minimum of 2, because it's 2 to 20.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but that's where,
Mhm.
But that's where that remorse comes in. That's where the judge, and seeing him, his priors and all that, if he has, that's where that will come in. And, I would hope, because it is, not an intentional thing and sort of an accident, but I think that's where that will come in. But doesn't change the fact of, what the law says in black and white, guilty or not guilty,
So I guess it's going to be very important on how the charges go, right?
I think they have a charge in there saying,
if they can prove that he was in reasonable fear of his life, regardless if still going back to that, I don't know.
That's going to be hard.
Juror said.
No, I can't see no comment.
Oh,
I can't see no.
He says, laugh out loud. I've made all my points in chat. There is no need. And that's a capital.
Oh,
capital
that's
N-O, need. For me to say the same things I have already said. He said he gets his stuff off in chat. he likes to type. He or she likes to type, right? And they get it off in the chat. I ain't bad. But yeah, I don't know if he has any priors or what his life was like or anything like that. But I do feel like they family, regardless of what happened, it was nothing that they wanted to have happen or have done, and the other family too, right? The only person that gets off on all of this, and the police with their crappy investigation, because I don't understand why we couldn't find anything else about this robber. I mean, come on, like, we got Charlie, the person that unalived Charlie Kirk in 33 minutes. Like, I don't get this stuff. And they got plenty of cameras and stuff around. So that's just my personal thing. When we want people, we get people. Because I don't know. We got the robber all on camera. He jumping over the fence. Why are we not tracking what camera to find him?
What would
And
the
I don't
robber
even
do?
know if
What?
he even
How does
liable
that?
for anything.
Yeah, that's what that's why I wanted to get up here, because I mean, you be, speaking, and I like hearing your thoughts. I just wonder where they're going. So bringing the robber will do what to
I don't
further the
know.
case?
I don't know. I want him to come in so he can be charged with the robbery.
Bring in
I
Jim
want him to come
McIntyre.
in because of the fear. Like, I know that there's not really nothing that they can do as far as the liability against Arlene, because it's just like in a car accident. If we are driving and I swerve over into your lane, but I do not touch your car, but you react to whatever I did and you swerve and you hit somebody, I'm gonna keep going. And you gonna be at fault for the accident, and you gonna have to deal with that part of it, because you could have been overreacting. With that being said, does the defense have enough to prove that he was not overreacting in his situation? And I know you're saying that he retreated, the robber, but
That's my question to you.
The defense could put some reasonable doubt in it.
So what would give you, right? Just in your own, we're not lawyers or nothing like that, but I'm just speculating on your end. What could be told to you if a guy's running away, how that guy running away is still a threat that can still hurt you? I know, how projectiles work out of a firearm. So I get you if that's what you're saying, but you have to help me get that leap. How are you saying, yeah, that could still be a threat, Jason, running that way?
Well, because if he's running that way, I'm thinking he's going to continue to run that way. So I get out the car, I'm trying to gather the keys and stuff, and he turns back around. So now the threat is back.
How? I mean, did he run back towards you?
Around and he pointing at me.
But if he ran away from you, right?
Yes.
If we start out at 2 feet apart from each other, and then you run, and then you stop. Now you're, let's say, 6 feet from me. You stop and turn around. Now you're saying that's a threat again.
Yes, and the reason why it's a threat again is no matter what, the robber, he could have been scared for his life at that point in time, right? With the guy chasing him. So you even got multiple. The threat it constantly changes in my mind with this one.
But we're talking about Tony, though. Tony needs to convince the jury that he was in fear. We don't have the robber. The robber can't be afraid. We don't care if he's afraid.
You know how
I'm saying
he's gonna say he turned around.
Yeah.
He brandished that weapon, and Tony got the shooting because he was back in fear for his life, going out to get his keys. I don't care how far he was away.
So you weren't in fear. You weren't in fear when the man was right in your face.
He was in fear. That's why he didn't pull out his gun.
But he didn't pull it out, man. That's what I'm saying. I'm in fear. I'm in fear when the guy's standing here. I'm in fear. I don't pull it out. I'm in fear. He's 6 feet away and he pulled it and he has it out.
Don't pull it out, Jason. I would be so mad at you if we sitting in the car and somebody come with a gun to my head and you decided you want to be Rambo.
I know that. I'm saying that it is not logical in my mind to go. Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm saying to you, the man in my face got his hands up. Oh, no, can't do nothing. And then when he goes down the street and he turns around and says, oh, let's go. Let's fight now. Like, bro, you ain't had that same energy a minute ago. Now all of a sudden he was this close to hitting me. Like, come on, stop it, bro. He wasn't. When he was in your joint.
It was more about his wife. Like, because remember, she's at the drive-thru. He's in the passenger seat. The guy got the gun up to her head, so she gives him everything. She knows her husband has a weapon, right? I would think I would know, right? So I know he's got a weapon, but he don't want to risk this guy pulling the trigger up to my head. So let's just give him everything. They notice that the guy drops items that he just recently stole from them. So he gets out of the car. He lets the guy run away. He gets out of the car. He goes to retrieve his items. Robert turns back around. Like, the robber in his mind, he's thinking, hey, he's coming back after me. He pulls up his gun and our boy Tony was like, boom, 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 boom. Oh, I got it in my mind. That's exactly how it's going down. Watch what I tell you. Now, I don't
I'm
know if
telling you,
they're
you're gonna be
make it
guilty.
over the hump, but
You're
it's
gonna be
reasonable.
guilty.
I don't care what y'all talking about.
You're gonna be guilty. I just don't see how you can make it seem, hey, I'm in fear more now than I was just 30 seconds ago, which is now why I grabbed the gun and started shooting at this man. That's why I turned my gun and started shooting at, this family, this car. And you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, he thought the robber was actually in that car.
Yeah,
Now,
I mean,
I'm not saying that I think that part does get a little dicey for me because it's in a car and they actually taking off, right? Even if you think that's the robber, so at that point in time, they're actually leaving. But I'm saying from the first initial shots, because remember, we don't have all the shell casings from, at least from what I understood, are right there by the chase sign where everything happened. So it's not like he ran the distance, but I just don't. I don't know. But yeah, I can see how it could be twisted up, regardless of the fact. Me personally.
And then you said something about, they only had 5 shell casings, and then there was supposed to be, I think there's 1,000 reasons why that could be. I think if it was the opposite, then that would make more sense. That would make me believe that, okay, if you said it was 2 shell case, if it was 2 shots and then there are 5 shell casings, then it's like, all right, maybe there were multiple people shooting, you know what I mean? Or different caliber of casings that are on the ground, you know what I mean? So if one is a 9mm and then this one had, a 223 round or a 40 cal round, all right, 2 shooters sounds like, you know what I mean? But if you got 10 casings, and then I'm sure we'll see something from ballistics, or you have 5 casings that say they all came from one handgun. I mean, everything to me just, again, he has to get on, to me, you gotta have to get on that stand and try to convince people like you that you were in fear of your life.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, it'll be a hard sell for me once the guy moves, and I get it, right? Like, being taken advantage of, right? If somebody tried to rob your house and then they left, you know what I mean? And you tried to pursue them, they're running away with your valuables that you worked hard for and everything else. It could be infuriating, and emotions get it. But guess what, sir? You are going to be in the fault. You are going to be in the fault if because he's not.
Yeah, because men with their, egos and things like that, they do some things that, and like I said, his wife was there, so I'm not doubting that he may not have been,
emotional,
and then trying to, stand his ground for his wife, right? But he is gonna have to take the stand because he is kind of doing it's kind of like a self-defense fear argument in regards to the shots, and we have to go back and we can listen to opening statements maybe tomorrow. I almost think the prosecutor counted down 10 shots, but don't quote me on that. We'll go back and listen to it, because if the prosecutor is presented 10 shots, then I need to see 10 shell casings. Why are they counting it out like that? Why are they presented like that?
What do the shell casings do for you?
Because if you know that it's only been 5, why are you presenting like it was 10?
But what do the shell casings do for you? Let's say, I mean, if there are 6 bullet holes in the vehicle, or 10 bullet holes in the vehicle, but 5 shell casings on the ground, what do the shell casings do for you? We know there are 10 shots.
Well, the shell casings, what they do for me is, because if you're telling me that you're going to sit up here and opening statements and count out 10 shots, and you telling me your crime scene technician came out there and they only collected 5, how do I not know that these other 4 did not come from the other shooter and y'all just didn't get them? Y'all did a messy crime scene. y'all didn't collect the evidence right. I'm just saying, like, the defense can push back on that.
But what
Why
I'm
would y'all
saying,
even be presenting that?
but I get what you're trying to get at. I think that the point though is, I don't think I don't know, but I think, right. So I get, if you can see, if there are only, if there are shots on that vehicle and or in that sign or in a tree, whatever that you could point to that says, all right, now ballistics can find that and see the caliber. So you can still find out if there was another shooter. The shell casings have nothing to do with it. The shell casings just say, okay, we know there was a shooting here, right? Like it doesn't even give you a trajectory. You could say where this person was standing relatively, you know what I mean? But I mean, it really doesn't do anything for you, to me, in progressing the case. The only thing that would is finding the actual projectiles, right? Finding the actual rounds. That's something. All right, we have a big 223 round. We have a 9mm round. Mr. Tony only had a 9mm. Where did this round come from? Now reasonable doubt. But the shell casing does nothing. If they're all 9mm, they can all be from Tony. They could all have been from that guy. But what difference does it make? It could have been from Mr. Alvarez. We don't know. He could have just opened his door and dropped them all out, from past shootings, right? At the range. Doesn't move the needle for me in any way. I just think that.
And I mean, what I'm saying is that I just wish that if that's not something that the prosecution team, because what I look for when I am looking at these cases is, and we go back and we listen to the prosecutors' opening statements most of the time to understand this is what they told us that we was going to get. Did we get this out of this trial? And so that why would you even put that in? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Like then they try to, and what I'm trying to explain to you is that even with the CSI detective, the prosecutor asked the guy at the end before he turned him over to the defense, he asked him, he was like, there is a possibility that sometimes shell casings cannot be located. Like, why would you even infer, like, to me? I think that's just a bad way of doing that. So the defense, of course, they pouncing on it like, oh, so okay, so when you come to the crime scene, that's why he want to know how tall were the trees, measuring from the bottom of the ground to the top of the branch. He wants to know, like, how well did y'all do this crime scene? Who is this person in this picture? The guy, like, I don't know. Why are they on the scene? You know who this person is? Yeah, that's detective such. But then he didn't know the guy and the other thing. Not to say that he got to know everybody, but okay, so where's your crime scene log? Like, there's a lot of things that they're going to tear apart in regards to this crime scene. I'm just saying.
That's what a defense team is supposed to do, right? If you have any kind of
and they put
defense
right
team,
because he shouldn't have got up there talking about some doggone 10 shots. And he counted them down. He was like 1, 2.
How many defense
4, 5, 6,
openings?
7, 8, 9, 10. Like, he counted them.
Like, how many defense openings though, where we hear, oh, you're going to hear this and that?
I can't hear you.
Can't hear me?
I can't hear you.
Jesus. My daughter.
I can hear you. It must have connected somewhere else.
Can you hear me now?
Nope.
Hold on.
Not yet.
Love you more. Can you hear me now?
Okay, while you get your headphone together, I'm gonna read off. Carvel put a message in here, and therapist wanted me to make sure I read it. Zach coming up here.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, this is a hot take. Can you hear me? Can you see if you can talk?
I'm trying to talk. Can you hear me? No.
Okay, so he dropped down. Zach, you ready to come up?
Well, Jason left just because I got here.
Hey, you hear me?
Yep,
Can you hear me?
there he
I
is.
can't hear. I
I
can't
thought I
hear
ran him
none of
off.
y'all.
What's
Can
up,
you hear me,
Jason?
Ain't
Zach?
nobody muted.
I'm here to tell Jason why he's
What
100%
happened here?
wrong.
We got
He
some
is
good stuff going on.
Jason is completely wrong. I hadn't heard much of what he said, but I'm sure he's wrong. No, I agree with Jason. When I first started
Y'all
listening
hear each
earlier,
other?
I
I
can hear
thought
him.
I can't hear neither one of y'all.
I can hear you, Zach.
I can hear everybody.
I can hear her too. Yeah.
Testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3.
You're good, Zach. I can hear you. Can you
Sweet
hear
Pea,
me?
you got me? Yeah, I got you, man.
Okay.
I'm just waiting on
Yeah.
Sweet Pea to catch up with us
Yeah, I think it's her.
because we are professionals.
How was your gym day? Did you go to the gym, Zach? While we waiting.
Yeah, I'm 1 day behind, so it was chest and arms again today.
I had
So,
legs today.
oh man, can't skip leg day.
Oh God. That's why I'm sitting on the floor now, and I gotta rest.
Okay, now I can hear. I'm like, oh my
Hey,
God, the thing. Hey, Zach.
hey, now if some doves fly over, I'll drop the phone. You may hear gunshots, but I'm not unaliving anyone except for Dove.
There you go.
You duck hunting. Oh wow, how nice. So I wanted okay, so Carvel says it's like blaming the person driving who swerved to avoid a car that their lane going the wrong way and hitting another car and accidentally unaliving someone in that car.
Mhm. I think he was making the same point you were making earlier.
No, I
Sweet
think
Pea.
the different it's a little different than he is because he's saying they actually going the wrong way. I guess I think it's slightly different only because I'm thinking maybe somebody overreacting. Okay, so then he puts in
Okay.
here. Let me see this other statement. Let me hide this. Go ahead, Zach. Before you
Okay.
have.
So one thing I have not heard addressed, and I honestly, actually, I agree with Jason. As much as I hate to, I agree with Jason. He's 100% right. But one thing in y'all's back and forth that hasn't been mentioned, because you keep going back to reasonable fear, which is true in self-defense if you have a reasonable fear. But the problem is he was not in reasonable fear of the girl he shot. If he shot someone that he was in reasonable fear of, for instance, it's kind of a gray area. Like if he had shot the robber, Jason's right. Someone's running away from you. That's really hard on self-defense. But this is Texas. The guy just robbed him. If he had really just shot the robber, I think the cops would kind of turn the other way. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, he got what he deserved. And so, but even then, that's not even perfect self-defense, but it's certainly not self-defense because he was not in reasonable fear of that little girl. She couldn't do anything to hurt him. And so it doesn't matter who he thought he was shooting at or who he thought was, the reasonable fear has to be from the threat itself. It can't just be randomly, you're paranoid, so you're shooting everywhere. Not that he was paranoid, I'm just saying. It has to be reasonable fear from the threat itself. So I think that's what was missed.
That's a great point, Zach.
So, do you think that that's going to be very important in jury instructions when they present it? I can't remember the last one that I listened to where they.
I'm sure prosecution will say. Obviously, defense ain't going to say that. I'm sure prosecution would. If I was a prosecution, I would make that point. And also, a few hours ago, I thought he was charged with murder, and that's what I was against. Like, I don't believe this, and that's why I was making a big deal about intent. But if they're charging him with manslaughter, that's already taking the intent out of. That's saying he didn't mean to do it. And I think 100% he's guilty of manslaughter. He didn't mean to do it. It's manslaughter is you didn't mean to do it. It's an accident, but you still have some type of liability for the accident you caused.
Yeah.
And that's you're liable for every bullet that comes out of that gun.
You hear that,
Wherever it
13th
goes,
juror?
you
You hear that,
that
13th
is
juror?
and
You
Texas is more lenient on self-defense than almost any state there is, but still I know Texas law is if the bullet comes out of your gun on my property right now,
Yep.
if I shoot toward my neighbor and something happens, you know, for instance, like let's say this same scenario, this guy shoots and he hits somebody's arm. Nobody dies, but he hits somebody's arm. What would the immediate thing you would say is you got to pay their medical bills. You got to, you know, it's just a broken arm, but you take care of them the best you can.
Yep.
It's a civil thing. It's not necessarily, and that's also what I was saying. Like, I don't think him going to jail for 10 or 15 or 20 years is going to fit. It's not going to bring her back. He's not, unless he has priors, this is not a criminal type act. It's not going to fix anything. So I would be like, if I was judge, if I was king of the world or whatever, I know it's not how it works, but I would say you're on parole. We're going to watch you, and you've got very heavy civil, like as much money as he has, it all goes to the family. Not that that fixes anything, but as a penalty to pay for your the consequences of your actions, you know, you pay as much as you can and have a hefty fine on that. But what do I know?
I totally agree, Zach. And that was my, I think, you know, you and therapists, you both hit, to me, in my opinion, hit the nail on the head. And that's where I was wondering, should it be more of a civil than a criminal case? But like you said, I think self-defense is going to be hard because of that. You know, she wasn't a threat, you know, and just a side note here, let's say it was 5 shots, let's say it was 10, doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter to me at all.
How do you miss the robber out of all these shots? How do you miss the robber completely? He goes away unscathed. This got to be the luckiest guy in the world. My man, better than Tupac and everybody, 50 Cent and all these guys, bro. He walked away with the bag and didn't get touched. You know, like, so Tony, you should go to jail just for missing all this time, bro. You need better. Go to the range, hang out with Zach.
Right.
I mean, it's just, I don't get it. I mean, that's horrible.
Yeah, I just think I can see how the jury can be convinced and how it cannot go the way that we think that it should go.
Yeah, juries are unpredictable, that's for sure.
Yeah, and if they get somebody like that, like me back there, it's over. It is over, like, because I'm
and that's and that's where Jason's right. Legally, remorse makes no difference when you're charged with something. Like, just black and white, letter of the law. Remorse makes no difference. You're either guilty or not. But when it comes to a jury, they see him sitting there crying. I'm not saying he's even faking it. I'm just saying that can pull at their heartstrings.
Even though they're not supposed to take that into account.
Not supposed to, but we're all human.
Yeah, I can see them. I mean, like, this man was crying before they even opened their mouth at the prosecution team. I'm trying to tell y'all, like, I was like, oh my goodness, he got an A+ in my class. He ain't even holding back. He like, when the prosecutors, we charging him, he started crying. He can't even hold his head up. He's so disgusted with himself.
Yeah.
My question, Zach, how do you feel about the dad's testimony? Now, I've heard from Sweet Pea and the 13th juror that there was some contradiction in his prior statements, but different than what we heard today. So, what is your take on that?
Hey, either way, to me, it's somewhat irrelevant. Well, because he said they were shooting at each other first. So let's go benefit of the doubt. And I agree with you. The robber didn't take off running and then turn around and shoot at him first. The robber may have shot back, like you said, like he's going to get him a lick, and then the robber shot back at him, and that's probably what happened. But let's even say the robber shot first. Even in that scenario, as soon as what's his name started shooting, he hit the wrong target, and he's liable for those consequences. Even though we all agree, or most, I guess, people agree, he wasn't trying to. He didn't have anything against that little girl. He still hit her, and he's got to pay the consequences of it. So whether or not he's consistent, it's kind of a moot point, because that would only be like relative to me if he was charged with murder. And then I'd say, no, wait a second, we need to drill down. This is real serious. It's like, we got to examine his motive. They've already given up the motive. The prosecution has said, we don't think it's murder. We don't think he intended to kill. So it's kind of, and it's not self-defense, because like I said, the girl wasn't a threat to him.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Zach. I think the jury instructions are going to be critical in this one, and how the judge breaks down what self-defense is, because it sounds to me that that's what his defense is going to be, self-defense.
Yeah.
And I think breaking down the definition of things and getting a clear idea of what is and what isn't for the jury is going to decide the factor.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they're gonna have somebody back there like me. It is gonna go haywire. Like he got up on the stand and he cried, and I believe him. And I get that he was really in threat. He thought that truck was the robber. So he started shooting at the truck.
I'm gonna be in that jury room with you and say, if that was your daughter, Sweet Pea, what would you want?
But we got to go according to the law. He really felt, the windows were
the
tinted.
law don't care about you being sorry. You keep going, oh, it's supposed to be the law, but then he's sorry though. It's one of the two. Which one is it?
Yes, but that girl could not be a threat to him in any shape, form, or fashion. Like even if he had killed the driver, like if he said the driver was driving towards him, or he thought the driver was a threat and he got the driver, okay, then maybe he's got a case. He was in reasonable fear and thought that was the bad guy or something. But the little girl in the back seat, she couldn't be a threat. There's no possible way.
Look at this now. This is interesting, and we gonna have to find out more about this. So Carvel just put in here, he said a grand jury on Friday declined to indict a man who said he fatally shot a repossession agent because he thought the man was stealing his truck.
That sounds like Texas.
I'm like, okay, yep.
Houston. This is in Houston. So I guess do you think it's because of her age or?
Okay, well, this is the deal with the repo guy, and some repo guys are pretty shady and do sneaky stuff. If he didn't identify himself, I don't know all the particulars of that.
Right.
But in Texas is, as far as I know, the only state where you can actually defend your property with lethal force, which that kind of makes sense. I mean, as far as the grand jury declining to indict him, is if he was reasonable and saying this guy's stealing my truck, you can defend your property with lethal force.
Yep. And that's the thing. So most of the time, what I see is they have on vest something clearly to mark, hey, I'm not just some guy.
I'm coming
to take your stuff. Yeah. So I don't know all the details to that, but the other thing I wanted to add to Zach, if that vehicle is coming straight at you, the way the dad described it was he's driving, wife is in the back seat, in the passenger seat, the daughter is in the back passenger seat, the son is in the back driver's seat. How did Mr. Tony shoot and hit the daughter? He had to me, you have to be coming from that side or the side of the vehicle to shoot. You know what I mean? You're not shooting straight at it, because then you would have hit potentially the driver, the passenger, right? But none of them got hit. Just the daughter. Sounds like you were shooting at the side as the vehicle's moving away, or trying to get away.
Generally just shooting at the truck.
Exactly. So to me, that is reckless, even if it ain't, you know. And my biggest thing at the whole thing is he's guilty of something. If it's negligent discharge of a firearm, you know what I mean? Like any of these things, you're gonna be held accountable. And that was my only thing. It's not what that accountability should look like. What accountability looks like. That's not up to me. That's the judge or the jury. But I think you should be held accountable. That's my only thing. That little girl can never, you know what I mean, have spankies with her family again. And that family can never, and the trauma they're going through, somebody has to be held accountable and responsible for it. That was my last 2 cents.
I agree. We shall see what the jury decides, right? 'Cause I think either way you can, I mean, civil, I don't think he got enough money that's going to, do anything as far as that part, but
Yeah, he may not have money, but it's still like if you put $1 million fine against someone, if he ever does become rich, they get paid. But it's more even the symbolism of it, like you owe something for what you've done. And prison's not going to fix that. If he's really not a criminal, throwing him in prison is probably just going to make him into a criminal. And so if he really didn't mean it, that's why I just wish in America we use prison for the violent people that we need to keep away from society and not fill it up with people that were just smoking a joint or something like that. But so when somebody does something that's really atrocious, they need to be kept away from society, we do it really hard. And then take care of the other people like this. I don't think prison's going to do anything for anyone. It's not going to bring the girl back. It's not going to help the guy that, if it was an accident, that did it. I'm getting way off. I'm getting way off into prison reform now, but
I was gonna say, Zach, we could talk about prison reform all day.
He got 6 kids at home. Let that man work. That's what he need to be at home working. And no, he ain't got time to get nobody. Not right now. That's messed up. Yeah, I don't know, but I guess we'll see what day 3 holds tomorrow. We'll have some more evidence because we got another day tomorrow.
Oh, you doing it again tomorrow? I have family time on Sundays.
That's fine. It'll be on the channel page. So if you want to look at it or listen to it later. But yeah, we're gonna do day 3 tomorrow. It's about 7 hours or 5 or 6 hours or something. Yeah, it's a regular court day. And then
I'll probably check in and say hi to y'all then.
Yeah, Monday will be day 4, so it will be live. That's why I'm gonna do day. That's why I was trying to see if y'all want to do day 3 tomorrow. So Monday we'll be caught up and back right in there with the action live.
All right. Well, I'm out. I've missed 3 shots at Doves already, so I'm blaming y'all for that.
Yeah.
Have fun, Zach.
All right.
Good to see y'all.
Thank
Take
you.
care. All right. Bye.
All right, Jason. Thank you so much for coming up. Marilda, next time we're gonna have to get it's late there. I'm so surprised that she she came up and we couldn't even get the mic, and it probably was me. But I thank everybody for coming up. Let's see. So we got day 3 tomorrow. The way we going in on this one, I almost want to play day 3 today, but woo. Yes, I said it. She said it's 2 minutes for 1 a.m. and Miranda was trying to get on here. She said she got some stuff to say. Oh boy, oh boy. Absolutely, anytime. Oh, I'm glad that we picked this one to watch because this is very interesting. Just the different perspectives and how people view things. And then, I will say, I am a victim of hearing stuff and remixing it in my head. So I can hear something and I will play it out in my head, something totally different. So yeah. Watch out for me. That's why I play devil's advocate real good because I'll remix everything that you said and make it something totally different. I surely will. Okay. Well, I did set the yeah, so I did set up our thing for tomorrow. So y'all look at the notification. We will pick up on day 3. It says 7 hours, but you know, we're gonna have our TiVo time, so it may not take us 7 hours. Because today we got through day 1 and day 2. And we'll probably have to go back and review some videos and stuff and things like that. I set it up for 12 Mountain Standard Time, so it's probably gonna be about 3 your time, film, 2 Central Time. I don't know. I think it's 2 Central Time. And 12 my time, because y'all said afternoon 1. Yeah, the afternoon 1. So I did it like early afternoon. I'm getting better. I'm trying. Yeah, it'll be. I'm gonna start it at 12. Oh yeah, because it'll run into the night. You right, Marilda. Yes, thank you to the mods. And if anybody decides that they want to come up, you know, the floor is always welcome. Because sometimes just typing in the chat, like I was missing whatever he was saying in the chat, right? So it was a good idea for Jason to come up here so I can actually hear. Because sometimes when I'm be reading the chat, I'll be like, it just goes so fast. And to me, at different points in times, that I may not see what you say. Because I've seen that when therapists had put in there, hey, go back up there and look at Kurt Hill's statement and read it to Jason. I'm like, okay. I had to go back up. So that was awesome. Awesome. Yeah, so anybody that right now it's 4:02, Marilda, in the afternoon. Yeah, see, I couldn't tell if y'all wanted the afternoon y'all time or my time, but it's scheduled. I got it out there. If y'all, I mean, I could always, I could do any time. Yeah, I can do any time. So I guess 12. This is almost 1 o'clock in the morning there. Okay, we'll be here. We will definitely be here. All right, guys. Well, we had a good Saturday, right? We got a little feisty trial going on here. We got some different opinions, right? We'll be okay. Right? We all family at the end of the day. And that's all that matters. We respect everybody's opinions, and different thoughts and different ideas can open people's mindset up, right? Because even with Zach, me and Jason going back and forth. But hey, how about this? The little girl wasn't a threat. Okay, so now that brings things in a different perspective. I hope they put that in the jury instructions, because if not, not saying that the little girl was a threat, but saying that the person that you had to be scared of was the threat, that you know, like they need to put that out there. So that was a good thought. And I hadn't thought about that in that aspect, because I'm just thinking about the truck and the possibility of a threat. But yeah, so it's awesome to hear that idea. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow on our day 3. That'll catch us up, and we'll be live in the courtroom on day 4 on Monday. If you haven't checked out, I call myself trying to make us a calendar for next week. So go look at the community board where I put a calendar. Now I call myself putting a calendar. I probably can't follow no calendar. I ain't even put no times on there, but I did tell y'all what trials we're gonna be most likely in, and I think it's gonna be another one that I'm gonna add. And we'll discuss it. I'm trying to get some more ideas on it, and then I'll put a poll out on the on our community board, so y'all can vote on which one we should cover next week. They both start on Wednesday, I believe. So I'll put that out, and y'all, we can decide which one we want to try to cover, because we have our DP case that's also starting on Wednesday. So I didn't want to put too much for us on Wednesday. I think that this case will be over by Wednesday, or close to being over by Wednesday. We may be in verdict watch. All right. And we were definitely in the right place today, where there were no filters, no fluff, just facts, right? So you can be the judge, right? All right, guys. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you on Monday, bright and early. For those that'll be here tomorrow, I will see you tomorrow.